Hi guys, tonight we begin not in a castle, but in the quiet, cramped space of an 18th century English cottage just before dawn. You can feel the coarse linen of the sheets and hear the soft, dry whisper of the straw mattress beneath you. It's the kind of scene that looks quaint in a painting, but if you had to actually live here, to rise with the sun and labour until it vanished, you'd understand quickly that your biggest challenge wasn't some grand historical event. It was the day itself, the relentless bone-deep work of it, the sheer weight of getting from morning to night. You probably wouldn't survive this, not because of plague or war, but because everyday life was a full-time occupation of endurance. So before you settle in, if you're enjoying this journey into the ordinary past, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. And if you're listening right now, I'd love to know. Drop your location and the local time in the comments below. It's always fascinating to see where in the world these stories find a quiet moment to land. You wake. But the world you open your eyes to is not the one you know. It does not greet you with the hum of distant traffic or the soft glow of a screen waiting in the darkness. The silence here is different. It is a thick, woolen quiet, stitched through with sounds that feel both foreign and profoundly ancient. The air that meets your skin is cool, and it carries a scent you cannot quite place. Old smoke, damp earth, the faint sweet tang of hay, and something else, something animal and close. This is not a dream you will escape by stirring. This is the reality of your body, here, now, in 18th century Britain. The age of reason is being written in coffee houses and lecture halls, a world of ideas and elegant debate. Yet here, in this room where you lie, reason is a distant murmur. Here the dominant logic is written in the ache of muscles, the turn of the seasons, and the unwavering demands of the land. Your life is not measured in philosophical treatises, but in the slow, patient accumulation of days that look very much the same. This story is not about kings or treaties or the spark of revolution waiting in the colonies. It is about the weight of a wool blanket. It is about the journey of a bucket of water from well to hearth. It is about the 1,000 small, unrecorded acts of endurance that built a world, one fragile, ordinary morning at a time. You are not a spectator to history. You are living it the most mundane way possible. The light is beginning to change now, a pale grey seeping through the small window. It does not switch on. It simply arrives, as it has for centuries, indifferent to your readiness. Somewhere outside, a rooster announces the fact, his cry sharp and final. The day does not wait. It begins with or without your permission, and you, still caught between the warmth of the bed and the chill of the room, must decide to move. This is the first choice of your day, and it is no choice at all. Survival here is not a single dramatic event. It is a habit, a routine carved so deeply into the bones of life that thinking about it is as unnecessary as thinking about breathing. You will not fight a battle today. You will fight fatigue. You will negotiate with hunger. You will wrestle a stubborn fire into life and coax nourishment from stubborn soil. Your courage will be measured in patience, not passion. Your strength will be found in repetition, not rebellion. So lie still for just one moment more. Listen. Feel the coarse linen of the sheet beneath your fingers. Inhale that complex smoky air. This is the texture of 1700s Britain. This is the starting point. Before the sun fully commits itself to the sky, before the world outside this room demands your hands and your back, understand this. You're about to step into a rhythm that has governed human life for generations. A rhythm dictated by the sun's arc, by the needs of animals, by the simple, relentless mathematics of calories earned and calories spent. The grand ideas of the Enlightenment, rights, liberty, progress, they hover at the edges of this existence like mist over a field. They are real, but they are not yet the ground you walk on. Your ground is packed earth. Your liberty is the few hours between sunset and sleep. Your progress is the successful completion of tasks that will need doing again tomorrow. This is the paradox of your new life. You inhabit an era of expanding minds and shrinking worlds where news of a scientific discovery in London might take weeks to reach your village, and where your own horizon is often the boundary of the field you work. Now, shift under the blanket. Feel the straw in the mattress whisper beneath you. It is a dry, papery sound, a reminder that your comfort is literally harvested from the land. The person breathing softly beside you, a sibling, a spouse, a child, stirs but does not wake. Privacy is a concept for the wealthy. Warmth is a communal project. You are in every sense part of a household, a body among other bodies, your fate woven tightly with theirs. As the grey light grows stronger, defining the shapes of a chair, a chest, a hearth now cold, you know the moment of stillness is over. The clock, if your household even possesses one, is irrelevant. Time is not a number on a face. It is a feeling in the air. It is the quality of the light. It is the insistence in your own empty stomach. It is most of all the sudden, clear understanding that in 18th century Britain the day does not ask you if you're ready. It simply begins, and you, for better or worse, are now part of its ancient, unyielding momentum. So take a slow breath. This is your life now. Let us see how you will live it. The momentum carries you upward, not in a sudden rush, but in a slow unfolding of awareness. Your body registers the world before your mind does. It begins with pressure, the uneven landscape of the mattress beneath you. It is not a soft cradle of foam, but a terrain. If you are fortunate, it is stuffed with feathers, a cloud that settles heavily around your limbs, holding warmth close. More likely it is packed with straw or dried hay, each shift of your weight producing a faint, crackling whisper, a sound of dryness and harvest. Beneath that, the ropes stretched across the wooden frame have slackened overnight, dipping you gently toward the centre, a subtle pull that makes rising feel like climbing a shallow hill. The sheets are linen, worn soft in patches but still coarse at the seams. They smell not of floral detergent, but of the body's own night, of the tallow soap used to wash them perhaps a fortnight ago, and beneath that the indelible scent of wood smoke that has seeped into every fibre of your home. This is not a smell you notice as good or bad. It is simply the smell of lived-in space, of safety, of enclosure against the outside dark. You're not alone in this scent. The warmth you feel is not all your own. Another body lies nearby, perhaps two. Your spouse's back is turned toward you, a familiar ridge under the shared blankets. A child's foot rests against your calf. This shared bed is a small economy of heat, a necessity that makes intimacy commonplace and privacy a distant luxury. Their breathing is a soft, rhythmic counterpoint to your own, a reminder that your waking is not a solitary event but a small disturbance in a shared pool of sleep. Now the sounds begin to separate themselves from the silence. They do not intrude. They simply announce their presence, as if they have been there all along, waiting for your ears to discern them. The first is often the house itself. Timber, cooling through the night, contracts and settles with a soft pop, or a long, low groan, a language of wood and nail. Then, from outside, a tapestry of animal life begins to weave itself. Not the mechanical chirp of a digital alarm, but the raw, throaty crow of a rooster, a sound that seems to tear the fabric of the fading night. It is answered, not immediately, but in a slow cascade from neighbouring farms and yards. From the byre comes the deep, patient sigh of a cow, the shuffle of hooves on stone. Somewhere a pig grunts in its sleep. If you live within reach of a parish church, a deeper sound now enters, the bell. It does not ring for you. It rings for the community, marking the canonical hour of matins or prime. Its tone is low and resonant, rolling across the fields and rooftops, a sound of authority and order that transcends any single household. In a city, the bells might layer upon one another from different parishes, creating a discordant but familiar chorus. Here, in the countryside, it is a single clear voice, a call that organises the spiritual, if not yet the practical, start of the day. Before the bell or just after, you might hear the first footsteps on the road outside, the clatter of a milk pail, the murmured greeting between early rising neighbours. The world is beginning its diurnal turn and you are still in its softer, quieter eddy. Your eyes have adjusted to the grey. You can see the outline of the small leaded window now, a rectangle of paler darkness. True light comes slowly in a world without electricity. It seeps, it bleeds, it filters. It does not flood. You learn to see in gradients, to recognise a face not by its features but by its shape in the gloom. The precious candle, save for true darkness or urgent work, sits unlit on the table. Its tallow or beeswax represents labour, the keeping of bees, the rendering of fat, a small store of captured light not to be wasted on mere waking. You will save it for the long evening hours, when the sun's departure is absolute. This twilight period, this suspension between night and day, holds a peculiar sacredness. For many it is the only time truly their own. The household still slumbers, the demands of the day have not yet crystallized. It is a moment for thought that belongs to no one else. In pious households, this is when lips might move in silent prayer, not the formal recitations of church, but personal entreaties or thanksgivings, a private anchoring of the soul before the storm of the body's labours. It is a mental refuge, a tiny pocket of silence purchased by early waking. This waking itself is likely not your first. Historians note a pattern now foreign to us, segmented sleep. The night was often broken, not by insomnia, but by design. You would have slept for a few hours after dusk, then awakened in the deep silence of midnight. That hour was for quiet conversation, for tending the fire, for intimacy, for contemplation. Then a second sleep would carry you toward this dawn. Your current awakening is therefore a return, not a beginning, which may explain the slow, deliberate pace of your thoughts. You're completing a cycle. The quality of your waking sounds depends utterly on your location. In a cramped London tenement, the first sounds are human and immediate. The cough from the next room, the cry of a baby across the courtyard, the splash of night soil being emptied into the gutter from an upper window. The animal sounds are of rats in the walls, not farmyard beasts. In a rural cottage, the sounds are more layered, more gradual, dominated by nature and weather. Here, the wind in the thatch or the patter of rain on slate is a constant companion. The city assaults the ears with closeness. The countryside speaks with distance and depth. As the light strengthens from grey to silver, the details of your room emerge as if developing on a plate. The wooden stool, the hearth with its cold ashes, the clothing draped over a chest. The chill in the air becomes more assertive, a tangible presence that now urges you from the dwindling warmth of the bed. That chill is the final command, the time for listening, for feeling, for existing in the liminal space between dreams and duty, is over. The cold is practical, undeniable. It says the fire is out. It says the water is drawn from the well will be frigid. It says your body's stored heat is leaching away into the room. To stay still is to acquiesce to discomfort, and in this world, passive discomfort quickly becomes active suffering. You take a deeper breath, the last act of the sleeper. The air is sharp in your lungs. With a motion born of countless repetitions, you push back the heavy blankets. The immediate shock of cooler air on your skin is bracing, a final erasure of sleep's residue. The person beside you mumbles, pulls the covers tighter to their chin, retreats into the shared warmth you have just abandoned. You are now the first point of contact between the sleeping household and the waking day. Your feet, as they search for and find the solid grainy wood of the floor, are the vanguard. The floor is cold, always cold. This is the true starting line. Every sensation that follows, the stretch of your spine, the stiffness in your joints from yesterday's labour, the faint pang of hunger. All of it is part of the conversation your body is now having with the 18th century. And the century, you are learning, is a demanding conversationalist. It offers no small talk, only the direct physical questions of survival. Your body, still half in the world of rest, must now begin to form its answers. The cold of the floor is an insistent truth, a final argument against returning to the bed's fading warmth. It propels you toward the day's first series of negotiations, beginning with the most intimate barrier between your skin and the world, your clothes. They're not laid out in a wardrobe of choices. They're where you left them, draped over a stool or folded on the chest, carrying the shape and the memory of yesterday's body. There is no distinction between nightwear and daywear. You likely slept in your linen and now you simply add to it. You reach for the shirt first. It is made of linen, woven from flax you may have helped to grow and process. It is not soft in the modern sense. The texture is firm, slightly rough against sleep-warmed skin, a practical abrasiveness that seems to wake the flesh. It smells of the last washing, a faint, hard scent of lye soap and the sun it was dried in, overlaid with the inescapable smoky perfume of the hearth. As you pull it over your head, the fabric falls with a familiar, stiff drape. It is a good shirt, its seams reinforced with careful stitching, a small darn visible near the elbow where fabric gave way to labour. This repair is not a flaw. It is a record of care, a testament to the garment's value. Clothing is not easily replaced. The thread, the cloth, the hours of spinning and weaving and sewing, all of this represents a tangible portion of a family's wealth. A second Sunday best shirt might exist folded away, but this is your daily skin. Over this comes the wool, a waistcoat perhaps, or a jacket. This is where you feel the true weight of the century. The wool is scratchy, especially at the neck and wrists. It holds the musky, earthy scent of the sheep, even after years of wear and smoke. It is not lightweight or forgiving. It is armour. In winter, it traps what heat your body can produce. A damp, clinging warmth. In summer, it is a scratchy penance. But there is little alternative for durability. For women, the layers are petticoats and gowns of similar stuff. Wool, or a coarse linen, everything designed for modesty and movement within a narrow band of acceptable motion. You tie or button with deliberate slowness. Buttons are themselves small treasures, carved from horn or wood, or covered in fabric. A lost button is a minor crisis. Your outer layer declares your work. An apron of heavy canvas for the woman, stained with the evidence of cooking and cleaning. A leather apron for the smith or the carpenter, scarred and hardened by trade. A simple frock or smock for the field labourer. What you wear tells anyone who sees you what your hands do, what your day is made of. There is a quiet language here. Neatly patched elbows speak of a careful, industrious household. Garments frayed beyond repair whisper of poverty or despair. Fine, brightly dyed wool, or the new, curious fabric called cotton, smooth and light, are the province of the gentry or the wealthy merchant. For you, colour is mostly the natural tones of the fibre, or the muted hues of vegetable dyes that fade with each washing into gentle earthy shades. A new garment is an event. It is worn until it thins, then cut down for a child, then eventually reduced to rags for cleaning or stuffing. Nothing is let go until every possible thread of usefulness has been pulled from it. Dressed, you're now insulated, but the deeper needs of the household press in. The chill has settled into the room's very bones, and the hearth is a gaping cold mouth. But before the fire can be lit, it demands a drink. Water. You pick up the bucket, its wooden staves worn smooth by countless hands. This is your first real journey of the day, even if it is only 20 paces to the well. Stepping outside, the morning air is a shock of a different quality. It is fresh, damp, carrying the scent of dew on grass, of the midden heap at the garden's end, of the coming weather. Your path is worn bare earth, hard beneath your soles. At the well, or the village pump, a small congregation is already gathering. This is a daily, unspoken meeting. The servant from the big house with her polished pail, the farm wife with a yoke across her shoulders for 2 buckets, a neighbour's child sent on the same errand. There is little formal greeting so early. A nod, a murmured, "Morn," eyes still soft with sleep. The social transaction is in the shared waiting, the rhythmic creak of the windlass, the splash as the bucket hits the dark water below and is hauled up, dripping and heavy. The weight is the lesson. A full bucket of water is a profound, pulling weight. It strains the forearm, demands a balanced stance. Spilling is not just clumsiness. It is a waste of effort, a loss of a vital resource. You learn to walk with a peculiar steady gait, the arm held slightly out to keep the sloshing liquid from soaking your leg. The water is clear, likely, but that does not mean what we think it means. It is alive, for good or ill. It may taste of iron or of the earth. Its cleanliness is judged by source and by experience, not by clarity. This daily pilgrimage is a foundational act. Every drop used for drinking, cooking, washing for the animals has been carried, weighed, and valued. Convenience is a foreign king. This is a republic of effort. Back inside, the bucket is set by the hearth with a soft thud. Now, at last, to the heart of the matter, the fire. Yesterday's ashes are a grey, feathery mound in the centre of the stone or brick fireplace. You kneel, the rough floor biting into your knees through the wool. With your hands, you carefully scrape back the ash to reveal, if you are lucky, a single deep red ember, a glowing heart buried in the grey. This is the precious seed. If it has survived, the day starts with gratitude. If not, you must fetch a coal from a neighbour or resort to flint and steel, a skilled, frustrating dance of spark and tinder. You arrange dry twigs, the smallest kindling around the ember with a surgeon's care. You lean close and blow a long, steady, low breath. The world narrows to this point of potential heat. A wisp of smoke curls up, sweet and urgent. You blow again. A tiny orange flame licks at a curled leaf, hesitates, then catches. You feed it slightly larger sticks, then a small log. The fire speaks now, with snaps and crackles. It is a living thing you have coaxed from sleep. Its scent begins to fill the room, the clean smell of burning wood if you are in the countryside, the sharper, dirtier smell of sea coal if you're in a town or city, or the deep, peaty aroma of turf if you're on certain lands. This smell is the smell of possibility. The flames grow, throwing a light that is alive and dancing. It does not evenly illuminate. It sculpts the room in moving shadows, making the familiar momentarily strange. This fire is your engine. It will heat the water for porridge. It will cook the midday meal. It will dry wet clothes and warm chilled bones. It will be the centre of your family's evening gathering. Its light will extend the day long after the sun has gone. It is comfort, but it is also perpetual danger. A stray spark could doom your thatched roof, your wooden home, everything you own. You tend it with respect, a contained and necessary wildness at the centre of your domestic life. As the new warmth begins to radiate, pushing back the creeping chill, you feel the household shift around you. The others begin to stir in earnest, drawn by the light and the promise of heat. The simple acts of dressing, fetching and kindling have performed a kind of magic. You've transformed your body from a sleeping thing into a clothed, capable entity. You've brought the essential element of life and cleanliness into the home, and you have awakened the home's own heart. The stage is set. The tools are ready. The day which began in passive sensation now awaits your active labour. You have prepared not just a room, but a world, and in this world every thread in your shirt, every drop in your bucket, every flicker in your hearth is a testament to a simple, unyielding fact. Life here is built, moment by careful, effortful moment, by hand. The fire, now a steady companion in the hearth, turns its attention from mere warmth to utility. Its purpose shifts, and with that shift the focus of the household turns inward to a pressing physical need. Hunger in 18th century Britain is not a vague notion or a choice to be postponed. It is a clear, hollow space that must be filled with substance, not flavour. Breakfast is not a meal of variety or leisure. It is the first fueling of the engine, and the engine is your body, which must grind through hours of demanding physical labour. The tools are simple, darkened by soot and use. A pot is hung over the fire, water from the first bucket poured in. Into this water goes a handful of coarse oatmeal, or perhaps a bit of barley or rye meal. It is stirred with a long wooden spoon. This is porridge, or gruel. It is thick, greyish, and bland. Its smell is the smell of grain and hot water, earthy and plain. Salt is added if you have it, a precious pinch from a small bag. There is no sugar to sweeten it, not for you. Sugar is a luxury of immense cost, a substance from distant islands tasted only in rare, celebratory sips or in the medicines of the rich. For sweetness, you might have a scant spoonful of honey from your own skep, or more likely, a drizzle of thin, dark molasses on a very special day. But this is not a special day. This is Tuesday. The porridge is sustenance, not a treat. Alongside it sits the bread. It is dark, made from rye or a coarse mixed grain. It was baked not yesterday, but perhaps 3 or 4 days ago, in a communal oven or in the ashes of this very hearth. It has hardened. You do not slice it with a knife. You tear it with your hands, feeling its dense, chewy resistance. A little butter or dripping might be scraped across its surface, but fat is precious, saved for cooking or for the most strenuous days. You eat it dry, using it to scoop the last of the porridge from your bowl. The bowl itself is likely wooden, carved from a single piece of timber. It is worn smooth from years of use, its grain stained deep with the memory of 1,000 prior meals. It smells faintly of old food and damp wood. A horn or wooden spoon completes your setting. There are no individual plates. You eat from your bowl and you drink from a shared tankard or cup. The drink is not water. Water is for cooking and washing. To drink you have small beer, a very weak, low-alcohol beer, or perhaps cider if you live in the right region. Even children drink this. It is safer than uncertain water, provides a few extra calories, and the slight fermentation means it keeps. It is not consumed for intoxication, but for hydration and nutrition. You drink it quickly. It is sour and thin. You do not sit at a table. Perhaps there is no table, or it is cluttered with the detritus of living. You eat standing by the hearth, soaking in the heat, or perched on a stool in the corner. You eat with efficiency. There is no conversation beyond the practical. The Northfield today. The cow's hoof needs looking at. Eating is not a social event. It is a physiological necessity inserted into the narrow window between firelighting and work starting. You chew steadily, your jaw working on the tough bread. The porridge is hot and fills the stomach with a heavy, warm ball of starch. It is not enjoyable in the way we might understand enjoyment. The satisfaction is deeper, a feeling of emptiness being reliably, if plainly, countered. This is the calculation. The porridge, the bread, the weak beer, they are units of energy. You're about to spend hours chopping wood, hoeing earth, spinning yarn, or walking behind a plough. Your body will burn through these calories long before noon. The meal is designed to release its energy slowly, to stick to your ribs. Indulgence is a concept for another class of person. For you, a good breakfast is one that does not leave you weak and shaking by mid-morning. Pleasure is irrelevant. Function is everything. A change, however, is simmering on the horizon of the century, slowly permeating down through the layers of society. In the coffee houses of London, men of business and ideas drink a bitter black infusion. In the parlours of the well-to-do, a new ritual of porcelain and steam is taking hold. Tea. These are exotic, expensive substances, symbols of global trade and refined taste. But their allure is powerful. Slowly, as the century wears on, these stimulants will trickle downward. The labourer saving a few pence might come to cherish a cup of heavily watered tea, not for its delicate flavour, but for the sharp, caffeine-driven alertness it offers, a chemical spur against the drag of fatigue. Coffee, stronger and cheaper in the ports, will fuel the dawn of factory workers in the coming age. But in your now, they are whispers of a different world. Your stimulant is necessity. Your luxury is enough. The meal ends as abruptly as it began. The bowl is scraped clean with a final piece of bread. The last swallow of small beer washes it down. There are no leftovers. Every crumb is saved, tipped into the pig bucket or fed to the chickens. Waste is not just improvident, It is a sin against the effort that produced the food. You rinse your bowl with a splash of water, wiping it with a cloth that is itself not truly clean. The spoon is licked clean and tucked into a belt or apron. As you set the utensils aside, you feel it. The warmth in your belly is spreading, a solid, reliable core of heat. The faint edge of hunger has been blunted. Your hands are steady. Your mind, cleared of the immediate demand for food, now turns outward to the waiting tasks. The fuel has been loaded. The engine is stoked. The simple, profound alchemy of turning grain and water and fire into human capacity is complete. You're not energized in a buzzing, frantic way. You're fortified. You're ready for weight and resistance. The comfortable ache of fullness is your permission to begin the real work of the day. You glance at the fire, now burning with a mature yellow flame. It has done its breakfast duty. Soon it will be time to build it higher for cooking or to bank it for the day. But for this one quiet moment, standing in the growing light from the window with the taste of oats and coarse bread still in your mouth, you're simply a body that has been fed. And in this world, that is a quiet victory all its own. The victory is temporary. By mid-morning, the hollow feeling will begin to return, a reminder that this engine must be constantly stoked. But for now, it is enough. You turn from the hearth, your shadow stretching long and thin across the floor, and move toward the door, toward the animals, toward the fields, toward the long, tangible arc of the morning. The door yields to your push, not with a whisper of well-oiled hinges, but with a solid, scraping complaint of wood on stone. You cross the threshold, and the world opens up, not with a vista, but with an assault of sensation. The first is the air. It is different air. Inside was a closed capsule of smoke, sleep, and damp wool. Outside is a vast, shifting mixture. The dominant note everywhere is smoke. The thin, sweet smoke of wood fires from 100 hearths, the thicker, more acrid plumes from lime kilns or brickworks if you're near a town, the sour, sulphurous tinge of sea coal hanging over cities like a breath. Underneath that, the earth. The smell of damp soil after the night, of mud churned by cartwheels and hooves, of rotting leaves in the ditch. Then, the living smells, the tang of manure from the midden heap behind your cottage, the richer, warmer odour from the byre where the cows are stirring, the scent of horses, of wet wool on sheep in a distant field. If you're in a city, the earth recedes, replaced by a sharper, more pungent layer. The reek of human and animal waste from open gutters, the smell of tanneries with their vats of urine and lime, the greasy scent of tallow rendering, the fishy breath of the river at low tide. This is not an environment scrubbed clean. It is an environment lived in, used, and constantly replenished by the bodies and businesses of its inhabitants. You do not recoil. This is the smell of the world working. It is the background against which all other scents, bread baking, ale brewing, a rare bunch of herbs, stand out like bright, sudden notes of music. As your eyes adjust to the full grey daylight, your ears begin to disentangle the soundscape. It is not noise, not in the modern sense of a chaotic, impersonal roar. It is a composition, each element distinct, each telling a story of activity. Close by, perhaps from the smithy at the crossroads, comes the clear, ringing percussion of hammer on iron, a bright metallic asterisk, clang asterisk, followed by a softer, sizzling sigh as hot metal meets water. It is a rhythm as reliable as a heartbeat. From a carpenter's shed, the slower, rhythmic asterisk, shush shush asterisk of a plane, or the rasp of a saw biting into oak. These are the sounds of things being made, not merely consumed. Then, the movement. The hollow asterisk, clop asterisk of a single horse's hooves on the packed earth of the lane, the jingle of its harness. From the high street, the deeper, groaning complaint of a laden wagon, its wooden axles screaming for grease, its wheels finding every rut and stone. These sounds speak of weight, of distance, of goods in motion. Human voices weave through it all. Not the constant babble of a crowd, but individual threads. A woman calls to a child across a garden plot. Two men, meeting by the pump, exchange a few low words about the weather, their voices carrying the local inflection, flattened vowels and clipped consonants that mark them as from this village, this valley. A street cry pierces the air, a vendor of fresh eels or milk or sand for scrubbing, their call a practiced melodic declaration that cuts through the other sounds. You begin to walk and your movement becomes part of the pattern. Your footfalls are quiet on the earth, your presence known. You navigate not just by sight, but by subtle social radar. You see a neighbour approaching. As you draw near, your hand moves almost unconsciously to the brim of your hat, a brief touch, a minimal tilt of the head. He does the same. No words are necessary. This is the grammar of recognition, a small physical acknowledgement of shared space and community standing. To omit it is not rudeness, it is a statement, a withdrawal. For a woman, a slight dip of the chin, a meeting of eyes, perhaps a murmured good day suffices. Public space is not neutral. Men congregate in knots outside the smithy or the inn, discussing work and prices. Women move in a different orbit, meeting at the well, the bakehouse, the marketplace. Their conversations conducted while their hands are busy, their bodies in motion. A stranger is an event. You notice him immediately. The cut of his coat, the wear on his boots, the direction of his gaze. Is he a peddler, a travelling labourer, a gentleman's agent? Curiosity and caution mix. You might nod, but the nod is shallower, the assessment quicker. Information about strangers is a valuable commodity to be shared and discussed later. In a world where few travel far, every new face is a potential story, a bearer of news or a threat. Your path takes you toward the centre of things, perhaps to the village green or the town square. This open space is the stage for the community's economic and social life. Here, if it is a market day, the soundscape shifts dramatically. The air thrums with a higher pitch. The lowing of cattle penned for sale, the bleating of sheep, the cluck and squawk of poultry in wicker cages. Voices rise in negotiation, not in anger, but in the practiced rhythmic dance of bargaining. The cobbles are slick with mud and less savoury things. You move through a maze of stalls, piles of turnips and cabbages, slabs of butter on green leaves, wheels of cheese, bolts of woolen cloth, used tools and pots mended with lead. This marketplace is more than a shop. It is a nervous system. Here, a farmer learns the price of wool in London, relayed from a dealer who heard it from a waggoner. Here, news of a ship lost off Portsmouth is passed from a carter to a butcher to a housewife, growing and shifting with each telling. A posted notice on the market cross might announce a new tax or a wanted criminal, its words slowly spelled out by the few who are literate for the benefit of the many who are not. The square is a live information exchange, where gossip and gospel, price lists and proclamations are all traded with equal seriousness. This movement of people and goods is being slowly, painfully eased. Across the country, turnpike trusts are taking stretches of ruinous track and laying down gravel, draining bogs, building bridges. The improved road means the wagon from the market town arrives more reliably, bringing newsprint, cheaper salt, perhaps even oranges or tea for the wealthy household. It means your own produce can reach a wider market. But it also means more strangers, more change, a faster, if still glacial, pace of connection. The world is incrementally, inexorably becoming larger than your parish. You finish your errand, perhaps having left a tool for mending or purchased a lump of salt wrapped in paper. As you turn for home, the sounds begin to layer behind you, receding into the general hum of the day. You carry with you the scent of the market on your clothes, the feel of a coin spent or gained in your palm, the echo of a neighbour's worried remark about the damp spring. You've not just been outside, you've been immersed in the living, breathing organism of your community. You've absorbed its rhythms through your skin, your lungs, your ears. The walk back is quieter. The private world of your household and its immediate tasks beckons. but you return changed, subtly infused with the pulse of the wider world. You're no longer just a body in a room. You're a point in a network, a note in the day's symphony, your small life given context and meaning by the 100 other small lives moving in concert around you. The door to your home awaits, a portal back into the intimate sphere of fire and family. But for a moment, you pause on the threshold, 1 foot in the public world of sound and smell, 1 foot in the private world of duty and warmth. Then you step inside, carrying the outside in with you, in the mud on your boots, the market news in your head, the cool morning air still lingering in the fibres of your wool coat. The day outside continues its noisy, fragrant, relentless life. Your part in it for now moves to a different, quieter stage. The threshold of your home is not a boundary between work and rest. It is merely a change of stage. The fire is lit, the body is fed, the outside world has been sampled. Now, the central performance of the day begins, and its script is written entirely in labour. There is no announcement, no shifting of mental gears. You simply turn from one task toward the next, because in this world to be still is to be in deficit. The work finds you. It is the air you breathe, the rhythm of your heart. If your world is the land, your day now unfolds under the immense, patient gaze of the fields. You take up your tools. The feel of them is familiar, an extension of your own bones and sinew. The hoe, its ash handle worn smooth and dark from the grip of your palms and your father's before you. Its iron head is heavy, a deliberate weight designed to bite into the soil, not to skim it. You swing it and the motion comes from your whole body, a pivot of the hips, a transfer of weight from back foot to front, a soft grunt of effort as the blade chops into the earth. The soil parts with a damp, tearing sound. It smells rich and cold. Your back already knows the dull ache that will settle there by noon, a familiar companion. You work rarely in solitude. In the next strip, a neighbour moves in a parallel rhythm. Further down, your own sons or hired hands are clearing stones or mending a hedge. There is little talk. Conversation wastes breath. Instead, you communicate through the shared tempo of work, a silent synchronicity. A glance toward the western sky might be enough to signal a worry about afternoon rain. The work is a collaborative dance with both the people and the land. You're not conquering the field. You're negotiating with it, persuading it to yield. Every action is a question posed to the soil, the weather, the seeds. The answer will not come for months. Your faith is in the repetition, in the sheer physical logic of clearing, turning, planting. The sky is your only true clock, and your body its interpreter. The sun's climb marks the morning's passage not in hours, but in the growing patch of sweat between your shoulder blades, in the slow dehydration that makes your tongue cling to the roof of your mouth, in the shadow shortening beneath the lone oak at the field's edge. You measure progress in rows hoed, in stones cleared from a cart, in the portion of a task visibly completed. Time is not abstract. It is the growing pile of weeds, the diminishing heap of manure to be spread. You stop not when a bell rings, but when your body's signals become too insistent to ignore. A cramp in the side, a tremor of fatigue in the thighs, or the sun reaching its zenith, marking a natural physiological interlude. If your world is the town, your stage is a workshop, a space dense with the scent of your trade. For the carpenter, it is the sweet, resinous smell of fresh sawn oak and the dry dust of elm. Your hands run over planks, reading the grain like a map, your thumb finding a knot, a soft spot. The saw's teeth catch, the sound a steady, breathy rasp. For the blacksmith, the world is heat and raw and sudden, shocking temperature. The furnace breathes like a dragon. You lift a glowing iron bar with tongs, the heat blasting your face, and place it on the anvil. The hammer blow is not an arm's movement, but a full-body commitment, a channeling of weight and momentum into a precise ringing point. The shock travels up your arm into your shoulder. The metal yields, flattens, curls. You learn to read the colour of the heat, cherry red for bending, bright yellow for welding. The skill is in your eyes, in your wrists, in the accumulated memory of 1,000 such blows. It lives in the body, not the mind. Here time is measured in mastery, and mastery is a slow, often harsh accumulation. If you are the master, your eyes are constantly on the apprentice boy, perhaps 12 years old, sweeping filings or pumping the bellows. His mistakes are met with a sharp word, a clip round the ear, not from cruelty, but from the urgent economy of materials and reputation. A spoiled piece of iron is a loss. A poorly joined hinge is a disgrace. You teach by doing, by letting him watch, by handing him the file for the simple repetitive work that will, over years, train his hands to feel what is right. His labour is cheap. His education is his wage. There is a pride here, a quiet satisfaction when a well-made hinge swings true or a joint fits without gap. It is a pride in utility, in making something that will outlast you, that bears the invisible signature of your skill. Your name may not be on it, but your judgment, your strength, your patience are baked into its form. But this narrative of fields and forges is only half the story, and arguably the more visible half. While you swing the hoe or the hammer, another kind of work turns ceaselessly within the home, a work without a clear beginning or end. The woman's labour is a Mobius strip of necessity. From the moment the breakfast bowl is rinsed, her day fractures into a dozen simultaneous threads. She must mix tomorrow's bread, the sourdough starter bubbling in its crock. She must stir the laundry copper, the steam wreathing her face, her arms plunging into the scalding water to agitate the heavy, sodden woolens. She must feed the chickens, scattering grain from her apron, collecting warm eggs with careful fingers. A child cries. She hoists it onto her hip without breaking the rhythm of stirring the pot over the fire. A thin soup that must simmer for hours. Her work is interstitial. She mends a shirt while listening for the pot to boil. She churns butter in a rhythmic, thumping cadence while keeping an eye on toddlers playing near the hearth. She spins wool into yarn, the wheels hum a constant backdrop, her foot working the treadle, her fingers drawing out the thread with an automatic, precise tension. This is not a series of jobs. It is a continuous state of being, a perpetual readiness to meet the next small, critical demand. Her productivity is invisible in ledgers. It is measured in the family's continued coherence, in clothed bodies, in fed mouths, in a floor swept clean of the dirt that will be tracked in again before sunset. Her hands are never empty. Even in the rare moment of sitting, they are shelling peas, knitting stockings, peeling rushes for candle wicks. Rest is not the opposite of work. It is a different configuration of it. And into this stream of labour, the children are inducted almost as soon as they can walk. A child of 5 is given a small basket and sent to collect eggs, their small hands careful around the fragile shells. A child of 7 carries a smaller yoke with tiny buckets of water from the well, learning the weight and the cost of spillage. They are sent to scare crows from the newly sown field. Their shouts and waving arms are human scarecrow. They mind younger siblings, rocking a cradle with a foot, their own play subsumed into duty. There is no concept of childhood as a protected realm of innocence and play. Childhood is apprenticeship for life. Their play, when it happens, mimics the work around them, stacking stones, pushing toy carts, playing at keeping house. They learn by absorption, by imitation, by the sharp, quick correction that follows a mistake. Their value is their growing usefulness. Their education is in the callus forming on a palm, in the knowledge of which herbs the cow will eat, in the ability to read the mood of an adult from a single glance. So the day's rhythm is not a single beat. It is a complex polyphony. The deep, slow beat of the field labour, the sharper percussive rhythm of the workshop, the endless looping melody of domestic maintenance, and the high, tentative notes of children's contributing tasks, slowly tuning themselves to the adult scale. All of it is bound together by a shared understanding. Idleness is a moral failing, but exhaustion is a natural state. You work until the light fails or your body insists. You stop not because the work is finished, it is never finished, but because the conditions for continuing have expired. The light fades, the cold returns, the body's reserves are spent. Then, and only then, does the rhythm slow, the tools are set down, and the household begins its slow collective turn inward again, from the outward labour of sustaining life toward the inward labour of sustaining the spirit and preparing to do it all again. The transition is seamless. The work does not end, it merely changes its costume. The sun finally achieves its zenith, a white coin fixed in the sky's dome. Its light is no longer the slanted, gentle gold of morning, but a direct, pressing weight. This is the signal your body has been awaiting. The ache in your muscles, the hollow deepening in your stomach, the dry parchment of your throat, all coalesce into a single, undeniable command. Cease. You do not stop because the work is done. You stop because the engine demands fuel, and the fuel must now be attended to. The tools are laid down, not with a clatter, but with a soft final thud on the earth or the workbench. You straighten, and the stiffness in your back unfolds in a series of small, painful cracks. You wipe your forehead with the back of a gritty hand, leaving a smear of dirt and sweat. The walk back to the house is slower than the morning's purposeful stride. It is a trudging return, a gravitational pull toward the hearth and the promise of the pot that has been simmering there for hours. Inside, the air is thick and humid, laden with a rich, savoury scent that makes your stomach clench in anticipation. The central pot hangs over the fire, its contents bubbling with a lazy, viscous rhythm. This is the main meal, dinner, taken in the middle of the day when the light is strongest and the body's need is greatest. What is in the pot is a testament to planning, preservation, and seasonal chance. It's likely a soup or a stew, a thick broth stretching a few precious ingredients across many mouths. Chopped turnips and carrots, their sweetness deepened by long cooking. Perhaps a handful of dried peas or beans, soaked since last night, now soft and mealy. The liquid is water, perhaps enriched with a scrap of bone or the lingering flavour of a ham hock used weeks ago and saved for this purpose. The star, if there is one, is meat, but meat is not a daily guest. It is a carefully rationed visitor. A few cubes of salt pork, hard as wood when they went into the pot, now rendered into soft, salty nuggets that burst with fat, or a tough old chicken, its stringy flesh offering more flavour than substance. The meat is not the point, its essence is. It seasons the entire pot, imparting a deep umami richness that transforms vegetable water into nourishment. The true bulk, the thing that will truly fill the void, is the bread. Another slab of the dense, dark loaf is torn and set beside your bowl. It will be used as a spoon, a sopper, a filler. The family gathers. This is one of the few times in the day when all are in one place. Their separate orbits, field, workshop, garden, yard, converging at the hearth. The bowls are filled from the large pot, a careful ladling that judges appetite and contribution. You sit where you can, on stools, on the step, on the floor with your back against the wall. There is a momentary, collective pause, a silent acknowledgement of the providence of food. Then the eating begins. This is when speech returns. The morning silence, born of concentration and distance, melts in the face of shared sustenance. The talk is practical, grounded. A son mentions a fence post that is rotten. The master carpenter grumbles about the price of good nails from the merchant. Your wife speaks of a neighbour who is ill and the need to take some broth to her later. Plans are laid for the afternoon's work. News gathered at the market pump is repeated and dissected. It is not idle chatter. It is the necessary coordination of a small enterprise, the passing of vital intelligence. The shared meal lubricates this exchange. It is a social ritual woven into the fabric of survival. For a brief span, you are not just labourers, but a council, a unit. The food is consumed with a focused energy. You dip the hard bread into the stew, letting it soften and absorb the salty broth. You sip from a shared cup of small beer or cider. The flavours are simple, earthy, profound in their directness. There is no subtlety, only satisfaction. The hot liquid spreads warmth through your core. The starches and fibres begin their work of rebuilding what the morning has torn down. You eat until the hollow feeling is replaced by a solid, heavy fullness. The bowl is cleaned meticulously with the last crust. When the last drop is gone, the interlude is not one of lounging. There is no concept of a lunch hour. The pause is physiological, a required processing period. You might move outside, seeking a patch of shade against a wall or beneath a tree. You sit, your back against sun-warmed stone or rough bark. You close your eyes for a moment. The sounds of the world soften, filtered through a haze of fatigue and repletion. This is not leisure. It is a bodily recalibration. The food is a weight in your stomach, and you must allow the body's energy to shift from the frantic expenditure of labour to the slow, deliberate work of digestion. Your muscles sing with a dull thrum of exertion. Your mind, freed from the immediate demands of the task, drifts in a shallow, thoughtless pool. You might hear bees in the clover, the distant cry of a hawk. For these few stolen minutes, you are a body at rest, not a tool in motion. This meal, this moment, is not constant. Its nature shifts with the turning year and the accident of geography. In a good season, the stew might hold fresh greens, an early potato. In winter, it is a thinner affair based on stored roots and dried legumes, the flavour relying more heavily on the salt meat. In the south, wheat bread might be more common. In the north, oats and barley dominate. And a new, strange tuber is beginning to make its way from botanical gardens into the fields of the poor. The potato. Hardy, productive and filling, it is slowly being recognised not as a curiosity, but as a lifeline, a dense package of calories that can grow where grain struggles. For some, it is becoming the central starch, the thing that fills the bowl and keeps the hunger at bay through the long, dark months. But in your now, it is still a novelty for many, its potential not yet fully trusted. A fly buzzes near your ear. The shade has shifted. The heaviness in your limbs is still present, but the sharp edge of fatigue has been blunted. The deepest void within you has been filled. You open your eyes. The sun has moved perceptibly on its arc. The rest period is over. It was never meant to be a reprieve, only a recalibration. You push yourself up from the ground, your joints protesting the return to service. There is no fanfare, no reluctance. The rhythm reasserts itself. The bowls need rinsing. The fire needs a log. The afternoon's tasks, different perhaps from the morning's, but no less demanding, are waiting. You step back into the light, the taste of salt and onion still on your tongue, the memory of the brief, seated silence already fading into the imperative of the next chore. The pause has done its job. You're refueled, realigned, and ready to be consumed once more by the slow, patient, hungry work of the day. The solidity of the meal sits within you, a ballast against the afternoon's demands. The rest against the wall was not a true cessation, only a gathering of resources. Now you rise, and the nature of the work shifts. The morning's expansive, repetitive labour, the endless hoeing, the rhythmic hammering, gives way to tasks of repair, preparation and meticulous care. The energy you expended in creation must now be channelled into preservation. If you're on the land, the broad strokes of the field are done. Now comes the close work. You mend the gap in the sheepfold wherever EP pushed through, your hands weaving withy through the weathered hurdles. You clean and oil your tools, rubbing the hoe blade with a greasy rag to ward off the rust that is a constant creeping enemy. You inspect the thatch on the barn for signs of rot or bird damage, your fingers probing the dry straw. This labour is quieter, more thoughtful. It is a conversation with what you already own, a protective gesture against the entropy that threatens to undo all your efforts. The afternoon sun feels different now, less like an adversary and more like a companion, illuminating the details of your stewardship. Within the home, the woman's work undergoes a similar transformation. The furious, steam-filled labour of washing or baking is complete. Now she turns to the mending. A basket of worn garments sits at her feet. Her needle, worn smooth at the eye, flashes in the light from the window as she reinforces a seam in a shirt. Her stitch is small and even, a practiced geometry of thrift. She might begin the slow preparation for the evening's sparse meal, shelling the last of the peas, chopping an onion, setting a pot of water to warm. This is work of the hands that allows the mind a different kind of space. It is in this space that the other textures of the day, the ones not made of wool or wood, begin to surface. Faith here is not confined to a Sunday sermon. It is the very thread with which daily life is woven. You hear it in the language, in the turns of the phrase that come unbidden to the lips. A near mishap with a falling ladder is met not just with a startled gasp, but with a muttered "Lord preserve us." A child's recovery from a fever is attributed to God's mercy. Plans are spoken of with the caveat, God willing. This is not necessarily deep piety in every utterance. It is the linguistic currency of a world that acknowledges a higher, often inscrutable, authority. The line between divine providence and sheer luck is finely drawn, and most people choose not to examine it too closely. This faith finds its strictest expression in the observance of the Sabbath. Sunday is a different country. Work ceases, not from leisure, but from commandment. The fire is banked, the tools are stilled. The walk to church is a weekly reaffirmation of community, a public performance of belief where social standing and spiritual standing are displayed in equal measure. The sermon is long, a torrent of warnings and promises that washes over you, its Old Testament fire and New Testament mercy blending into a familiar moral landscape. You sit on hard pews, your body aching for movement, your mind drifting to the fields, but the discipline of the hour holds you. This weekly pause is non-negotiable, a rigid punctuation in the run-on sentence of labour. Alongside this formal religion exists a parallel world of belief, older and more visceral. A hare crossing your path might be considered an ill omen. A piece of rowan wood is nailed above the door to ward off witches. A worn, smooth stone carried in a pocket is a charm against rheumatism. These superstitions are not seen as contradicting church doctrine. They are a practical supplement, a folk wisdom addressing the specific daily fears that the grand narratives of Scripture sometimes overlook. Faith, in this world, is a layered thing, an official doctrine from the pulpit, a personal lexicon in speech, and a set of silent, superstitious protocols for navigating life's smaller dangers. As your hands are busy with repair, or your needle dips and rises, information flows into this mental space. The afternoon is a prime time for its digestion. The news of the day, gathered at the well or the market, is now turned over, examined. The rumour about the squire's financial troubles, the story from a carter about a highwayman stopped near the next county, the worrying talk of poor grain prices after a wet harvest. This information is passed in fragments over garden walls, across the workbench. It is weighed not for objective truth, but for source reliability and personal relevance. A tale told by the steady blacksmith carries more weight than one from the known gossip. Long-distance news arrives on foot or hoof. A travelling peddler unpacking his wares is a fountain of stories from 20 miles away. A relative visiting from a nearby town brings word of births, deaths and marriages. For the literate few, a cherished letter might be produced and read aloud, its contents becoming communal property, its phrases discussed and debated. And increasingly there is the printed word. A single, crudely printed ballad, bought for a penny, might be passed from hand to hand. Its sensational tale of a murder or a shipwreck is sung or recited, the words and melody fixing the event in communal memory more effectively than any dry report. A week-old newspaper, if it finds its way into the village, is a major event, its contents dissected and argued over for days, its accounts of parliamentary debates or foreign wars feeling both vitally important and strangely abstract against the immediacy of your own leaking roof or ailing cow. This is the mental atmosphere in which new winds are beginning to stir. From the fields and the mines and the growing industrial towns, a different kind of religious fervour is rising, one that speaks directly to the daily struggles of people like you. The preaching of John Wesley and his followers bypasses the formal, often remote parish church. It meets people where they are, in fields, in barns, on hillsides. Its message is not one of social deference, but of personal salvation, of a faith felt in the heart rather than observed through ritual. This evangelical revival injects a new moral intensity into everyday life. It questions old habits like drunkenness and profanity. It emphasises personal discipline, hard work and literacy as pathways to God. For some, it offers a profound sense of worth and community outside the traditional hierarchies. For others, it feels like a new and uncomfortable scrutiny of their private lives. Its influence is seeping into the fabric of society, adding another, more urgent layer to the already complex calculus of how one ought to live, work, and speak. The sun begins its long sloping descent toward the western rim of the world. The light turns golden, then mellows into a rich, honeyed amber. The shadows of the tools against the shed wall stretch out, becoming long, thin ghosts of their daytime selves. The repair is finished. The last stitch is knotted. The pot for the evening sits ready by the hearth. The information has been shared, the fears and hopes of the community quietly redistributed. The spiritual and the practical have once again intertwined, as they do every day in the quiet, ongoing business of living. You pause, looking at the lengthening shadows. The frantic, expansive energy of the morning is gone, replaced by a sense of closure, of things put in order, of small battles against decay momentarily won. The afternoon's orbit is completing its arc. The world is softening at the edges, preparing not for an end, but for another transformation. The interior world of the home, of family, of firelight and dwindling conversation now exerts its pull. You take one last look at the mended fence, the cleaned tool, the quieting yard. Then you turn your back on the fading day and step once more across your threshold, carrying with you the dust of the afternoon, the echo of a neighbour's worried question, and the quiet, persistent hum of a faith that asks not just for Sunday observance, but for a reckoning of every mundane hour. The western sky holds the sun for a final lingering moment, a molten gold bleeding into orange and then a deep bruised purple. The quality of the light is no longer something that illuminates work. It now paints the world in farewell colours. Your walk back from the final task, from shutting the henhouse door or putting the last tool in the shed, is a different kind of movement. The morning's purposeful stride, the afternoon's dogged persistence have evaporated. Your steps are slower, measured not by urgency but by the sheer weight of accumulated hours. Each footfall is a conscious decision. Your muscles protest not with sharp pain, but with a deep, resonant ache that feels less like an injury and more like a permanent condition of your being. You see the light lying in long, distorted slabs across the path, the shadows of trees stretching like dark fingers toward the east, reaching for a night that has not yet arrived. The air cools rapidly, the day's warmth fleeing upward, leaving a damp, earthy chill in its wake. You pull your coat tighter. This journey is not a commute. It is a retreat, a bodily and mental withdrawal from the realm of production to the realm of sustenance and, eventually, surrender. You push open your door and the world contracts. The vast, cooling sky is replaced by a low ceiling. The fading twilight is exchanged for a deeper, more intimate darkness. The room is not pitch black. The last of the sunset bleeds weakly through the small window, outlining the hearth, the table, a chair. But it is a sightless, formless grey. The need for light is now not for work, but for existence itself. You move to the hearth, where the fire has been banked to a low, red mound of embers. With a piece of dry wood you coax a flame back to life. It is a smaller, more domestic fire than the cooking blaze of midday. Then you reach for the candle. It sits in a simple holder, perhaps of tin or wood. The candle itself is a column of tallow rendered from animal fat, or if you're slightly better off, of beeswax. It is a stored piece of the sun, A reservoir of light purchased with labour. To light it is a significant act. You touch the wick to the fire, and it catches with a soft sucking sound. A small defiant flame springs up, wavering for a moment before steadying. You place it on the table. The light it gives is not illumination. It is a declaration against the dark. It creates a tiny, fragile kingdom of visibility, perhaps 3 feet in radius. Beyond that pool, the room falls away into deep, velvety shadow. The flame is alive. It breathes, flickering with every faint draught, making the shadows on the wall and ceiling shudder and leap. Faces across the table are transformed. The planes of a cheek, the hollow of an eye, are sculpted anew by this unstable, dancing light. Familiar features become mysterious, softened, or grotesquely exaggerated. This light does not reveal, it interprets. It turns your home into a cave of shifting forms, where a hanging coat can become a lurking figure, and a chairback can morph into a silent watcher. Within this small, animate circle of yellow light, the final work of the day begins. It is work of the hands, work that requires little light but immense patience. The woman brings the spinning wheel close. The rhythmic asterisk, whir asterisk, and asterisk, clack. Asterisk of the mechanism fills the quiet. Her foot works the treadle. Her fingers, almost invisible in the dimness beyond the candle's direct glow, draw out the wool into a continuous thread with a touch so practiced it needs no visual guidance. She can feel the thickness, the consistency in her fingertips. A man might work at whittling a replacement handle for a tool, his knife scraping softly, the pale wood curls collecting in his lap. Another might be repairing a fishing net, his fingers tying knots by memory and feel. This is not labour for an external master or for the market. This is labour for the household's own continuity, a slow, quiet investment in tomorrow's needs. The conversation is sparse, muted. Words are softened by fatigue and by the intimate darkness that seems to demand lower tones. The flickering light encourages a kind of internal focus. You watch the flames, your hands moving automatically, your thoughts loosening from the strict tracks of the day's tasks. This gathering of dim light and low sound shapes the very nature of family and community. There is no option for solitary dispersal. You are drawn into the shared pool of light and warmth, physically close, your world reduced to the faces you can see, the voices you can hear. This enforced proximity breeds a certain kind of intimacy, a familiarity born of shared vulnerability to the encompassing dark. Stories are told here, not the news of the day, but older stories, folk tales, family lore, repeated so often they become incantations. Songs are hummed. Silences are comfortable, filled only by the crackle of the fire and the scratch of a tool. The night is not a time of day. It is a sensory condition, a state of being defined by this contraction of space and expansion of shadow. Eventually the stomach, never fully silent, makes a quiet, persistent reminder. The evening meal is not an event, it is an aftershock of dinner. What remains from the midday pot is reheated over the small fire. It is thinner now, the flavours melded and muted. More bread is broken, a bit of cheese perhaps, if you have it, a raw onion. It is eaten without ceremony, often from the same bowl used at noon, now wiped but not washed. This is not about pleasure or socialising. It is a final fueling, a way to stoke the body's internal furnace against the long, cold hours of sleep ahead. It is a practical, frugal closing of the nutritional account for the day. When the last crumb is gone, the candle's life becomes the primary measure of the evening. You watch it burn down. The molten tallow pools in the holder, the wick grows longer, a black curling thread, and the flame sometimes gutters, sending a frantic pulse of shadows racing across the walls. The decision to light a second candle is a serious one, an extravagance reserved for true necessity or a special occasion. Usually you make do. As the flame sinks lower, the circle of light shrinks. Activities cease. The spinning wheel falls silent. The whittling knife is set aside. You begin to prepare for bed in the deepening gloom, guided more by memory and touch than by sight. The fire is carefully banked once more, ashes raked over the embers to preserve their life until morning. The precious candle is finally extinguished, not blown out with a breath that might scatter sparks, but pinched gently between wetted fingers, producing a brief, sharp hiss and a wisp of acrid smoke. The darkness that follows is absolute and profound. It is a physical presence. You stand still for a moment, letting your eyes adjust, but there is nothing to adjust to. The night inside is thicker than the night outside, where at least a few stars might glitter. Here, you're blind. You navigate your way to the bed by knowing the number of paces from hearth to chest, from chest to bedside. You undress by feel, folding your outer layers over the stool. The cold of the room, held at bay by the fire and the candle's tiny sun, now rushes in. You slide under the blankets, seeking the fading warmth left by the others already abed. Their bodies are familiar landmarks in the dark. You lie still, listening to the house settle into its nighttime rhythms, the pop of cooling timber, the sigh of the wind. The day, which began with the gentle pressure of light through glass, ends with the total, consummate victory of the dark. And in that dark the family draws together, a cluster of warmth and breath in a vast, silent universe, bound by the shared memory of the small, wavering flame and by the shared expectation of its return, not for many long hours with the slow, patient seep of another dawn. The darkness is not an empty void. It is a substance, a thick velvet that fills the room from floor to rafters, pressing gently against your skin. In its absolute reign, the last small fire in the hearth becomes not just a source of warmth, but a gravitational centre. You're pulled toward it, you and every other member of the household drawn into its narrow corona of light and heat. Chairs scrape closer, bodies settle on the floor, leaning against the stone hearths around. The world shrinks to this island. Beyond the fire's reach, the room ceases to exist. It is merely a conjecture, a memory of shapes swallowed by the black. Within this intimate circle, faces are carved anew by the unstable light. A nose casts a long, wavering shadow. Eyes become pools of darkness that glitter with reflected flame. The familiar is made strange, and the strange feels familiar. This is the arena for the oldest human technology, the spoken word. The tools of the day are set aside. Now the tool is the voice, and its product is connection, memory, and the shaping of a shared world. Someone begins. It might be the oldest among you, their voice a dry rustle like leaves, or a parent with a talent for pacing. The story is rarely new. It is a return, a tale of the local bogle said to haunt the old oak at the crossroads, a warning to children not to wander after dark, a recounting of the great storm of 55, the year the river rose and took the lower meadow, the details polished smooth by countless tellings. A funny, slightly scandalous story about the miller's grandfather and a wayward pig. The facts are not the point. The rhythm is. The rise and fall of the voice. The pauses for effect. The faces leaning in. This is how history lives here. Not in books, but in the breath and memory of the community. The teller might alter a detail, add a flourish, responding to the quiet attention of the listeners. The story belongs to everyone and to no one. It is a collective possession, strengthened by each repetition. Into this space, another voice might blend, not speaking but singing. It starts as a hum, a low tune absent-mindedly pulled from the depths of fatigue. It is a harvesting song, its rhythm the slow swing of a scythe. Or a spinning song, its melody circular and repetitive, matching the turn of the wheel. Someone else knows the words and joins in softly. The song is simple, its scale narrow, born for untrained voices in small rooms. It speaks of love lost, of sailors far away, of the greenwood and the constant turning of the seasons. If you are fortunate, someone might fetch a fiddle from its corner. The sound it makes in the low-ceilinged room is not the bright cry of a concert hall. but something older, grainier, a sound that seems to vibrate in the chest. The tunes are reels and jigs, but played slowly, mournfully, their energy sublimated into a sweet, lingering sadness that suits the contemplative dark. This music is not performance, it is participation. It is a thread that ties the day's labour to the night's rest, transforming the ache of work into something communal and strangely beautiful. As the last note fades, the silence it leaves behind feels deeper. Your gaze is drawn past the firelit faces into the perfect blackness that surrounds your little island. This is when you feel the true texture of the dark. It is not passive. It is a presence. In the countryside, it is a colossal living thing. You hear it in the call of an owl, a sudden, shivering cry that seems to confirm the dark's intelligence. You imagine it in the rustle outside the window, a fox, a badger, or something less nameable. Old fears, older than Christianity, stir. Tales of shapeshifters and will-o'-the-wisps that lead travellers to their doom in the marshes feel less like stories and more like possibilities just beyond the thin barrier of your wall. The dark is the domain of the unknown, of beasts both real and imagined. It presses against the small, fragile defiance of your hearthlight, a reminder of how vast and untamed the world remains just beyond your door. Yet this same darkness forges a powerful intimacy. Huddled close for light and warmth, you're also huddled close for safety. The touch of a shoulder against yours, the sound of a child's steady breathing from the corner bed. These are affirmations in the void. The dark strips away pretense. Voices are softer. Confidences might be whispered that would never survive the scrutiny of daylight. In the shared vulnerability to the night, a different kind of bond is reinforced. The family, the household, becomes a singular organism in the face of the outer blackness. The fire begins to fail. The stories are spent. The songs have drifted into silence. Now comes the quiet, practical ritual of closing the day. You rise, your body stiff from sitting. You take the candle, its flame trembling, and make a final circuit. You check the door, not with a modern lock, but with a wooden bar slid into iron brackets, a solid asterisk thunk asterisk that echoes in the quiet. You might step briefly into the yard, the cold a shocking slap, to listen to the animals in the byre to ensure the gate is fast. The stars overhead are a breathtaking, icy multitude, a sharp reminder of the scale of the darkness your little home holds at bay. Back inside, you perform the minimal ablutions. A splash of water from the covered pail onto your face and hands, the shock of the cold chasing the last ghosts of sleepiness. A coarse linen cloth to dry. The water is not for cleansing in a modern sense. It is a ritual of separation, a symbolic washing away of the day's grime before entering the sacred, vulnerable state of sleep. Throughout this, the old ways of the spoken word are beginning to share their territory with a new, silent authority. A printed ballad sheet bought for a penny might be tucked on a shelf. Its words, frozen in ink, offer a different kind of truth. Permanent, unchanging. A Bible, if you own one, is the ultimate printed authority. For the growing number who are learning their letters, these objects hold a mystic power. They represent a truth that does not rely on memory or the whims of a storyteller. Yet, for now, the two worlds coexist. The printed tale is often absorbed back into the oral tradition, read aloud, memorized, sung, and in the process changed once more. The night is still primarily a realm of sound and shadow, of the human voice raised against the silence, not of the solitary eye scanning a page. As you finally blow out the candle and surrender to the bed, the dark completes its conquest. It is total. In this engulfing blackness, the stories you heard, the melodies that hung in the air, they take on a new life. They replay in your mind, blending with the worries of the day and the fleeting, vivid images of dreams. The night of the 18th century is not a blank space between days. It is a fertile ground for the mind, a theatre for the communal and the internal, shaped equally by the crackle of the last ember. the echo of a familiar tale, and the immense silent pressure of the star-dusted dark that holds you and all your fragile light in its ancient, patient hands. The absolute dark is your final companion. It is a presence so complete it feels less like an absence of light and more like a soft, heavy blanket laid over your senses. You move through it by memory alone, your hands finding the edge of the bed, the familiar dip in the mattress. The cold that has seeped back into the room now makes the bedclothes feel damp and unwelcoming. You slide beneath the layers, a slow submersion into a chilled linen sea. The rough texture of the sheets, so familiar to your daytime skin, now feels foreign against your night-cooled limbs. You shiver, drawing your knees up, waiting for the trapped warmth of your own body to begin its slow work. Then, the others. A spouse turns over, their back a radiating line of heat against yours. A child sighs in sleep and scoots closer. This is the true economy of the night. The shared breath, the mingled warmth, the unconscious negotiation for space and covers. The solitude of the modern sleeper is a luxury you cannot conceive of. This closeness is not romantic. It is practical, biological. It is the difference between shivering through the night and finding a fragile collective equilibrium against the cold. Your body slowly relaxes, muscle by weary muscle, into the familiar hollows of the straw tick, the scratch of a stray feather, a minor punctuation in the gradual surrender to horizontal stillness. Now, in the absolute black, your hearing expands to fill the void. Sight is useless, so sound becomes your landscape. The house itself is speaking. A timber, cooling further, groans as if in pain, a long, low sound that seems to come from the very bones of the building. The wind, which you barely noticed by day, now has a voice. It fingers the thatch. It whistles thinly through a crack in the window frame. It moans in the chimney. Outside, the world is alive with its own night business. An owl calls, two clear, mournful notes that hang in the frozen air before fading. A fox barks, a sharp coughing sound that is all business. Further off, a dog answers from a distant farm. These are the clocks of the dark, marking a time that has nothing to do with ours. Inside your own shared space, the sounds are softer, more rhythmic. The steady, shallow breathing of the child, the deeper, sometimes snoring, breath of your spouse. The rustle of someone turning over, the straw beneath them whispering a secret. Your own heartbeat, loud in your ears. These sounds are your anchor. They map the safe, known world in the darkness. Any break in the pattern, a sudden silence in a child's breathing, a sharp intake of breath, an unfamiliar creak from the wrong part of the room would snap you to full alertness. You sleep with one ear tuned to this soundscape, a gentle vigilance woven into the fabric of rest. When sleep does come, it is not a plunge into oblivion, it is a drifting. The boundaries between the day's residue and the mind's invention soften and blur. Your dreams, scholars suggest, are rarely fantastical escapes. They are extensions of your waking life, rendered in the strange logic of the subconscious. You dream of walking a familiar path, but the ruts are deeper, the mud sucking at your boots. You dream of the spinning wheel, but the thread turns to smoke in your hands. You see the faces of neighbours, but they speak in riddles or warnings. Religious imagery, soaked into your daily speech, surfaces in vivid fragments. A glowing cross in the woods, a sermon about wolves that suddenly feels personal and terrifying. These dreams are not analysed. They are experienced as visitations, as parables, or as mere noise from a tired brain. You might speak of them in the morning, not to find meaning, but to share a curiosity, a strange echo of the day that visited you in the night. The night's journey is rarely unbroken. It is common, expected even, to swim back up to consciousness in the deep, silent hours after midnight. This is not insomnia. It is simply a pause in the cycle, a feature of a sleep pattern shaped by natural darkness and the body's own rhythms. You lie awake in the perfect black. The fire is a faint red eye in the hearth. The household breathes around you. This waking interval is a space unto itself, unclaimed by the demands of day or the oblivion of deep sleep. It is a time for thought that feels different from daytime thinking, slower, less linear. You might worry about the store of grain in the loft, or the payment owed to the blacksmith. You might offer a silent, fragmented prayer, the words forming without effort in the quiet dark. A couple might share a few whispered words, a touch, a moment of intimacy that belongs solely to this suspended hour, free from the scrutiny of daylight and the press of immediate chores. Then, as the chill begins to bite once more, you shift, pull the covers higher, and feel the gentle tug of the second sleep drawing you back down. This segmented rest is not a deprivation. It is the rhythm of a life lived in concert with the sun's absence. Your sleep, by modern standards, is shallow, fragile, and constantly negotiated with discomfort and the needs of others. The idea of waking fully refreshed, of springing from bed with vibrant energy, is not part of the expectation. You wake because you must, because the light is returning, or because the cold has become too sharp to ignore, not because you have completed a perfect cycle of rest. Rest is measured in sufficiency, not in quality. It is enough that you're able to rise and face the day's labour again. Dreams are the mind's digestion of that labour, the night's echoes of community and fear. The shared bed is a fortress against the cold. The waking intervals are pockets of private stillness in a life of public toil. As the first faint hint of grey begins, imperceptibly, to dilute the blackness at the window, you're already moving toward your next awakening, carrying the faint, fading impressions of the night stories. The owl's call, the warmth of a nearby back, the unsettling fragment of a dream about a forgotten task, into the gathering light of another day that demands, above all else, that you simply endure. And so the day, which began in a shiver of cold linen and the grey promise of dawn, now ebbs away into the same darkness from which it emerged. The final ember in the hearth winks out, surrendering its last crimson eye to the ash. The body beside you in the shared bed settles into a deeper, slower rhythm of breath. Your own muscles, aching in a dozen familiar places, have finally been granted their truce. The work is not finished, it is merely paused. The mended fence will weather, the woven cloth will wear, the stored grain will dwindle. Tomorrow's dawn will demand the same series of negotiations with cold, with hunger, with the stubbornness of wood and soil and thread. This is not a life of events, but of cycles. A vast, slow wheel of repetition where resilience is measured not in dramatic triumphs, but in the simple, staggering fact of continuance. You get up, you work, you eat, you sleep, and then you do it again. Your identity is not something you ponder. It is etched into your hands, into the set of your shoulders, into the automatic way you bank a fire or swing a hoe. You understand the world through its weight, its texture, its resistance. You know the price of things in effort, not in coin. Your philosophy is written in the wear on a wooden handle. Your theology in the gratitude for a past storm or a healthy child. This is a life built on the fragile daily cultivation of 100 small competences, a relentless practice that leaves no room for the question of purpose. The purpose is to meet the day, to endure it, and to be ready to meet the next. You lie in the dark on the very edge of sleep, and the entirety of your existence feels as solid and unchanging as the earth beneath the house. The rhythm of the seasons, the demands of the body, the social grammar of your village, these seem like eternal laws, but you're breathing the air of a precipice. Unbeknownst to you, in the clattering workshops of growing towns, a new rhythm is being forged, one of iron and steam that will soon compete with the rhythm of the sun. The cloth you wear, slowly and imperceptibly, may one day come not from a local sheep, but from cotton planted by enslaved hands across an ocean, spun on machines in a northern mill. The news that trickles into your market square will accelerate, carried on improved roads and in more numerous newspapers, pulling your local concerns into the vortex of national politics and global empire. The ideas simmering in coffee houses and dissenting chapels about liberty, rights and the authority of kings, are currents that will soon swell into a flood, washing away old certainties. The solid, repetitive world you inhabit is, in fact, a thin crust over seismic shifts. The simple act of your hand lighting a tallow candle is a gesture that belongs to an age already passing. The child sleeping beside you may live to see a world illuminated by gas, to hear the shriek of a steam whistle, to have the very patterns of their sleep and work dictated by a factory bell, not by the sun or their own fatigue. Your today in all its gritty, demanding tangibility is not the future. It is the foundation upon which a different, louder, faster world will be built. Your unrecorded endurance is the quiet prologue to a deafening revolution. So as you drift finally into the embrace of sleep, let this be the final thought. This day, woven from straw and wool, from salted meat and gruel, from calloused hands and whispered prayers, is history. Not the history of treaties and throne rooms, but the deep, vital history of lived experience. It is the story of how a world was sustained, breath by laborious breath, before the machines came and the maps were redrawn. It is a testament to a kind of strength that leaves no monument, a patience that has no echo. And when you, in your own time, wake to the instant light of a bulb, turn a tap for endless water, or feel the vibration of a phone with news from the other side of the planet, pause for just a moment. Remember the weight of a bucket of water. Remember the smell of a rushlight guttering in the draft. Remember the profound quiet of a world where the loudest sound after dark was the wind in the trees or a child's sigh. In that remembered fragility lies a certain kind of solidity. For history is not just a list of what changed. It is also the story of what was endured day after ordinary day by people who did not know they were making history at all. They were just making it through. And if, in listening to this, you felt the echo of a familiar name from an old family story, or if the landscape I described reminds you of a place you know, then that thread connects you directly to this vanished rhythm. The past is not a foreign country. It is the soil from which our own hurried present grew. So tell me, where are you listening from? What does the night look like outside your window tonight? In our world of constant light and connection, what does the dark mean to you now? Share it below. Let us for a moment bridge the centuries with our stories of the night. And as always, if you found a home in this quiet journey, that gentle nudge to subscribe is the kind of modern magic that ensures we can keep stepping back into the silence together. Sleep well. Hi guys. Tonight we step away from the glow of our screens into the absolute dark of a city under siege. Not a dark of peace, but a dark imposed by law. In 1917 London, the blackout is total. No street lamps, no neon signs, no welcoming shine from a neighbour's window. It's the kind of historical detail that feels dramatic in a film. But if you had to actually live through it, waking to a blindness so complete you couldn't see your own hand, you'd understand that the deepest challenge wasn't always the distant enemy. It was the relentless, quiet weight of the everyday, the cold you couldn't escape, the hunger that was never fully satisfied, the silence that was always listening for the sound of engines in the sky. You probably wouldn't last a week, not without learning a new kind of endurance. So, before you adjust to this profound dark, if these journeys into the lived past resonate with you, take a moment to like and subscribe. And while you're here, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? And what time is it for you right now? It's always fascinating to see where in the world this story finds a quiet moment. Now, let's let our own light fade and begin. The first thing you notice is not a thing at all. It is an absence so total it has a weight, a texture. This is not the soft dark of a room at night. This is a void, a blindness. You open your eyes and see exactly nothing. No faint shape of a window, no grey outline of furniture, no comforting red gleam of a clock. There is only a blackness so profound it feels like a substance, like oil pressing against your pupils. You blink and the nothingness remains. This is the blackout. It is not an atmospheric effect. It is the law. It is a city holding its breath. A million windows deliberately blinded, every crack and keyhole plugged, every sliver of light deemed a betrayal, a beacon for death from the sky. You lie perfectly still, and your hearing strains to fill the void. The house itself seems to be listening. You hear the slow, shallow pull of someone else's breath nearby, the faint rustle of bedding as a body turns in sleep. These sounds are intimate, magnified by the dark. Beyond them, there is a silence you have likely never known. No distant traffic, no electronic hum, not even the occasional clip-clop of a late horse on cobbles. The great machine of London has been switched off. The city is mute and sightless. You move a hand from beneath the covers, and the cold of the room kisses your skin immediately. You reach out, fingers probing the dark, finding the familiar landscape of the bedside table by touch alone. The wood grain, a small chip in the edge, the dry, dusty surface. Your hand closes around the matches. The strike when it comes is a shocking violence. A hiss. A flare of sulphur that stings your dark-adapted eyes. A brief, beautiful sun that reveals for a fleeting second the curve of a bowl, the corner of a frame, before it settles into the small, trembling globe of a candle flame. You shield it instinctively with your hand, not from the wind, but from the law. This tiny, fragile light is now a precious and dangerous commodity. It reveals your world in a pool of weak, amber flicker. The room is small, the ceiling low. The walls, once perhaps a cheerful wallpaper, are now just a pattern of shadows dancing over a faded, sombre background. The window is a solid block of black, framed by the heavy, funereal drape of the blackout curtain. You see the strips of brown paper pasted in a careful grid across the glass, a futile lattice meant to hold the panes together against the shock of a blast. It is a gesture like so many now, more about the feeling of doing something than the certainty it will work. This absolute dark has reshaped time itself. You do not wake because a clock tells you to. You wake because your body, trained by exhaustion and anxiety, has finished its ration of shallow, broken sleep. The night is not a single, continuous rest. It is a series of fragments, punctuated by moments of wide-awake stillness where you stare into the black and listen. You listen for a sound you dread more than any other, the low, throbbing drone of engines in the sky. They have not come for many nights, but the fear is a habit now, etched into your nerves. So you wake at 4 a.m, not from freshness, but from a vigilance that never fully sleeps. In this enforced blindness, older rhythms return. You find yourself waiting for the moon, if there is one. A clear night with a full moon is a double-edged sword. It paints the outside world in a ghostly silver, making travel less perilous, but it also makes the city a perfect target. You learn to read the quality of the darkness. Is it the thick, woolly black of cloud cover, or the slightly thinner star-pricked black of a clear sky? Your ancestors knew these signs. You're relearning them out of necessity. The gaslit city of 1913, that brilliant, blazing monument to progress, is gone. In its place is this ancient starlit vulnerability. You're waiting not for the sun, but for the first permissible greyness, the official easing of the dark that will allow you to see your own hands without feeling like a criminal. The cold is the next truth. It is not the crisp, seasonal cold of a winter morning. It is a damp, penetrating chill that has settled into the very bones of the building. It seeps from the walls, rises from the floorboards, hangs in the still air. Coal is not just expensive, it is rationed, doled out with the same bureaucratic care as sugar or butter. What you have is saved for cooking and for a few precious hours of evening warmth. The nighttime cold is something you simply endure. You pull the blankets higher. They are heavy, their weight more comforting than their warmth. The fabrics are rough, worn thin by years of use and wartime soap. The bed itself is often shared now. A child, a sibling, a parent. Privacy, like warmth, is a luxury that has been surrendered. The house is full in a way that feels crowded, and empty in a way that feels hollow. Sons, husbands, brothers are gone. In their place, perhaps, have come others. an aunt bombed out of her home in the East End, a cousin's children sent from a coastal town feared vulnerable to invasion. The house breathes with the rhythms of these temporary residents, a shifting population bound by shared fear rather than simple family ties. The space is rearranged, repurposed. A parlour becomes a bedroom, a landing holds a cot. Every room serves multiple purposes, none of them perfectly. You can hear the whole structure settle around you. The faint groan of a floorboard from the room above, the rattle of a loose window sash in its frame, the soft, persistent drip of condensation from a cold water pipe. This is not the sound of a home at rest. It is the sound of a structure under a quiet, constant strain. When the dark finally begins to soften, it is not with a sunrise, but with a gradual, grudging lightening from black to charcoal grey. Shapes emerge as if from deep water. The solid block of the wardrobe, the slope of a chair back. You move carefully, the rustle of the straw-filled mattress loud in the quiet. The process of rising is slow, a negotiation with the cold. Your feet find the floor, and the shock of the icy boards is a sharp, grounding pain. You shuffle to the window, your hand finding the rough fabric of the blackout curtain. You do not open it yet. You stand there, a sentry at the edge of the permissible, waiting for the grey to become dawn, for the official all-clear of daylight. Only then do you draw the curtain back, just a few inches. The world outside is a study in monochrome. The familiar street is there, but it looks tired, grim. The buildings are streaked with soot and damp. Many windows wear the same crisscross bandages of paper tape. Sandbags, once a bright, tidy beige, are now slumped and discoloured at doorways. There is no colour. Everything exists in shades of grey, brown and black. It is a city drained of its lifeblood. Turning from the window, you begin the ritual of dressing. This is not an act of choice or expression. It is the careful donning of a uniform for a battle fought on the home front. The clothes you lift from the chair are heavy with meaning and wear. For a woman, the layers are practical. Underthings are simple, sturdy, mended until the original fabric is a memory. Stockings, if you have them, are darned at heel and toe into a topographic map of careful preservation. The dress is dark, navy, brown, charcoal, a colour chosen to hide dirt and soot. Its hem is shorter than it would have been 3 years ago, a concession to the shortage of cloth and the need for mobility in a world where everyone walks, queues and works. The fabric is thin, often a rough government standard material that chafes the skin. There are no extra buttons, no decorative trims. Every scrap has been saved, every thread counted. You might put on an apron already, anticipating the day's labour of cooking, cleaning and mending. For a man not in khaki, the clothing speaks of a different kind of service. A suit, its cloth gone shiny at the elbows and knees, its cuffs carefully turned to hide the fray. A collar that has been detached, starched and reattached so many times the points have gone soft. A tie, it's not a habit of respectability rather than style. The clothes are old, preserved not out of sentiment but necessity. The concept of a wardrobe full of choices is absurd. You have what you have, and sometimes what you have belonged to someone else. You might fasten a pair of braces that once held up a brother's trousers. You might pull on a sweater knit for a son who will never feel the English chill again. The wool is scratchy against your skin, and in that discomfort is a memory, a ghostly presence that is both a comfort and a weight. Dressing becomes an act of communion with absence. You smooth down the front of a jacket, and your hand passes over a patch where a bullet or a piece of shrapnel tore through it on a French field now neatly and visibly repaired. The garment is whole again, but the body that wore it is not. This is the unspoken reality of the morning ritual. You're armouring yourself not just against the cold and the grime of the city, but against the grief that waits in the quiet moments. When you're finally dressed, you stand in the grey light, feeling the clothes settle on your shoulders. They do not fit perfectly. They're shaped by other lives, other labours, but they are yours for now. They mark you as a civilian, as a survivor, as someone still here. still putting one foot in front of the other in a world where so many have stumbled and fallen. The empty stomach, the cold feet, the rough wool against your neck, these are not miseries. They are proof. Proof that you have made it through another night. Proof that the day, with all its demands and its scant rewards, is once again yours to meet. The outside air hits you like a cold, wet cloth. It is not yet dawn, but the sky has lightened to a dull, uniform grey, the colour of a soiled sheet. You pull your coat tighter, feeling the thin wool offer little defence against the damp chill that seems to rise from the very pavement. You are not alone. From every doorway, every turning, figures emerge, all moving with the same resigned purpose. They converge into a stream, a silent river flowing toward the same few points. The bakery, the grocers, the butchers, if there is any hope left for meat. You join the tributary, falling into step. The sound is a soft, shuffling symphony of worn soles on damp stone, punctuated by the occasional dry cough or the cleared throat. No one speaks loudly. Conversations are hushed, practical, carried on in murmurs that blend into the morning mist. You take your place at the end of a queue that already stretches halfway down the block. There is no pushing, no complaint about the length. This order is sacred. It is the new civility. You stand. The cold begins its slow invasion. It seeps through the thin soles of your shoes, numbing your toes. It creeps up your legs, settles in the small of your back. You shift your weight from foot to foot, a small unconscious dance against the discomfort. The basket on your arm feels light, ominously so. You clutch your ration book in your other hand, a small paper-bound Bible of survival. Its pages are a grid of tiny coupons, each one a printed rectangle of potential sustenance for 1 week. So many ounces of sugar, bacon, butter, tea, lard, meat. Using them requires a general's foresight. Do you spend the meat coupon today on whatever gristly, dubious cut might be left, or save it, gambling that next week's offering might be better? The book is flimsy, already soft at the edges from constant handling. Its official stamps and signatures are your only claim to what the Empire deems your fair share. You see others clutching theirs, flicking through the pages doing silent calculations. A woman ahead of you consults a tiny notebook, her lips moving soundlessly as she tallies ounces and pence. The queue is a great leveller. Here, the clerk's wife in her carefully mended coat stands behind the charwoman in her scratchy shawl. The elderly retired colonel, his posture still erect, waits his turn behind the young factory girl with tired eyes. The war has imposed this new, quiet democracy of want. You are all citizens of the same hungry realm. You watch the line ahead. Its movement is glacial, a slow, collective shuffle forward every few minutes. Faces are pale, set in expressions of patience so deep it resembles numbness. Eyes are downcast, studying the pavement, or fixed on the shop door as if will could make it open faster. The low murmur of conversation is a tapestry of anxiety and shared knowledge. They had oranges at Pirk's yesterday. Gone in 10 minutes. Don't bother with the butter. It's that awful white muck again. My book says I'm due my sugar, but he said last week the allocation was short. It is not gossip. It is intelligence, vital for navigating the day. You listen, absorbing it, adding it to your own mental map of scarcity. Finally, you cross the threshold. The shop bell gives a tired jingle. The air inside is close, carrying a faint, ghostly aroma of all the things that are no longer there. The rich smell of coffee, the sweetness of currants, the earthy scent of potatoes piled high. Now, the smell is of bare wood, dry paper and disappointment. The shelves, once groaning with imperial bounty, are half empty. Tins are displayed like museum pieces. Sacks behind the counter look lean. The grocer, a man you've known for years, looks older, his face etched with the strain of being the bearer of perpetual bad news. The transaction is wordless, efficient. You lay your book on the counter. He finds the page, tears out the correct coupon with a precise rip. His hands are swift. measuring out a pat of margarine, scooping a few ounces of tea from a large caddy into your own tin. The bacon, when he produces it, is a thin, pale slice. He wraps it in a scrap of paper. You hand over the coins, which he counts twice. A nod passes between you. No thanks are necessary. It is a transaction stripped of all ceremony, a simple transfer of coupons and coins for a handful of items that already feel insufficient. You place them in your basket, and their meagre weight is a heavier burden than a full load. As you turn to leave, you catch the eye of the next person in line. You see your own resignation mirrored there. You step back into the grey light, the bell jingling behind you like a sigh. The walk home is a retreat. The basket bangs gently against your leg, a dull rhythm of shortage. The kitchen, when you enter, is the coldest room in the house. You set the basket down and face the next task, the alchemy of breakfast. You light the gas ring. It sputters to life with a low pop. The flame a small blue-yellow halo that gives more light than heat. This is the theatre of substitutes. The kettle is filled sparingly. While it heats, you take down the bread. It is the national loaf, government standard, wholemeal and dense. It is not baked for pleasure, but for sustenance. Its crust is tough. Its interior a damp, grey-brown crumb that smells faintly of yeast and something earthier. You slice it thinly, knowing it must last. The margarine waits, a pale, unappetizing block. It is hard from the cold, and your knife skids over its surface before catching to scrape off a meagre portion. It does not melt invitingly on the warm bread. It sits there, a greasy smear. The tea is its own ritual. You open your personal tin, the precious leaves inside already fragmented from careful reuse. You measure a scant spoonful into the pot. The water, when it boils, is poured over them, releasing not the rich, fragrant steam of pre-war tea, but a wan, bitter aroma. For coffee drinkers there is no coffee. There is camp coffee, a thick, sweet syrup. Or there is chicory root roasted and ground, a bitter brew that mimics the darkness, but none of the comfort. You might have a jar of jam, a dark gelatinous substance made from turnips, parsnips, and a hint of chemical sweetener, labelled with patriotic fervour as apple and black currant substitute. A small spoonful of this on the bread is a concession to memory, a ghost of sweetness. This is the heart of the housewife's war. It is a daily campaign fought with recipe books titled Food in Wartime, and the kitchen is the key to victory. It is a battle of ingenuity against scarcity. You learn how to make pastry without lard using mashed potato. You discover that a spoonful of oatmeal can thicken a soup meant to feed 6 with 1 bone. You are bombarded with government posters and newspaper columns urging you to waste nothing, to eat slowly, to fill up on potatoes. This official wisdom is met with a quiet, pragmatic scepticism. The posters show smiling women cheerfully carving a joint of meat that does not exist. Your reality is a saucepan of lentils. The tension is constant between the patriotic ideal of cheerful sacrifice and the grinding reality of trying to keep a family's body and spirit fed on diminishing returns. You eat standing at the kitchen sink or sitting on the edge of a chair. The tea is hot, and that is its main virtue. The bread fills a space in your stomach, a heavy, dull presence. The substitute jam offers a cloying, unfamiliar sweetness that is somehow sadder than no sweetness at all. This is not a meal to enjoy. It is a fuel to be ingested, a calculation of calories and morale. You are conscious of every mouthful, knowing precisely what was sacrificed to secure it. The children eat theirs quickly, silently. They do not ask for more. They have learned the new language of want. With the thin warmth of the tea inside you, you turn to the final morning ritual, the one that feeds not the body but the anxious mind. You might unfold the newspaper, its pages crisp and smelling sharply of ink. The headlines are never good, but they are rarely explicit. They speak of adjustments to the line, strategic withdrawals, heavy enemy casualties. The language is a shield, bureaucratic and vague, designed to convey stalemate or loss without inciting panic. Your eyes do not linger on these. They scan, then dart, almost against your will, to the dense columns of small type tucked away on an inside page. The casualty lists. Here, the war loses all abstraction. Here it is a relentless catalogue of names, ranks and regiments. Your heart becomes a cold, tight fist. You do not read the list. You scour it. Your eyes move down the column, rejecting name after unknown name, a terrifying lottery until you find the one you dread, or until you reach the end, breath held, and release it in a shaky exhalation that is not relief, but a postponement. The absence of a name today means nothing for tomorrow. If you cannot afford a paper, the news comes from other sources. The public bulletin board outside the town hall or post office becomes a site of pilgrimage. Here, amidst official notices about blackout times and salvage drives, are the handwritten lists, the typed sheets pinned up each day. Here, people do not just read, they stand and watch others read. They see a stranger's face crumple, a hand fly to a mouth. They hear the stifled sob. It is a brutal, communal theatre of grief. Neighbours share what they have heard on the wireless, the crackling, authoritative voice of the BBC shaping the official story. Rumours travel faster, weaving through queues and workplaces. A terrible battle at a place with an unpronounceable name, a hospital ship sunk, a new call for conscripts. This daily intake of news is its own kind of nourishment, bitter and necessary. It sets the tone for the hours ahead. A report of a victory, however small, can lift the communal spirit a fraction, make the margarine taste less of defeat. The more common litany of loss simply confirms the world you live in, hardening the resolve around your heart into something brittle and cold. You fold the paper away or turn from the board. The taste of substitute coffee is still in your mouth, but it is now mingled with the metallic flavour of dread. Breakfast is over. The day's work awaits, but you're already carrying a weight no meal could ever lighten. You have been fed and you have been warned. You step out into the street and the city immediately asserts its new wartime identity. The air, still thick with the morning chill, now carries a complex symphony of smells that were once background notes but have become the dominant scent of the age. It is the ever-present bass note of coal smoke, now undercut by sharper, more alarming aromas. The astringent bite of carbolic soap and disinfectant that lingers around hospital buildings and public transport. The sour tang of unwashed wool and bodies pressed too close. The dry, papery scent of ration book paper. And through it all, the faint, ever-present ghost of cordite, a metallic whisper on the wind from the munitions works on the outskirts. You join the flow of people, a river of dark coats and pale faces moving with a collective, weary determination. The sound is a low rumble of footsteps, the occasional cough, the distant clang of a tram bell. Private motor cars are a rare sight, relics of a more frivolous time. Petrol is for the war. The streets belong to the clattering, overcrowded trams, to lumbering horse-drawn drays, and to a forest of bicycles, their tyres thin, their riders hunched against the weather. Your journey is a lesson in reading the city's scars. You do not walk through the London of guidebooks. You walk through a city that has been turned inside out, its private functions made public, its ornaments sacrificed. You pass a grand government building, its classical columns now partially obscured by thousands of sandbags, heaped like beige bricks into makeshift bastions. They look temporary, but the grass growing in the damp burlap suggests otherwise. A handsome hotel, once a place of luxury, now has a crisp official sign by its door and military staff, hurrying in and out. It has been commandeered as an office or a convalescent home. In the parks, the change is most profound. The ordered flower beds are gone. In their place are rigorous grids of vegetable plots, little armies of cabbages, potatoes and leeks standing to attention. Dig for victory is not a suggestion here. It is a reality of turned earth and a hopeful, muddy labour. You see a statue on a plinth, a bronze statesman or a winged victory. Look closer. Often, the metal railing that once surrounded it is gone, donated to a scrap drive to be melted into shells. The statue itself seems oddly exposed, vulnerable without its fence, a symbol stripped of its defences, and everywhere there are the uniforms. They are not just on the soldiers home on leave, walking with a stiff, deliberate pace, their eyes often holding a distance no civilian can cross. The uniforms are on the women too, the dark blue of the fleece women, the sensible skirts and jackets of the voluntary aid detachment nurses, the practical overalls of the tram conductress. The city is a pageant of service and sacrifice, a constant visual reminder that every person has a role, a duty. The old social tapestry woven with threads of class and leisure has been unpicked and rewoven into a fabric of collective utility. You reach your point of embarkation, a tram stop or the mouth of an underground station. The crowd condenses here, a tight pack of bodies all facing the same direction, a collective organism waiting for its transport. When the tram arrives, its windows often replaced by wooden boards after bomb blasts, it is already full. There is a soft collective groan, but no one steps back. You press forward. The step up is a manoeuvre requiring balance and a certain ruthless pragmatism. You find a space inside, your body immediately pressed against strangers. The air is warm, thick, and impossibly dense. It is the olfactory map of the home front, the smell of wet wool steaming, of cheap soap, of packed lunches wrapped in paper, of hair oil, of anxiety sweat, and the pervasive throat-catching note of disinfectant sprayed to ward off influenza. You hold on to a leather strap, your arm brushing against the person next to you. There is no eye contact. Everyone looks at the floor or at the advertisements pasted above the windows, which now urge you to buy war bonds or to report any talk of peace as treasonous defeatism. The tram lurches forward, its progress slow and halting. The conductor, often a woman with a face set in lines of formidable patience, works her way through the crush, collecting fares with a clipped efficiency that brooks no conversation. The coins pass from hand to hand over heads, a strange, intimate communion of commerce conducted through a forest of bodies. If your journey takes you underground, the experience is even more profound. The tube stations have become the city's subconscious, its dark collective shelter. Even during the day, the memory of the nighttime raids lingers. You descend the stairs and the air changes, becoming warmer, damper, carrying the unmistakable mineral smell of the deep earth, mixed with that same human odour of crowdedness, now underscored by the scent of damp concrete and rust. The platforms are crowded, the trains even more so. People read newspapers in the dim electric light, or simply stare into the black tunnel, their faces reflected in the grimy windows of the waiting carriages. Here, in this underworld, the city's anxiety is most palpable. It is a place of transit, but also of potential refuge, a duality that hangs in the air. You see signs pointing to designated shelter areas, see bundles of blankets tucked into corners, a silent testament to the nights spent here in fear. When the train arrives with a roaring rush of air, the boarding is another plight desperate scramble. You're packed into the carriage, a human wedge. The lighting is poor, casting everyone in a sickly yellow glow. The noise is a tremendous metallic roar that drowns all thought, leaving only the physical sensations of movement, of pressure, of heat. As you travel, glimpses of the wounded city flash past the occasional unboarded window. A row of houses with their fronts sheared off. The interiors exposed like a doll's house. Rooms papered in florid patterns now open to the rain and the public gaze. Workmen clearing a site. The rubble sorted into neat piles of reusable brick and splintered wood. A church with a missing spire, the stump jagged against the grey sky. These sights are no longer shocking. They are part of the landscape, accepted with the same grim familiarity as the queues and the ration books. They are the physical scars on the city's skin, just as the tired faces are the scars on its soul. The journey is not long in distance. But it is exhausting an experience. It is a daily immersion in the collective body of a city under strain. By the time you step off the tram or emerge from the underground station, blinking in the diffused daylight, you feel already worn down. The cool air, even if damp and dirty, feels like a reprieve. You've traversed not just space, but the layered realities of your time, from the domestic anxiety of the queue, through the communal ordeal of transport, past the physical evidence of violence, and now you have arrived at the place where you will contribute your own labour to the vast, grinding engine of the war. The journey has stripped away any lingering illusion of separateness. You are part of this machine, a small, essential cog, and the city's wounds are now yours to bear witness to, and to work tirelessly to somehow mend. The transition is abrupt, final. One moment you're in the muted, grimy world of the city street, the next you pass through a high gate, show your identity card to a watchful guard, and enter another realm entirely. The sound hits you first, not as a noise you hear, but as a physical force. It is a deep, shuddering roar, a cacophony of metal shrieking against metal, of steamer pistons driving with relentless force, of machinery that never stops day or night. It enters through your ears and vibrates in your teeth, settles in the hollow of your chest. The air is different here. It is warm, thick, and carries a chemical sharpness that immediately catches at the back of your throat. It smells of hot oil, of scorched metal, of something sour and acrid you cannot name, and beneath it all, a faint, sweetish, dangerous scent like bitter almonds. This is the smell of the war itself, distilled into vapour and particulate. This is a munitions works, a vast shed-like structure stretching into the dim distance, lit by long rows of hanging electric bulbs that cast a harsh, shadowless light. The space is a new geometry, one of pure function. There are no curves, no decoration, only the straight lines of workbenches, the vertical pillars of machinery, the horizontal belts driving overhead, a ceaseless, dizzying motion. And everywhere there are women, hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, moving in the spaces between the machines like parts of a great engine themselves. They wear overalls or simple dark dresses covered by thick aprons. The hair is pinned back tightly under caps or scarves, a safety regulation that also feels like a uniform, erasure of the feminine. You join them, finding your locker, changing into your own work clothes. The fabric is coarse, stiff with starch and the residue of yesterday's labour. You tie your cap, tucking every last strand of hair away. You're no longer Mrs. So-and-so from such and such a street. You're a number, a pair of hands assigned to a station. Your work defines your world. It might be at a lathe, turning rough metal cylinders into the precise casings for shells. Your hands learn the vibrations, your ears the specific pitch that means the cut is true. It is repetitive, monotonous, demanding absolute attention. A moment's lapse, a slip of the tool, and the piece is ruined, precious material and time wasted. The foreman's eyes are always watching, or perhaps your work is filling those casings. You sit at a long bench with other women, handling the pale yellow granules of TNT. It is delicate, deadly work. The powder stains everything it touches. It dusts your arms, your face. It works its way under your nails. It tints your skin and the roots of your hair a strange sunny yellow. They call you and your co-workers canary girls. It is a nickname born of black humour and grim reality. The yellow is a badge of service, but also a mark of contamination. You breathe it in. It gives you headaches that pound in time with the machinery. It turns your urine a bright, alarming orange. It can make you dizzy, nauseous. You're told it is harmless in small amounts, but you see the women who have been here longer, their complexions permanently sallow, their coughs dry and persistent. Your body is absorbing the war, molecule by molecule. The male overseers and foremen move through the aisles with a complex air. There is respect, sometimes grudging for the sheer output, for the reliability of this new workforce. The women, they say, have a better attention to detail, a finer touch for the precision work. But there is also unease, a paternalistic suspicion. They are not used to commanding women in this way, to seeing them in this gritty, muscular realm. Their instructions can be overly sharp or, conversely, awkwardly gentle, never finding the right tone. You learn to listen to the machines more than the men. The machines are honest in their demands. Your body protests, then adapts. Muscles you never knew you had ache with a deep, fiery persistence. Your shoulders knot from hunching over the bench. Your fingers grow strong but stiff, the skin dry and cracked from chemicals and constant washing. At night, the roar of the factory echoes in the silence of your own skull. You dream of gears and conveyor belts. The physical transformation is profound, but so is the psychological one. There is a fierce, unspoken pride in this work. You're not just earning a wage that is, for the first time in your life, truly your own, a tangible weight in your pay packet each Friday. You're building the very things that might end this war. Every shell casing you perfect, every fuse you assemble, you're told, brings the boys home faster. The connection is abstract, but the belief is concrete. It is what gets you through the 10-hour shift, through the headaches and the aching bones. You're doing your bit, not with cheering and flag waving, but with sweat and skill and stained skin. The world outside ceases to exist. Time is measured by the shift whistle, by the progress of the pile of components at your elbow, by the growing hunger in your stomach. The noise forbids conversation. Communication is a language of nods, gestures, mouthed words. You're alone in a crowd, isolated by the tremendous sound, yet bound to these women by shared labour and shared risk. You learn to read their faces. The tight set of a mouth that means a headache is blooming behind the eyes. The slight flush that might be a fever coming on. The faraway look that means the mind has escaped to some quieter place, a dangerous luxury when your hands are handling death. Then, the shrill blast of the lunch whistle cuts through the roar. The machines do not stop, but your line does. The relief is instantaneous, a physical unclenching. You and your benchmates file out to a designated area, a bleak yard or a crowded canteen. The relative quiet is jarring. Your own voice sounds strange and thin in your ears. This is when you become individuals again. You unwrap your lunch, the same rough bread, a scrap of cheese, perhaps a hard-boiled egg if you're lucky. You eat slowly, savouring the simple act of not working. And this is when the letters come out. They are pulled from apron pockets, from handbags carefully unfolded. The precious letters from France, from Flanders, from the sea. The women who can read aloud softly, sharing the censored, cheerful banalities. The food is not bad. The rain here is something awful. Hope you're keeping well. Everyone listens, reading between the lines, hearing the things that are not said. Sometimes a photograph is passed around. A young man in uniform looking solemnly at the camera, his face still soft. There are nods, murmured words of encouragement. He looks well. Fine boy. When a woman receives no letter, she says nothing. She simply eats, her eyes on her food. The space around her becomes delicate, respected. Everyone knows the meaning of that silence. Other times, the news is not good. A woman might arrive with red-rimmed eyes, her face set in stone. She does not need to speak. The telegram has come, the official notification. A space opens around her, wider this time, filled with a helpless, aching respect. No one knows what to say. Words are useless things. Someone might silently push a cup of tea towards her. A hand might briefly rest on her shoulder. Then the whistle blows again, the terrible commanding sound. You rise. You fold away the letters, the photographs, the private grief. You tuck them back into your pocket and you walk back to the bench. The roar swallows you once more. The machine awaits. Your hands, which moments ago held a tender letter, now pick up a cold piece of steel or a scoop of yellow powder. The transition is brutal, but it is necessary. The work must go on. There is a strange mercy in the noise, in the all-consuming demand of the task. It leaves no room for thought, for the images those letters conjure. For the next few hours, you're just a pair of hands, a body operating a machine, a small, essential part of the great roaring engine of war. The yellow tinge on your skin deepens imperceptibly. The headache returns, a dull throb behind your eyes. You work on, the pay packet and the pride and the fear all wound together into the relentless rhythm of your labour. You're a canary in the coal mine of the empire, singing not with your voice but with the steady, unending work of your hands, a bright, stained testament to a world turned upside down. Not every path leads to the roaring shed or the clattering tram. For many men, and for a city trying to mimic a semblance of normal function, the day leads to quieter, older destinations. These places, the office, the shop, the school, are bastions of a fading world, islands where the pre-war rhythms are performed with a kind of desperate fading fidelity. Here, the war is not a physical assault on the senses, but a slow, cold seep of absence and inadequacy. You enter an office building, perhaps in the city, its grand facade now streaked with grime, its marble lobby missing the bustle of young clerks. The staircase is dim, the gas jets turned low to a mere whisper of flame to conserve fuel. The climb is through layers of a deepening gloom. The office you enter is a cavern of shadows. What light there is falls in weary shafts through windows that have not been properly cleaned in years, filtered through the ever-present grid of anti-blast tape. Desks that once sat two now often sit one, the empty space a silent, accusatory presence. The air is cold, still, smelling of dust, ink and the faint, greasy aroma of packed lunches. The sound is a muted tapestry, the scratch of a pen, the rustle of paper, the low dry cough of the man at the next desk, a cough that speaks of damp rooms and insufficient food. You sit. Your work is familiar, perhaps the same ledger you kept in 1913. The figures you enter, however, tell a different story. They speak of contracts for uniforms, for wire, for tinned beef. They track the dizzying costs of everything, the shrinking profits, the strange, unsettling new reality of dealing with firms now run by women whose husbands or fathers are gone. The women in the office, the typists and secretaries are different now too. They are not the genteel daughters of colleagues waiting for marriage. They're often sharper, more efficient, their manner direct, out of necessity. They handle correspondence you once would have shielded them from, concerning shipments lost to U-boats or payments for wooden limbs. There is an unspoken friction, a subtle rearrangement of the old order that leaves you feeling oddly displaced in your own chair. The psychological weight here is of a peculiar nagging kind. If you're a man of fighting age but deemed unfit, a weak heart, poor eyesight, a old injury, you carry a quiet, constant shame. You see it in the way you avoid the eyes of women in mourning black. You feel it when a boy in a junior uniform gives you a look that is not quite a salute, not quite a dismissal. You develop a repertoire of explanations offered casually, almost thrown away. Try to enlist, of course. Doctor said the lungs. They need us here, keeping things ticking over. The phrases sound hollow even to your own ears. Your work, once a source of identity and pride, now feels like an excuse. You cling to its rituals with exaggerated care. The precise blotting of a signature, the orderly stacking of files, the strict adherence to pre-war procedure. These become small, defiant acts against the chaos outside, proofs that you are still a competent, necessary man, even if the battlefield is a column of numbers, not a trench in Flanders. The school, when you enter as a teacher or a visitor, is a chamber of echoes. The high ceilings seem to swallow sound, but not the children's coughs. It is a dry, persistent sound, heard throughout the day, a chorus of small bodily protests against the damp, the cold, and the meagreness of their rations. Their faces are often pale, their frames thin beneath handed-down uniforms. They are learning a new curriculum, one steeped in the war. Geography lessons trace the front lines in France. Arithmetic problems calculate shell production rates. History is a blunt instrument of national glory. They sing patriotic songs with a fervour that is touching and terrible, yet their energy is subdued. The boisterousness of childhood has been tempered by a world of cues and whispered anxiety. As a teacher, you strive to maintain standards, to drill the multiplication tables and the kings and queens, but your authority feels fragile. You're not the headmaster who left for the front, a figure of unquestioned command. You are a replacement, and the children sense it. Your duty expands beyond pedagogy. You're a watchman for signs of hunger, for chilblains, for the hollow look of a child who has lost an older brother. You dispense chalk and spelling tests, but you're really dispensing a fragile, carefully managed normality, a thin shell of routine you hope will protect them, just a little, from the vast, incomprehensible storm outside. The shop, if you're a shopkeeper or a clerk behind a counter, is a theatre of quiet disappointment. The space feels too large now. The shelves, once densely packed with colourful tins and boxes, are islands of goods in a sea of empty wood. What you do have is displayed with a kind of mournful prominence. The stock is a sad, sparse collection of substitutes and last resorts. The light is poor, the atmosphere hushed. Customers do not browse, they arrive with a specific hopeful question that you will almost certainly have to dash. Your role has changed. You're no longer a merchant offering choice and quality. You're an administrator of scarcity, a gatekeeper of the ration book. You are the one who must say no, who must explain that the butter allocation is delayed, that the tea is dust, that there will be no oranges this week or next. You see the light fade from their eyes, a tiny defeat you administer a dozen times a day. It breeds a peculiar form of guilt. You take no pleasure in your dwindling shelves. Your expertise, once based on knowledge of goods and markets, is now based on memorizing regulations and placating complaints. The relationship with customers, once familiar and gossipy, is now strained by the tension of distribution. You try to maintain the old courtesies. Good morning, madam. A bitter day, sir. But they ring false against the backdrop of empty space and shared deprivation. In all these places, the dim office, the echoing school, the sparse shop, the great unspoken effort is one of conservation. It is an attempt to hold a line, to preserve the forms and manners of a civilization that is unravelling by the hour. The work done here feels both essential and utterly peripheral. It keeps the paperwork of the war moving, it educates the next generation amidst the chaos, it distributes what little sustenance there is, but it lacks the visceral, heroic sheen of the factory or the front. It is maintenance, not construction. It is the careful, weary work of preventing total collapse, of proving that some part of the old world can still function, that clocks can still be punched, lessons can still be learned, transactions can still be made. The men who do this work move through their days with a subdued air. Their backs are not bent from physical labour, but their shoulders carry a different weight. The weight of being left behind, of keeping the home fires burning to a precise, economical flame, of tending the ghost of a life that may never return. They are the anchor of a ship that is being torn apart by the storm, holding fast to a seabed that itself feels less and less certain. Their battle is not against an enemy they can see, but against a creeping sense of irrelevance, fought one careful ledger entry, one patiently given lesson, one apologetic shake of the head at an empty shelf at a time. There are places in the city where the war is not a background hum, but a deafening concentrated reality. They are not factories producing its instruments, but theatres where its consequences are displayed in raw, human form. The great railway stations are the city's valves, pumping its lifeblood in and out, and now that lifeblood is predominantly pain, you approach such a place, and the air changes long before you see the platforms. It is a thick, complex smell that overpowers the usual coal smoke. It is the astringent, nose-stinging scent of disinfectant, laid down in liberal quantities, mixing with the smell of steam and hot oil, of unwashed bodies, of damp wool, of fear and expectation. The sound is a constant roaring surf of humanity, shouted orders, the hiss of engines, the clatter of trolleys, the murmur of 1,000 strained conversations, and cutting through it all at irregular intervals, the haunting two-tone wail of an ambulance siren, a sound that makes everyone pause and look. The station is a study in brutal juxtaposition. On one platform, a scene of forced heartiness. Boys, they're really just boys, in new, ill-fitting khaki, their faces scrubbed and pale. Families cling to them, mothers straightening collars that do not need straightening, fathers offering gruff, useless advice, sweethearts trying to smile through trembling lips. There are jokes, too loud. There are promises to write. There is a brittle, awful cheer. The whistle blows, a final desperate clutch. Then they are gone, swallowed by the train, their faces pressed to the windows, becoming pale ovals that recede into the smoke. The platform empties, leaving behind a litter of paper and a silence that feels heavier than the noise. On another platform, often shrouded in a more discreet, sombre atmosphere, the traffic flows the other way. The trains here are marked with red crosses. The doors open not to a surge of eager passengers, but to a slow, careful procession. Stretchers are borne by orderlies, each carrying a shape under a grey blanket. Some blankets are still. Others move, a leg shifting, an arm rising to a face. You see the faces then, not as faces but as landscapes of bandage and shadow, eyes staring out from layers of gauze. The walking wounded disembark, a shambling line of men supporting each other, limbs missing, eyes vacant, uniforms stained and torn. The smell here deepens, the disinfectant failing to mask a coppier, more intimate scent. The crowd that gathers here is different. It is mostly women, some in the uniform of voluntary organisations, their faces set in expressions of professional calm, others simply wives and mothers scanning each broken form with a hope so acute it is agony. The station announcements here are hushed. The reunions are not joyous. They're quiet, tearless, a matter of finding a name on a list and matching it to a broken body. This is the city taking its breath back, a ragged, painful inhalation. From the station, the river of pain flows to the hospitals. Grand hotels, schools, even private mansions have been transformed into places of healing, their placards now reading Auxiliary Military Hospital. You enter one, perhaps as a visitor, perhaps as a volunteer. The smell is a cleaner version of the stations. Carbolic soap, ether, boiling linen, and the sweet, cloying smell of infection. The sounds are the rustle of starch, the low moans from behind screens, the crisp instructions of nurses. The wards are long rooms where rows of iron beds replace the ballroom's chandeliers or the schoolroom's desks. Here, the abstract casualty becomes agonizingly specific. You see the physics of violence enacted on the human body. The empty trouser leg pinned up, the sleeve flat on the sheet, the faces remade by surgeons, patched and sewn into masks that will never again show expression. But it is the unseen wounds that are perhaps more unnerving. The men who lie whole and still, staring at the ceiling as if it contains the horrors they have brought back with them. The ones who jump at the sound of a dropped tray. The ones who scream in their sleep. The nurses and volunteers, most of them women, move through this landscape of shattered flesh and spirit. Their work is a strange, sacred combination of the mundane and the monumental. They change dressings on wounds that seem to have no bottom. They write letters home for men whose hands shake too much to hold a pen. They spoon broth into mouths that would rather remain silent. They offer a calm voice, a cool hand on a fevered brow, a moment of unshockable compassion in the face of utter ruin. This is the other female front. It confers no pay packet, only a different kind of exhaustion. It is patriotic duty of the highest order, praised in newspapers and speeches. But the praise rings hollow in the face of the work itself. For these women, the war ceases to be about maps and morale. It is about pus and gangrene and phantom pain. It is about holding a basin while a boy coughs his lungs out from gas. It is about learning to see the human being trapped inside the nightmare. It is a brutal education, a window thrown open onto a reality so cruel it changes you forever. You leave the hospital, the smell of carbolic clinging to your clothes, the echo of those quiet moans in your ears. The grey street outside feels like an illusion, a fragile stage set. You have seen the true engine of the war, and it's not a factory, but an endless hungry machine that consumes youth and vitality and returns only broken remnants to be patched and comforted by hands that are themselves growing weary of the endless, sorrowful tide. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The fear of the sky is a different kind of shadow. It does not reside in a specific building you can enter or leave. It hangs over everything, a diffuse, persistent anxiety that tightens your shoulders and tunes your ears to a certain frequency of silence. The Zeppelin raids of the early years have given way to the Gotha bombers, heavier, deadlier. They come less often now, but the terror is more precise, more modern. The threat has been internalized. It lives in the daily rituals, the careful checking of the blackout, the knowledge of the nearest shelter, the involuntary glance upwards at the sound of any sustained droning, even if it is just a motor car. You learn to read the sounds of the night with a new, fearful literacy. The most terrifying sound is not the explosion, but what can come before it. The sudden, absolute cessation of familiar noise. The distant engine hum you had not even consciously registered stops. In that moment of silence, the city seems to freeze. Hearts stop. Then, perhaps, comes the wail of the maroons, the explosive warnings from the rooftops, or the frantic ringing of police bells. The cry goes up, muffled but sharp. Take cover! It is not panic, but a dreadful practiced efficiency. You know what to do. You grab the child, the pre-packed bag with a few documents, a blanket. You move quickly down the stairs, not running, but walking with a terrible purpose. You're joining a river of shadows flowing towards the underground. The tube station at night is London's secret subterranean city. The platform you hurry to by day becomes a packed makeshift dormitory. The air is thick, damp, close with the smell of humanity, of damp earth, of packed bodies. Families claim small patches of concrete, spreading blankets. Children, woken from sleep, whimper or stare wide-eyed. Elderly couples sit close together, saying nothing. There is a strange, quiet community here. People share thermos flasks of tea. A woman offers a sweet to a crying child that is not her own. Men who might not speak in the daylight exchange rumours in low tones about where the bombs are falling. You find a space, sit with your back against the cool ceramic tiles, and wait. The world above is a mystery. You hear nothing down here, only the nervous shuffling and breathing of hundreds of souls packed into the earth. The wait is an agony of imagination. Every minute stretches. Is it over? Was that a thump or just the sigh of the tunnel? You see the strain on every face, lit by the low emergency lighting. This is not living. This is interment, a voluntary burial to escape a death from the air. You remember a past raid. The memory is not a story you tell. It is a series of sense impressions burned into you. The unmistakable, swelling thunder of the engines directly overhead, a sound that vibrated in your bones, then the whistling, a rising, shrieking note that seemed to tear the sky. The crash. Not a single sound, but a sequence. A monstrous, tearing bang, then a rain of falling debris, glass, masonry, timber, a symphony of destruction. The smell that followed. Dust, sharp and choking, the acrid scent of explosive and underlying it, the terrible, sweet smell of gas from a broken main. Then the voices rising from the silence. Not screams, at first, but calls. Over here! Help me! The clatter of ambulance bells, the shouts of firemen and wardens. The following morning, walking past the damage, a house sliced open, a sitting room exposed, a floral armchair perched on the edge of an abyss. The careful, weary work of clearing, of searching. The quiet groups of neighbours offering tea to the rescue workers. The peculiar numb politeness that follows catastrophe. This is the shadow that never lifts. It means you never feel truly safe in your own home. for your home can become a target simply by existing. It means the sound of an aircraft engine, even in the distant, peaceful daylight, can cause a fleeting clutch of fear in your chest. It means you appreciate solid, low ceilings and the deep silence of the countryside with a new intensity. The fear of the raid becomes a background condition, a lens through which you view the night. It is the reason you sleep lightly. It is the reason you listen even in your dreams. The city endures it, as it endures everything. The shelters are cleaned, the routines re-established, the damage patched with wood and tarpaulin. Life goes on, but it is a life lived with one ear tuned to the sky. A life where the dark is not just an absence of light, but a canvas for the imagination of terror. The shadow of the Zeppelin is long, and though the aircraft are different now, the shadow remains, a cold, constant companion in the London night. The grey afternoon light begins to fail, softening into a murky twilight that seems to leach the last remnants of colour from the world. The work whistle has blown, the machines have fallen silent, and you join the great exodus once more. But this journey home carries a different quality than the mornings. The energy is spent, shoulders slump a little more. The footsteps on the pavement are slower, a tired shuffle rather than a purposeful stride. There is no rush to begin the day's labour, only the weary return to the night's duties, the first of which is the same as the morning's, the queue. The evening queue is a mirror of the dawn, but the reflection is darker, the lines on the faces deeper. You take your place, the cold now a familiar companion seeping through your clothes. The basket on your arm is empty, waiting to be filled with the possibilities for supper, possibilities you know are narrow and getting narrower. The silence here is different too. The morning queue had a tense, hopeful energy, a focus on the day ahead. The evening queue is steeped in the fatigue of the day that has passed. Conversations, when they happen, are lower, more frank. The veneer of cheerful stoicism wears thin as the light fades. Here, in this shuffling line of shadows, information is exchanged not as hopeful intelligence, but as shared resignation. Heard they're cutting the bacon ration again next month. The coalman said deliveries might be delayed, the railways are packed with troop trains. My sister in Kent says they've had no butter for a fortnight. The news is rarely good. It circles around the central, unspoken fear that it will get worse, that the endurance required will outstrip the resources left to endure with. Yet, within this grim communion, there is also a stubborn, pragmatic sharing. Recipes are exchanged like secret codes for survival. A teaspoon of barley makes the soup stretch further. If you soak the saltfish overnight, is less like leather. Mash a cooked parsnip into the potatoes, adds a bit of sweetness. This is the wisdom of the home front, earned through failure and rare success. There are complaints too, muttered sotto voce, directed at the faceless bureaucracy of the rationing system, at the shopkeepers suspected of hoarding, at the unfairness of it all. These complaints are a safety valve, a tiny release of the pressure that builds in a world of constant denial. You stand, you listen, you offer a nod of agreement. You're all in this together, a society bound not by prosperity, but by shared scarcity. When you finally reach the counter, the transaction is even more bleak than in the morning. The best of whatever little there was is often gone. You make do with what remains, a few sad-looking potatoes, a handful of lentils, a small piece of cheese that feels more like a token than food. You pay, you tuck your precious diminished goods into your basket, and you turn for home. The walk back is through gathering darkness, the blackout curtains already being drawn in the windows you pass. The weight in your basket is slight, but the weight on your spirit is heavy. The calculation for supper has already begun. The kitchen is cold, and you light the gas with a sense of grim purpose. The rituals of wartime cooking are performed under the weak, jaundiced light of the mantel. The saucepan is filled with water, the precious vegetables scrubbed and chopped with a care that borders on reverence, every peel saved for stock. The small piece of meat, if you have one, is examined. its fat trimmed and rendered first to start the cooking. A stew is the usual destination, a slow simmer that promises warmth and a kind of fullness, if not flavour. The smells that rise are wholesome but dull, the earthy scent of root vegetables, the faint aroma of herbs from the tiny, hoarded bundle, the underlying note of the coal-fired range. It is not the rich, complex smell of a pre-war kitchen, it is the smell of necessity. When the meal is ready, it is brought to the table. The table itself feels too large. Chairs sit empty, their absence a physical presence. A place might still be set out of habit, then removed with a quiet, awkward haste, or it might be left, a silent memorial. The serving of the food is a ceremony of fairness and sacrifice. The meagre piece of meat is divided with surgical precision. The children's plates are watched, their portions secretly compared by keen young eyes to ensure no favouritism. The adults take less, claiming a lack of hunger. The conversation is sparse, orbiting the safe, mundane planets of the day's small events, the weather, a bit of news from a neighbour, a letter from a relative in the country, the front, the war, the missing. These are dangerous celestial bodies, their gravitational pull too strong. To speak of them directly at the meal is to risk the fragile structure of the evening collapsing into raw anxiety or grief. So they're talked around, hinted at. I wrote to David today, a mother might say, and everyone understands the unasked question. The children, sensing the tension, eat quickly, their eyes occasionally darting to the empty chair. They know not to ask for more. They know the rules of this new hungry world. The supper is consumed not for pleasure, but for fuel, and for the fragile sense of normalcy the shared act provides. When the bowls are empty, scraped clean, a quiet settles. The small victory of a hot meal inside you is tempered by the knowledge that the same calculation begins again tomorrow. The washing up is done in minimal water, the scraps saved. The kitchen is returned to its state of cold readiness. The brief warm interlude is over. Afterwards, in the parlour if you're lucky enough to have a scrap of coal for the fire, or huddled in the kitchen for its residual warmth, the flickers of leisure begin. They are fragile things, easily extinguished. You might go to the cinema, the flickering black and white images offering escape into stories of romance or comedy that feel like dispatches from another universe. But the escape is never complete. Before the feature, the newsreels play. Here, the war becomes startlingly, immediately visual. You see the jerky, grainy footage of soldiers marching through mud, of guns firing, of blasted landscapes. You see the Prime Minister speaking, his gestures urgent. The images are silent, accompanied by the bombastic narration of a commentator whose tone of inevitable victory clashes with the weary faces on the screen. The entertainment that follows feels thin, almost disrespectful. Or you might go to the pub. The air is thick with tobacco smoke and the smell of weak beer. The conversations here are louder, looser, fueled by alcohol and shared frustration. Opinions about the war, about the generals, about the government, are voiced here in a way they are not in the home. There are arguments, quickly made and quickly abandoned. There are songs, old music hall tunes, sung with a raucous, defiant sentimentality. For an hour you can forget. But when you step back out into the blacked-out street, the silence and the dark rush back in, a cold reminder. More often, leisure is found at home. A board game, its pieces worn smooth, pack of cards, the piano, if you have one, its keys dusty. Someone plays a familiar tune and voices join in, softly at first, then with more feeling. The songs are often the sentimental ballads of the day, full of parting and longing. Singing them is a release, a shared expression of the emotion that is otherwise kept in careful check. But the most common, most important leisure activity is not leisure at all. It is the labour of the heart, letter writing. This is when the front enters the room directly. You sit at the table, the lamp pulled close, and you take out your pen and paper. Writing to the trench is an act of profound creativity and censorship. You must construct a world of cheerful normalcy from the threads of your depleted reality. You describe the small safe details. The cat had kittens, the vicar gave a dull sermon, the roses in Mrs. Henderson's garden are struggling but alive. You make jokes, you express pride, you ask gentle questions. You must be a lifeline to normality, anchor to the world he is fighting for. Every word is chosen to comfort, to reassure, to distract. It is exhausting work. And then there are the letters you receive. They're handled with reverence, read and reread until the paper grows soft. They too are works of fiction, written from a place of unimaginable stress to project calm. They talk of good mates, of the food being not bad, of hoping for a bit of leave. They ask after home, after the dog, after the weather. The gaps between the lines are wide and dark. You learn to read the handwriting itself. Is it steady or hurried? And the choice of subject. The longing for descriptions of mundane domestic life is a silent scream. The act of reading these letters, of deciphering their coded love and fear, is as draining as writing your own. This exchange of carefully sanitized correspondence is the central emotional drama of the home front, a delicate, endless dance of love and protection performed across a gulf of silent horror. When the letter is folded away, the piano falls silent, the last song fades, you're left with the quiet of the house and the vast, echoing quiet of the war beyond it. The flicker of leisure dies down, leaving only the embers of thought and the knowledge that the night with its own set of watches and fears is coming on. The official hour arrives, not with a bell but with a collective unspoken agreement. Daylight, what little feeble offering there was, has been withdrawn. The blackout returns. It is not a gradual dimming, it is a swift, decisive erasure. One moment you can see the shape of your hand against the chair. The next it is gone, swallowed by a dark so complete it feels like a velvet cloth dropped over your eyes. The single shaded lamp you have allowed yourself is extinguished. The gas mantle is turned to a dying pinprick of blue, then snuffed out. The candle is blown, its trailing wisp of smoke the only evidence it ever existed. You are left in a void. This dark is different from the dark of the countryside. That dark has depth, texture, stars. This dark is a solid thing, a wall pressed against the windows, a lid on the world. It amplifies sound to an almost unbearable intensity. Your own breathing becomes a loud rhythmic tide in your ears. The rustle of your clothing as you move is a crackle of static. The floorboard creaks under your own foot, and the sound is like a gunshot, making you freeze, heart hammering. You listen, not for something, but for everything. The scuttle of a mouse in the wall is an invasion. The distant bark of a dog is a coded message you cannot decipher. Every sound is a potential breach, a flaw in the perfect silence the city is trying to maintain. You move through your own home like a ghost, hands outstretched, memorizing the space by touch and memory. The edge of the table, the curve of the banister, the cool smoothness of the door handle. Navigation is a physical calculation. In the one room where a light is permitted, it is a prisoner under strict guard. A special lamp with heavy blackout shades, directing a small, pathetic pool of illumination straight down onto a tabletop, like a spotlight on a stage for a very small, very sad play. Here, in this tiny island of visibility, the evening's work is done. It is not rest. It is the quiet, meticulous labour of preservation. A woman darns a sock, her needle moving in and out of the thinning wool in the dim light, her eyes straining. A man tries to repair a child's shoe, the leather cracked and brittle, his fingers clumsy in the gloom. Someone reads a newspaper, holding it close to the lamp, the words swimming before tired eyes. Every action is slow, deliberate, conserving not just light but the energy to see by it. The preciousness of the fuel, the oil in the lamp, the gas in the mantle, the wax of the candle, is a constant pressure. You calculate the cost of every minute of illumination. Is this seam worth another 5 minutes of lamplight? Is this paragraph worth the strain? The light itself becomes a rationed commodity, hoarded and spent with anxious care. Conversation in this dim pool is hushed, as if the dark outside is listening. The stories told, the plans made are small and immediate. Their anchors tossed into the blackness, tethering you to the tangible, the manageable. Outside, the city is a sketch erased, a map folded away. Inside, in your tiny cone of light, you're clinging to the last page of a book, afraid to reach the end and face the blankness that follows. The time comes to extinguish even this last guarded light. The ritual is performed with solemn care. The lamp is turned down, down, until the flame gutters and dies. The room is swallowed. You stand for a moment in the absolute black, letting your eyes adjust to a darkness they will never truly conquer. Then begins the final nightly inspection. You move to the window, your hands finding the edges of the blackout curtain in the dark. You feel along the seam where it meets the wall, searching for any telltale sliver of difference in temperature, any draft that might indicate a gap. You check and recheck. A chink of light is more than an infraction. It feels like a moral failure, a betrayal of your street, your neighbours, your city. It is a pinpoint of vulnerability in a world obsessed with defensive secrecy. Only when you're satisfied, when the dark is confirmed as absolute and secure, do you turn toward the stairs, toward bed. The physical weight of the day now settles upon you fully, a cloak of lead. Your muscles unclench in a slow, aching wave of fatigue. But as your body lets go, your mind, freed from the distractions of light and labour, tightens its grip. The fears you held at bay now advance. You lie in the cold bed, and your ears are your only scouts in the night. You listen past the breathing of the child beside you, past the sigh of the house, out into the silent streets. You're listening for a drone, the low thrumming note of engines in the sky. It is a sound you have heard in reality, and now in a thousand nightmares. Your mind conjures it from the whisper of the wind, from the distant rumble of a late train. Each false alarm sends a jolt of cold adrenaline through your veins, leaving you trembling in its wake. To calm yourself, you might reach for physical tokens, a photograph in a frame on the bedside table, its details invisible in the dark, but its presence a comfort. Your fingers might find a medal sent home in a letter, its cool metal and sharp edges a tangible connection to a valour you can only imagine. These objects are anchors in the swirling dark of thought. They are proof of love, of sacrifice, of a reality that existed before the blackout and might, somehow, exist again after it. The cold of the sheets begins to fade as your own body heat creates a small, fragile zone of warmth. The house ticks and settles around you. The watchfulness begins to blur at the edges, fatigue softening the sharp points of anxiety. You're on the threshold of surrender, not to sleep, but to the night's long, uncertain watch. Sleep, when it comes, is not a welcoming country. It is a tentative, disputed territory. The bed is rarely a place of solitary comfort. Children share it for warmth. An elderly relative might occupy another corner. You learn to sleep in the spaces left, your body curled, respectful of the other's presence. Their movements, their murmurs, their dreams become part of your own. The sleep itself is thin, a porous state. You drift into it lightly, aware of the cold spot where your feet have ventured too far from the shared warmth, aware of the child's whimper as a bad dream surfaces. You wake easily, completely, at the slightest unfamiliar sound, a door closing down the street, a fox crying in a distant garden. Each time you surface, you lie still, listening, passing the night's soundtrack until you can label each noise as harmless. Only then do you sink back, not into deep oblivion, but into that same shallow stream of half-awareness. The nightmares are frequent visitors. They are not fantastical. They are literal, brutal replays of fear. The whistle of a falling bomb, the crash of glass, the sight of a familiar street transformed into rubble. You wake from them with a gasp, your heart pounding, a frantic tattoo against your ribs, the sheets damp with sweat. It takes long minutes for the reality of the quiet, dark room to reassert itself. Sometimes it is a child who cries out, seized by a terror they cannot name. You reach for them in the dark, pull them close, whisper meaningless comforts into their hair, feeling the small racing heartbeat against your own. Your reassurance is a performance, a calm you do not feel, meant to soothe them back into a sleep you yourself cannot achieve. And there are the nights when the fear is real. The sirens do sound, the maroons explode, then sleep is ripped away entirely, replaced by the old, practiced dread, the swift, efficient panic of gathering what you need, of shepherding sleepy, crying children down to the cellar or out into the street toward the tube. Those nights are not counted as sleep at all. They are lost time, hours spent in collective, shivering vigil in the earth, waiting for the all clear. On the ordinary nights, the uneventful nights, sleep remains fragmented. You float in the liminal space between exhaustion and alertness. In these quiet, wakeful stretches, the future unfolds in your mind, not as hope, but as a series of vague grey questions. How much longer? What will be left? What will we have become? There are no answers. The questions simply hang in the dark, unanswered, until fatigue finally drowns them out and pulls you under for another hour of thin, troubled rest. The dawn, when it finally bleeds around the edges of the curtain, does not feel like a renewal. It feels like a reprieve. You have survived another night. The dark has released its grip for a few hours, and as the grey light grows, revealing the familiar worn contours of your room, you understand that this broken, watchful rest is not an interruption of life. It is the essential rhythm of life now, the slow, stubborn heartbeat of a city and a people simply trying to endure. The dark is at its deepest now. That hour just before the first, faint hint of grey threatens the eastern sky. It's the true heart of the night, a silence so profound it feels like a held breath after a long, slow exhalation. The city is still, not peacefully, but exhaustedly. The last late worker has stumbled home, the last warden has completed his round. Even the fear seems to have retreated, worn out by its own constant vigilance. In this absolute quiet, the house around you breathes softly. The cooling embers in the grate tick. A child sighs in a dream. The floorboards release the day's pressure with a soft, almost musical groan. This is the closest thing to peace you will know. You lie there, not sleeping, not quite awake. The weight of the day that has passed is a tangible thing upon your chest, a composite of all its small struggles, the ache in your feet from standing in the queue, the sting of chemical fumes still faint in your nose, the hollow, unsatisfied feeling left by the supper of substitutes, the metallic taste of dread from the casualty lists, the dry rasp of the child's cough, the leaden fatigue in your muscles. But beneath that weight there is something else, a stubborn, quiet pulse. It is the rhythm of return. However brutal the day, you return to this bed. However scant the meal, you shared it. However terrifying the news, you read the letter and wrote one back. This is not the heroism of charge or sacrifice. It is the heroism of the hinge, of the door that swings shut night after night, of the wheel that turns one more rotation. It is the courage of continuation. You think of the day that will come, and you know it will be the same cold awakening in the dark, the same fumbling for clothes worn thin by worry and work, the same walk to the same queue, to stand with the same neighbours, to hear the same rumours and receive the same meagre allotment, the same journey through the wounded streets to the place where your labour, physical or clerical, contributes its small, essential weight to the vast, grinding machine of the war. The same careful preparation of a meal that fills without nourishing, the same flickers of haunted leisure, the same labour of love in the letters you will write, the same nightly inspection of the blackout, the same listening in the dark. It is a circle, unbroken and seemingly endless. The variables are few, a different item missing from the shop, a new official restriction, a letter arriving or failing to arrive. The structure remains, a cage of routine that is also paradoxically the only thing holding you together. The heroism here is invisible. It leaves no monument, wins no medal. It is in the hands of the woman who, after a 10-hour shift filling shells, still finds the patience to darn a sock in the poor light. It is in the will of the clerk who maintains his precise ledgers while his spirit screams at the futility of it all. It is in the father who swallows his shame at not being at the front and tends his tiny vegetable plot with a tenderness he once reserved for his children. It is in the simple, devastating act of setting a place at the table for someone who may never come home again. It is the daily, hourly choice to care, to mend, to endure, to love in the face of a world doing its utmost to unravel all those things. It is the maintenance of the human in the face of the inhuman. As the first slender thread of grey light begins to define the edge of the blackout curtain, you feel the shift. The night's temporary armistice is ending. The city is beginning to stir in its sleep. A distant door closes. A single lonely bird tries out a note. Your body, attuned to this rhythm you never asked for, knows what comes next. There is no anticipation, only recognition. Another day of the same. And yet you will rise to meet it. Not with hope perhaps, but with a determination so deep it has become instinct. You will do it because there is nothing else to do, because others depend on you, because to stop is to admit a defeat that is unthinkable. And now, gently, let this awareness seep into the waking world of your own room. Feel the difference in the silence around you. It is a silence you can break. The dark is one you can dispel with a thought, a gesture. The comfort of your bed, the certainty of a full pantry, the peace of a sky empty of threat. These are not small things. They are the outcomes of that long-awake endurance, the legacy bought with the quiet, desperate courage of millions of ordinary days, like the one you have just passed through. You're leaving that bed in that cold room, in that fearful, breathing city. The weight lifts from your chest. The sounds of a different century recede. But let a shadow of the feeling remain. Let the memory of that all-consuming dark give new value to the simple flip of a switch. Let the ghost of that hollow hunger linger as you next consider a meal. Let the echo of that watchful silence deepen your appreciation for a night spent in untroubled rest. The grey light strengthens behind the curtain. A cock crows far off. A cartwheel creaks on a street. The great, weary machine of London is engaging its gears once more. You have seen its innermost workings, felt the strain on every piston, heard the fragile rhythm of its heart. It is not beautiful. It is worn, patched, stained, and infinitely resilient. Now, open your eyes to your own light. Breathe your own unrationed air. The year 1917 recedes, not as a dream, but as a shared memory of a reality once lived. The people there are rising now, as they did every morning. They're pulling on their mended clothes, clutching their ration books, stepping out into the chill to face it all again. They do not know how it ends, they only know that it must be faced. And so, quietly we leave them there, on the brink of another day. For them, there is no closing line, no final curtain, there is only the continuation. Tomorrow London will wake again, as it always does. Hi guys. Tonight we begin by stepping onto the damp, mist-shrouded banks of the River Thames, with the silhouettes of 1,000 chimneys cutting into a sky the colour of cooled ashes. The gas lamps are just being lit along the embankment, casting shaky pools of gold on the black water, and you can almost hear the distant low groan of the city, a sound like a sleeping giant turning over. It's the kind of scene that looks majestic in a painted engraving, all progress and grandeur. But if you actually had to live here, especially in the year 1860 at the height of its power, you would likely reconsider before the first full day was done. The reality is stark. London was a machine, and if you had to sleep inside it, breathe its air, work in its bowels, or navigate its vast invisible rules, you'd soon discover your greatest challenge wasn't the occasional danger or discomfort. It was the sheer, grinding weight of everyday life in the heart of an empire. You probably won't survive this. At least, not with your modern sensibilities intact. So before you settle in, if you're enjoying this journey into the past, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. Only if you truly appreciate these deep dives into history. And as you're listening right now, feel free to drop your location and local time in the comments below. I always find it fascinating to see where in the world you're joining me from. Now, let the sounds of your own space fade away. The fog is thickening, the river is flowing, and London, in all its glorious, grim and relentless reality, is waiting. The Thames moves with a heavy, knowing rhythm in the hour before dawn. Its water, the colour of lead and chilled by the autumn night, slides past the stone foundations of a sleeping city. To the west, the great silhouette of the Houses of Parliament rises against a sky that is just beginning to bleed from black into a deep, bruised purple. The clock face of Big Ben is a pale, ghostly orb, its hands invisible from this distance, holding time in suspense. This is London in the year 1860, the heart of an empire upon which the sun, it is said, never sets. But here, in this quiet moment, the sun has yet to commit itself, and the city lies in a state of profound and uneven rest. Listen closely. Beneath the eternal whisper of the river, the city breathes. It is a ragged, two-toned breath. From the solid, dark masses of houses in Mayfair and Belgravia, the breath is steady and slow, muffled by thick curtains and deep carpets. It is the sound of security, of coal embers banked in marble hearths, of slumber uninterrupted by want. But from the east, from across the commercial crush of the city and into the labyrinth of lanes beyond, the breath is different. It is a chorus of shorter, shallower pulls. It rasps with the residue of yesterday's labour, hitches with the cough that never quite leaves the chest, murmurs with the faint distress of dreams haunted by tomorrow's uncertainty. Two different kinds of sleep, two different bodies sharing the same damp island air. Today, you will not just walk through London, you will move through both of these bodies. You will feel the polished marble and the rough cobble, inhale the scent of beeswax and the stench of offal, hear the crystal clink of fine glass and the dull clang of the factory bell. This is the true, complete anatomy of power. So, wherever you are, settle in. Let the light in your own space grow dim. Allow the sounds of your present world to soften and recede. Feel the weight of your own modern comforts, and then gently set them aside. We are stepping back, not as spectators, but as inhabitants. You will wake not to an alarm, but to the distant waking growl of the greatest city on earth. You will not observe its history. You will live a single, ordinary, extraordinary day within it. Breathe in, breathe out. The darkness by the river is thinning. Somewhere a match is struck. A kettle is placed on a hob. A million minds are beginning the slow drift from dreams to duty. The pulse of the empire is quickening. One city, two bodies. Your day in 1860 is about to begin. Your awakening in the West is not a surrender to sunlight, but a submission to a schedule. A soft, persistent knock sounds against the bedroom door, a rhythm more reliable than any dawn. The darkness around you is already retreating, not from the window, but from the gentle, hissing embrace of the gas mantle on the wall. Its light is a warm yellow halo, pushing back the shadows to the corners of the room, making the patterned wallpaper seem to shift and deepen. It is a manufactured dawn, contained and controlled. You lie still for a moment, feeling the profound silence of the house press in, a silence thick and expensive. The bed beneath you is a landscape of softness, a feather mattress that accepts the shape of your body without resistance. The sheets are cool, smooth Egyptian cotton, and the weight of the blankets is a comforting anchor. Heavy velvet curtains, drawn last night with a final decisive pull, seal the room from the world outside. No sound of the early streets penetrates here, no chill of the autumn air, only the faint dry perfume of warmth from the fireplace grate, where the last coals of last night's fire sleep beneath a blanket of grey ash, still holding a memory of heat. The door opens without a sound, and a maid enters, her steps muffled by the large Turkey rug. She carries no candle. The gaslight is enough. She moves to the washstand and you hear the quiet clink of porcelain as she pours water from a flowered jug into a matching basin. The water is not cold, it has been warmed downstairs. This small luxury is the first true sensation of the day. You rise, your feet finding slippers placed precisely, and move to the ritual of washing. The soap is hard-milled, faintly scented with sandalwood. The towel is rough, absorbent linen. You scrub your face, and the act feels less about cleanliness and more about transition, about shedding the idle skin of the night. Next comes the shave. You sit before the mirrored stand, its surface slightly imperfect, throwing back a soft-edged version of your face. The straight razor is fetched from its case, its edge tested on a leather strop with a swift whispering sound that is both promise and threat. The brush works the soap into a thick lather in a scalloped bowl. The scent is sharper now, medicinal. The blade's path across your skin is a careful negotiation, a familiar risk performed in quiet concentration. Each stroke is a quiet scrape, followed by the soft tap of the razor against the basin's rim. This is a man's private liturgy, a daily reaffirmation of order and control. Now, the building of the day's persona, layer by layer. The linen shirt first, stiff with starch, its collar a crisp band against the neck. Then the braces, the trousers of fine wool, the waistcoat with its precise row of buttons, each one an opportunity for a small focused task. The frock coat follows, its fabric dense, its cut restricting the shoulders just so, dictating posture. Every garment has a weight, a texture, a purpose. The pocket watch is retrieved from its bed on the nightstand, wound and secured in its designated place. The tie is knotted, a complex manoeuvre performed by feel in the mirror. You're not merely getting dressed, you're assembling a statement, a walking ledger of your position. The clothes do not allow you to forget who you're supposed to be for the next 16 hours. As you complete this silent construction, the house begins to murmur around you. From deep below, through the floorboards and the layers of carpet, comes the faint percussive rhythm of the kitchen, the closing of an iron oven door, the rattle of a pan. The smells ascend slowly, taking the back stairs. The rich, fatty promise of frying bacon, the dark bitterness of coffee being ground. Another scent arrives more directly, carried on the air from the hallway, the sharp chemical tang of ink from the freshly delivered Times, folded neatly on a salver downstairs. It mingles with the ever-present polished smell of the house itself, the lemon oil and beeswax rubbed into every mahogany surface, a scent of preservation and displayed wealth. You give your cuffs a final, unconscious tug and glance at the window, where a thin line of true morning light now glows defiantly around the fortress of the curtains. The world outside exists, but it can wait. Here, in this ordered, perfumed silence, the day has begun on your terms. You are prepared, contained, and presented. The empire of the household is in perfect order, and you are its sovereign, ready to step out and claim your share of the larger one. You move towards the door, the wool of your coat whispering its own quiet announcement, and descend to breakfast, leaving the manufactured dusk of your bedroom behind. Your awakening in the east is a slow, reluctant surfacing from depths of exhaustion. No one knocks. Consciousness returns through a series of intrusions, the deep, marrow-chilling damp that has seeped through the walls all night and now clings to your blanket. The persistent, wet cough of a neighbour through the thin partition, a sound as regular as a faulty clock. Then, faint but unmistakable, carried on the still dark air across miles of rooftops, the first long, low wail of a factory steam whistle. It is not a call, but a summons, a vibration felt in the chest before it is heard by the ears. The day does not invite you, it claims you. The room is a pocket of shared breath and shadow. You might be in an attic, the ceiling sloping sharply to a grimy window that shows a sliver of soot-blackened sky. Or perhaps you're in a basement, where the light, when it comes, filters down grey and reluctant. The space is not defined by walls, but by the presence of other bodies, siblings, parents, perhaps a lodger crammed onto a second makeshift pallet on the floor. The bed, if it can be called that, is a stew of limbs and coarse blankets. The air is thick, a permanent broth cooked from the smell of old mortar, the sour tang of mouldering plaster, the acrid bite of coal smoke that never dissipates, and the dense, close odour of too many people sleeping, sweating, dreaming in one unaired space. Movement is careful, a negotiation in the dark. There is no gas mantle here, no struck match until absolutely necessary. Clothes are found by touch, the rough greasy wool of trousers stiff from yesterday's labour, a patched shirt that carries the cold damp of the room within its fibres. Every garment is a record of wear, patches layered upon patches, the original fabric a forgotten memory. Dressing is not a ceremony, it is the swift assumption of a protective shell. You splash your face with water from a shared jug on the landing. It is shockingly cold, a sharp slap that scours the last grit of sleep away, but offers no refreshment, only a cleaving to the grim reality of the hour. Food is a thought, not a meal. A heel of yesterday's bread, hard and tasteless, chewed slowly while standing. A swallow of weak, cold tea from a cracked mug if you're fortunate. It is less about sustenance and more about the habit of putting something in the stomach, a buffer against the long, hollow hours until the next chance to eat. There is no lingering. The room is already stirring into a muted chaos of quiet urgings and fumbling searches. The collective focus is on the door. You open it and the city rushes in. The hallway is darker than the room, a narrow tunnel of peeling paint and the smell of boiled cabbage and stale urine. Down the unsteady stairs, your hand skimming the wall for guidance, and then you are out. The alley greets you like a cold, wet embrace. The sky is a dirty ribbon of dull grey far above, between the jagged rooftops. The ground underfoot is a thick paste of mud and other, less identifiable things, churned by countless footsteps. The air is colder here, moving, carrying with it the smoke of 1,000 early breakfast fires and the faint metallic hint of the river. You are not the first. The narrow channel of the lane is already a slow-moving stream of shadowy figures. A costermonger pushes his barrow with a wheel that squeaks like a trapped animal. A hunched woman, shawl pulled tight, moves with a basket of mussels on her hip. Men in cloth caps and stained jackets walk with their heads down, their faces blank with the resignation of the unrewarded. There are few words. A grunted greeting, a muttered curse at the puddle underfoot. This is not a community awakening together, but a population being dispensed one by one from its holding cells into the great machinery of the day. You fall into step, the rhythm of your walk synchronizing with the others not out of camaraderie, but out of the sheer physics of the confined space. You move east, towards the source of the whistle's cry, leaving the close sleeping breath of the house behind for the vast hungry breath of the factories. The darkness is softening from black to grey, but here, in these canyons of brick and want, true morning feels like a rumour, a thing that happens somewhere else. The city begins its daily transfusion. In the west, your transition from private chamber to public sphere is a measured, insulated affair. A carriage waits at the curb, its dark lacquer gleaming dully in the morning mist. Whether it bears your family crest or is a hired growler, its function is the same, a mobile room of leather and polished wood, a capsule of preserved dignity. The door is shut behind you by a silent attendant, and the world is suddenly framed by a small damp pane of glass. The clop of the horse's hooves on the macadam is rhythmic, hypnotic, a sound that distances you from the street itself. Through this moving window you observe the city's awakening servants. The crossing sweepers are already at their posts, brushing the night's detritus from the paths of gentlemen yet to appear. The milkmaids make their deliveries, their yokes swaying with heavy pails. Uniformed postmen stride with purpose, their satchels fat with the correspondence of commerce and society. Shop boys are taking down shutters with a clatter that is muffled by your cabin. The streets are filling, but with a kind of orderly chaos. Hansoms and omnibuses jostle for position, their drivers calling out. Pedestrians navigate the tidal flow of traffic with practiced ease. There is noise, certainly, the aggregate rumble of wheels, the calls of vendors, the snorts of horses, but inside your carriage it is all subdued, turned into a panorama of industrious life. You're a spectator, moving through but not truly touching the mechanism. The scent of the outside, damp horse, coal smoke, the faint sweet decay of autumn leaves swept into piles, only occasionally breaches your compartment, quickly overcome by the smells of leather and the faint floral hint of the cologne on your handkerchief. Meanwhile, your other self is absorbed into the city's sinew and muscle, becoming part of the mechanism itself. There is no carriage, no pane of glass. There is only the press of bodies and the unyielding solidity of the ground. You walk, because walking is the tax levied on poverty. You're not alone. From every narrow lane and dim courtyard, figures stream outward, merging into a broader current that flows towards the industrial heart. This is not a street in the West End sense. It is a canyon of soot-blackened brick, the air already thickening with a haze of coal dust that catches in the throat and leaves a gritty taste on the tongue. Your attention is forced downward. The cobblestones are uneven, slick with a permanent dampness, and patches of something slippery you choose not to identify. Your boots, soles worn thin, transmit every pebble's contour. The sound here is not the clean clop of a single horse, but the ceaseless shuffling drag of hundreds of worn leather soles on stone, punctuated by the rumble of a distant dray cart. Conversations are short, functional, often lost in the general murmur. Some walk in silence, faces set in a mask of grim anticipation, already feeling the factory's heat. Others are louder, arguing or laughing with a rough, fleeting energy. You feel the brush of a wool-clad shoulder, the accidental nudge of an elbow. There is no privacy, no bubble of isolation. You're a particle in a stream, your individual motion subsumed by the collective direction. The smell is immediate and complex. The sour tang of unwashed wool, the stale beer smell from a pub's open doorway, the pungent reek of a fishmonger's stall setting up, and underneath it all, the sulphurous breath of the factories ahead, a promise of the day to come. Both streams, the swift current of wheels and the slower, denser flow of feet, are drawn inexorably towards the same ancient fulcrum, London Bridge. From the west, your carriage joins a procession of vehicles, the pace slowing to a dignified walk as you approach the river. From the east, the human river narrows and concentrates, funneling onto the bridge's broad pedestrian walkways. Here, for a few hundred yards, the two bodies of London are forced into a stark, parallel intimacy. On one side, the carriages roll, their occupants glancing out, perhaps, at the grey swell of the Thames below, or pointedly ignoring the tide of humanity on the other side of a low stone barrier. On the other side, the workers press forward, a mass of faded colours and weary faces, their eyes mostly on the backs of those ahead, though some glances, fleeting and unreadable, flick towards the polished carriages. The sounds mix, the rumble of iron-rimmed wheels on stone, the jingle of harnesses, and the deep oceanic murmur of countless footsteps and low voices. The smells collide, the fine leather and perfume from the carriage windows meeting the odour of hard labour and cheap tobacco from the crowd. It is the city's heart, this bridge, but it pumps two different kinds of blood through the same stony arteries. The carriage and the pedestrian share the same structure, are suspended over the same powerful, indifferent river, are headed to their destinations in the same teeming city. Yet the barrier between them, both physical and invisible, is absolute. They cross the water together, this moment of convergence a grand daily illusion of unity. Then, on the southern bank, the streams diverge once more without ceremony. The carriages turn towards the offices and counting houses of the city, its financial temples. The crowd of feet pushes onward, deeper into Bermondsey and Southwark, towards the roaring, steaming temples of industry. The contact is broken. The blood separates again, one kind to command, the other to power the engines of that command. The bridge remains, a silent witness to the daily peaceful segregation that keeps the Empire's heart beating. The destination is a room dedicated solely to the act of beginning the day, the dining room. Its door is opened for you, and the scene within is a still life of assured abundance. The table, a vast expanse of polished mahogany, reflects the soft light from the window and the brighter glow of the spirit lamps keeping various covered dishes warm. The air is a warm tapestry of distinct savoury threads. The smoky, oily perfume of kippers grilled until their skin blisters, the salty, fatty crispness of back bacon, the rich, comforting smell of eggs fried in butter. There is the sweeter, simpler scent of toasted bread, and underneath it all, the dark, aromatic breath of strong China tea steeping in a silver pot. You take your place. The chair is heavy, solid. Before you, the landscape of your plate is arranged with precision. A piece of fine white porcelain, its edges traced with a band of cobalt blue. To its side, silver cutlery rests on the linen cloth, cool and weighty in the hand, their surfaces buffed to a soft gleam that holds the light rather than throws it back. The rituals here are silent, performed by unseen hands. A servant lifts a dome from a dish, revealing the glistening fish. Another offers a basket lined with a napkin, from which you select a slice of toast that crackles faintly at the touch. Butter, pale and creamy, yields under the knife. Marmalade, dark and bitter-sweet, sits in a cut glass dish. The first bite is an experience of texture and temperature as much as taste. The flaky flesh of the fish, the crunch of the toast, the unctuous give of the butter. The tea is poured, its colour a deep amber, its heat a clean counterpoint to the rich food. It is served with milk and sugar, but these are additions, not necessities. This is not eating out of hunger, but eating as a declaration. Each item on the table speaks of a supply chain that spans the globe. The tea from India, the sugar from the West Indies, the china from Staffordshire. You're consuming the Empire quite literally, and it is delicious. Conversation here is low, measured, an accompaniment to the meal, not its focus. The newspaper, ironed to remove the damp, lies folded beside your setting. It provides the topics, a comment on the dispatches from the continent, a dry observation on a parliamentary speech, a mention of a soiree to be attended that evening. Plans are discussed, not made. The talk is of influence and information, of maintaining the network of social and economic bonds that this very breakfast symbolises. The room is a sanctuary of order. The only sounds are the delicate clink of silver on china, the soft rustle of the newspaper, the murmur of voices. Time feels suspended, generous. This hour is a buffer, a gentle launch into the demands of capital and society. Elsewhere, the day offers no such sanctuary, no such launch. There is no dedicated room, no polished table. For your other self, breakfast is not a destination, but a momentary pause in the relentless trajectory towards the factory gate. The street itself becomes the dining room, its tables the wooden planks of a costermonger's barrow or the sooty ledge of a bridge wall. The air here is not woven with food smells, but assaulted by them. The pungent, greasy odour of frying pudding that hangs in a cloud around a stall. The sharp, almost chemical scent of cheap coffee adulterated with chicory and burnt grain, boiling in a vast blackened tin. You join a short, silent queue, your hand already clutching a single worn penny pulled from the depths of a pocket. The transaction is wordless. The penny is exchanged for a thick, handleless mug of a liquid so dark it is nearly black, and a slab of spotted dick or a pie of indeterminate content, its crust shiny with fat. There is no plate. The food is handed to you wrapped in a scrap of old paper that immediately grows translucent with grease. The coffee is scalding, bitter, its primary virtue being its heat, which sears a path down your throat and sits heavily in your stomach. The pudding is dense, doughy, sweet with cheap molasses and studded with hard, dry currants. You eat standing, your back to the flow of traffic, taking quick, careful bites between blows on the steaming liquid in the mug. Or perhaps you've brought your own ration from home. In the dim, cavernous space of the factory yard, leaning against a cold brick wall, you unwrap a cloth to reveal a wedge of stale bread, maybe a small piece of hard cheese. You eat this slowly, methodically, making it last, while around you others do the same. There is no conversation here either, but the silence is of a different quality, not peaceful but drained, conserving energy. The food has no ceremony, no variety, no particular taste beyond that of flour, salt and endurance. It is not enjoyed, it is deployed. Its purpose is purely physical, to convert starch and fat into strength, to fill the hollow space that will yawn wider with every hour of labour ahead. The pleasure, if it exists, is negative, the temporary cessation of gnawing emptiness. The contrast is not merely in the food, but in the relationship to time. In the West, breakfast is an island of own time, a space for the mind to engage with the world before the body must. In the East, it is a theft from time owed to the machine, a furtive refuelling performed in the margins of the working day. One table sustains a way of life, a culture of manners and conversation. The other stall or factory corner merely sustains a body, keeping the engine of labour fueled and functional. Both are essential to the city's metabolism, but they acknowledge different kinds of hunger and satisfy them in languages so distinct they might as well be describing different elements altogether. One is an anchor, the other is just ballast. Your day's true labour begins not with a strain of muscle, but with a settling of the mind into channels of calculated thought. The carriage deposits you before a building of solid, respectable stone, perhaps in the warren of lanes around the Bank of England, or in a quieter street off the Strand. The architecture speaks of permanence and discretion. You climb a short flight of steps, push open a heavy door of dark oak, and enter a different kind of atmosphere. The noise of the street, the cries, the wheels, the general din is cut off with a final muffled thud of the door closing behind you. It is replaced by a profound, carpeted quiet, broken only by the distant rhythmic tick of a long case clock in the hallway. The room you enter is an exercise in controlled substance. The walls are panelled in rich, dark mahogany, the grain of the wood like frozen smoke. A large desk, its surface a sea of polished leather, dominates the space. Upon it, order reigns, a brass inkstand, its wells filled with blackened red ink, a row of lead pencils sharpened to fine points, a letter knife of polished steel. The air carries a library scent, old paper, leather bindings, and the faint, clean aroma of furniture polish. There is a fire in the grate, but it burns low and efficiently, more for the suggestion of comfort than for needed warmth. The light from the window, filtered through slatted blinds, falls in precise bright bars across the desktop. You sit, the chair groaning softly under your weight, a sound of sturdy craftsmanship. Your hands move almost of their own accord, sorting through the morning's correspondence. The letters are opened with the sharp blade, the crack of the sealing wax a small, satisfying punctuation. The paper crackles as you unfold it. Here is the raw material of your work, figures from a plantation in Jamaica, a shipping manifest from Calcutta, a query from a wool broker in Sydney, a legal document pertaining to a rail line in the Midlands. The words are dry, factual, yet each one vibrates with implication, with risk and potential gain. Your pen moves across your own paper, its nib scratching steadily, a dry whisper that is the primary sound of your world. You're not moving anything physical. You're moving value, responsibility, futures. You trace lines of credit across oceans, assess percentages of profit, draft instructions that will take weeks to reach their destination, but whose consequences will echo for years. The empire is not just territories on a map. It is this, a vast, invisible nervous system of promises and accounts, and you sit at a quiet node reading its signals and sending your own. The tools are extensions of your intent. The ledger before you is massive, its pages thick and creamy, ruled in red and blue. Columns of figures march down the pages, each entry made with a careful, copperplate hand. A mistake is not merely erased, it is struck through with a single neat line and the correction written above, creating a permanent record of the error and its remedy. There is a moral geometry to this work. Balance must be achieved. Debits and credits must reconcile with the certainty of a mathematical truth. The chaos of the world, the storms that sink ships, the rebellions that disrupt harvests, the vagaries of human nature, must all be rendered into these orderly rows and summed into a final, authoritative number at the bottom of the page. It is an act of profound faith, this belief that the world can be contained and understood through ink and arithmetic. The morning passes in this quiet, intense focus. Occasionally a clerk enters silently, places a new batch of papers on the desk, or retrieves a signed document. Conversations, when they occur, are brief and specific. A low-voiced query about a clause in a contract, a clarification on a shipment's insurance. There is no raised voice, no visible sweat. The tension here is intellectual, a tight wire of concentration strung across the room. You're managing not machines, but fates. The well-being of distant enterprises, the dividends of anxious shareholders, the livelihoods of thousands you will never see, all pass through your hands in the form of these crisp white sheets. The weight is immense, but it is a weight borne by the mind, leaving the body untouched, clean, and still relatively fresh in its tailored cage of woolen linen. As the clock's hands approach a certain hour, the nature of the day's work subtly shifts. The meticulous accounting, the correspondence, the analysis, these do not cease, but they are now understood to be the foundation for a different kind of transaction. The bell of a nearby church tolls the hour, a sound that penetrates even the quiet of the office. It is a signal. You carefully cap the inkwell, slide the ledger into its designated drawer, and straighten the papers on your desk into a perfect rectangular alignment. The physical order of the space mirrors the mental order you strive to impose on the world. You rise, your muscles protesting only slightly from the long stillness, and retrieve your hat and coat from the stand. The work of the pen is temporarily suspended. Now begins the work of the handshake, the conversation, the measured revelation and careful listening. You step back out into the daylight, your eyes adjusting from the lamplit gloom of the office to the grey glare of the London noon. The next stage of maintaining the Empire's capital does not happen at the desk. It happens over a meal, in a room filled with the low hum of congenial power, where the true currency is information and the most valuable assets are trust and connection. The summons of the distant whistle becomes, upon crossing the factory threshold, an all-consuming reality. You pass through a high-arched gate of wrought iron, and the world outside, the grey sky, the damp streets, the murmur of the crowd is swallowed whole. It is not just a sound that greets you, but a physical force. The noise is a solid, vibrating wall, a deep, rhythmic asterisk, thump, 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 asterisk, from the massive steam engine in the bowels of the building that you feel in your teeth, your ribs, the soles of your feet. Overlaying this bedrock of sound is a shrieking cacophony, the hiss of steam from overhead pipes, the shriek of metal on metal as looms fly back and forth, the clatter of drive shafts, the whir and slap of leather belts as wide as your torso, snaking and dancing from ceiling to machine in a hypnotic, dangerous ballet. To speak is to shout directly into your neighbour's ear, and even then the words are torn from your lips and shredded by the din. The air is its own kind of oppression. The chill of the morning is gone, replaced by a thick, moist heat radiating from the engine room and from the friction of 1,000 moving parts. It smells of hot oil, of scorched dust, of the peculiar, sweet metallic scent of steam. And then there is the taste of the work itself. If it is a textile mill, the air is a blizzard of fine, fibrous dust. Cotton or wool fibres that coat your tongue, line your throat, and make you cough up grey phlegm. In a metalworks, it is the taste of coke fumes and iron filings, a gritty mineral tang that sticks to the back of your mouth. The light is a murky twilight, filtering through high grime-caked windows, supplemented by the faint guttering glow of gas jets that paint moving shadows on the cavernous walls. You take your place, not at a desk but at a machine. It might be a spinning mule, its carriage moving back and forth with a relentless grinding patience, or a power loom, a monstrous thing of wood and iron that clatters and bucks as it weaves cloth with a speed no human hand could match. Your body now becomes an annex to the machine. Your task is not to think but to react, to repeat, to attend. For 12, 14, sometimes 16 hours, your world narrows to a few square feet. Your hands perform the same series of motions, tying a broken thread on a spinning frame, feeding carded wool into a hungry maw, guiding a piece of metal under a stamping press, watching for flaws in a river of cloth. The motions are small, precise, and ceaseless. There is no variety, only the infinite replication of a single mechanical gesture. To look up from your station is to risk a tangle, a flaw, a moment's inattention that could mean damaged material, a furious overlooker, or worse, a mangled limb caught in the unthinking gears. You're not alone in this submission. All around you, other bodies are locked in the same rhythm. Children, small and nimble, crawl beneath the working machines to sweep up lint or oil the lower mechanisms, their faces pale in the gloom. Women, their skirts tied back, their hair tightly covered, work the looms or the spinning frames with a desperate, weary speed. The overlooker moves through the aisles, a watchful, silent figure with a clipboard, his eyes missing nothing. Lingering touch, a slowed pace, a whispered conversation, all are noted. The discipline is not of the mind, but of the body and the clock. The only sanctioned pauses are for the hurried, tasteless meals, eaten perched on a crate or leaning against a wall, the food gritty with the airborne dust of the trade. The fatigue is not the pleasant weariness of mental exertion. It is a deep, systemic draining. It settles first in the feet, which ache from standing on hard stone for every one of those 1,000 minutes. Then it climbs into the legs, a dull, heavy pain. The back stiffens from constant hunching or reaching. The eyes strain in the poor light, watering from the dust or the fumes. The noise becomes a kind of silence, a constant pressure on the skull that makes thought impossible, leaving only a numb, automatic awareness of the task. The mind retreats, leaving the body to perform its repetitive dance under the watchful eye of the overlooker and the relentless dictate of the steam engine's heartbeat. And the danger is always present, a silent partner to the fatigue. It is in the unguarded drive shaft that could snag a sleeve and pull an arm from its socket. It is in the leather belt that could snap with the crack of a cannon and lash across the room. It is in the press that comes down with tons of force, waiting for a hand placed a fraction of an inch out of position. It is in the air itself, thick with combustible dust that could turn the entire building into an inferno with a single spark. You hear stories, see the empty space where a worker once stood, notice the man with the missing fingers who now sweeps the floors. The fear is there, but it is buried under the heavier weight of necessity. You cannot afford to be afraid. You can only afford to be careful, and even that is not always enough. Beyond the walls of this particular mill or forge, the same gospel of sweat and repetition is preached in 1,000 different accents. On the docks, your other self might be a lumpen, moving not among machines, but among mountains of cargo. The smell here is of tidal mud, rotting hemp, and exotic spices leaking from torn sacks. The work is pure, brute translocation. A sack of grain weighing 200 pounds is hoisted onto your back by a partner, and you walk the plank from ship to wharf, your spine compressing with each step, the world reduced to the sweat in your eyes and the burn in your thighs. The rhythm is set by the foreman's shout, not the engine's thump, but the demand on the body is just as absolute, the margin for error just as slim. A misstep on a wet plank means a plunge into the icy, filthy Thames. A slipping load can crush a leg in an instant, or perhaps the work is quieter but no less confining. In a garret room in Spitalfields, you sit with a dozen other women, your world a small square of cloth and a needle that flashes in the dim light from the window. This is a different kind of factory, one without a central engine, but the rhythm is imposed just the same, by the pile of unfinished trousers, by the meagre piece rate pay, by the sharp-eyed mistress who measures your output. Your back aches from hunching, your eyes sting from focusing on fine stitches for 14 hours, your fingers grow numb and calloused. The air is close, still, thick with the smell of cheap fabric and human breath. The danger here is slower, failing eyesight, a consumptive cough from the perpetual indoor damp, the slow starvation of wages that never quite meet the rent. It is a silent, draining grind, where the only sound is the whisper of thread through cloth and the occasional sigh. At a building site for a new railway viaduct or a grand commercial palace, the labour is a hybrid of the old world and the new. The air rings with the strike of hammers on stone, the rasp of handsaws, the foreman's cries. You haul bricks in a hod, mix mortar in a great trough, scramble up scaffolding with a load on your shoulder that sways terrifyingly in the wind. Here, the danger is spectacular. A fall from a great height, a collapsing trench, a runaway cart of rubble. The body is pushed to its absolute limit of strength and endurance, building the monumental infrastructure of the age, one back-breaking load at a time. The form of the labour varies, the roar of the mill, the strain of the dock, the silent stitch of the needle, the heave of the brick, but its essence remains constant. It is the conversion of human life, measured in time and physical effort, into a product, a service, a component of the empire's wealth. It is work that asks nothing of the mind and everything of the body. It is work that leaves its mark not on paper, but on the lungs, the spine, the hands, and the spirit. While the city's brain plans and calculates in quiet carpeted rooms, its muscles and sinews are here, in these temples of noise and effort, burning themselves out to power a progress from which they will see little reward. The afternoon presents not a halt, but a shift in the city's energy. In the west, the work of ledgers and correspondence finds its natural counterpoint in the work of selection and acquisition. The social lunch concludes, and the streets become a theatre of leisure with a purpose. You might find yourself drawn towards the grand new emporiums, palaces of consumption like Whiteley's in Bayswater. Stepping inside is to enter a climate of its own, warmer than the outside air and perfumed with the scent of new fabric, polished wood, and the faint sweet aroma of the confectionery department. Light floods from high windows and glittering gaseliers, illuminating a staggering panorama of choice. Counters groan under stacks of Indian shawls and bolts of French silk. Glass cases display intricate silverware, porcelain from Dresden, toys from Nuremberg. Assistants move with deferential grace, presenting items as if unveiling treasures. Here, shopping is not a necessity but an exploration, an education in taste. You handle objects, assessing weight and texture not for utility, but for the pleasure of possession they promise. The act is slow, considered. You're not buying a thing, you're curating your own world, one purchase at a time. The abundance is almost overwhelming, a tangible manifestation of global trade routes all culminating here on a polished mahogany counter before you. Or perhaps the afternoon calls for a different kind of consumption, that of curated experience. You might visit the lingering spectacles of the Great Exhibition, housed now in Sydenham. Here, the empire and the world are organised into digestible marvels, replicas of ancient temples, machines that demonstrate scientific principles, dioramas of exotic landscapes. You walk through these exhibits with a quiet awe, a sense of owning through understanding. It is leisure that flatters the intellect, reinforcing the narrative of progress and British mastery. Later, a stroll through Hyde Park offers a more subdued pleasure. The chaos of the city is held at bay by iron railings and vast expanses of grass. The air here is clearer, carrying the damp green smell of earth and leaves. You follow neat gravel paths, nodding to other well-dressed strollers, observing the carriages roll by on Rotten Row. This is nature, but nature perfected, trimmed and made safe for polite society. It is a space for quiet conversation, for private thought amidst the public domain, a testament to the luxury of unproductive time. Meanwhile, in the East the concept of an afternoon is not a segment of the day, but a fleeting anomaly in the continuum of labour. The factory bell or the foreman's shout grants a respite, but it is measured in minutes, not hours. There is no grand emporium to browse, no curated park to wander. The body, however, makes its own demands. The need is not for diversion, but for a momentary surrender. For many, the destination is the public house. You push open a door into a room thick with the smell of sawdust, spilled beer, cheap tobacco, and unwashed bodies. The light is dim, the windows grimy. Conversation here is a low, tired rumble. You place a penny on the damp wood of the bar and receive a glass of gin, clear and sharp as a knife. You drink it quickly, not for the taste, which is medicinal and harsh, but for the swift spreading warmth that follows, a brief internal fire that loosens the knot between your shoulders and blurs the hard edges of the day for a precious quarter hour. It is not joy, but a chemical respite. Others, with even less coin, might simply find a doorstep in a rare sliver of sunlight, leaning against the brickwork and closing their eyes. The luxury here is not choice, but stillness. To sit, to feel the weak sun on your face, to not move for 10 minutes, this is the pinnacle of afternoon pleasure. The mind does not wander to far-off lands or elegant goods. It focuses on the simple, profound absence of immediate demand. It is a pause so fragile it feels stolen and is all the more cherished for it. Between these two worlds, on the common ground of the street itself, the true democratic theatre of London plays out endlessly. Here, the narratives of both bodies intersect in a cacophony of survival and spectacle. You encounter the street performer, a man with a tired monkey on a leash, turning somersaults on the cobbles while his hat lies empty on the ground, hoping for the stray farthing of pity or amusement. The beggar, a fixture on a certain corner, repeats a silent, well-rehearsed plea with his eyes, his very posture a monument to want. The itinerant salesman, his tray hung from his neck, proclaims the virtues of boot-blacking or sewing needles in a rapid musical patter, a one-man chorus of commerce. The evangelical preacher stands on a crate, his face flushed with fervour, hurling promises of damnation and salvation at a stream of indifferent faces, his words battling the din of the traffic. This street is a marketplace of everything: goods, talents, desperation, faith. A pieman sells his wares from a portable oven. A girl offers bunches of wilted watercress. A blind man plays a sorrowful tune on a fiddle. A pickpocket moves through the crowd with the gentle probing touch of a ghost. It is a space of constant negotiation and fleeting connection. The gentleman from the West might drop a coin in a hat. A transaction of conscience. The worker from the East might share a grim joke with the costermonger. Everyone is both audience and performer. The street accepts all roles and grants no one a permanent stage. It is the city's true commons, a brutal, vibrant, and utterly captivating pageant where the only price of admission is to be present, and the only consistent theme is the relentless, churning effort to secure the next meal, the next coin, the next breath. It reminds you, no matter which body you inhabit, that London's never still, never satisfied, and that its lifeblood is this very motion, this endless ragged flow of humanity seeking its narrow path through the afternoon. As the afternoon light begins to slant, lengthening shadows in the alleys and lending a gilded edge to the grand facades of the West, another layer of the city's reality asserts itself, one that flows just beneath the surface of commerce and respite. It is the constant, quiet hum of transgression and peril. Your awareness of it sharpens, a subconscious adjustment to the rhythm of survival. In the crowded thoroughfares, the press of bodies is not just an inconvenience. It is a landscape of opportunity for a different kind of trade. The pickpocket works with a delicate, rehearsed precision, his fingers lighter than a moth's wing as they dip into a coat pocket, seeking the weight of a watch or the slight crinkle of a banknote. The act is a performance of misdirection, a touch so fleeting the victim often attributes the brush to the general jostle of the crowd. In quieter lanes, the cracksman surveys a window latch, his tools hidden in his sleeves. The threat is rarely violent, but it is omnipresent, a tax on carelessness levied by the desperate upon the comfortable and the poor alike. The embodiment of order against this subtle chaos is the policemen, the peelers, in their distinctive blue uniform and tall hat. You see them at regular points, a solid, watchful presence. Their patrol is a slow, deliberate walk, their eyes scanning the flow of people. But their authority feels specific, grounded in the protection of visible property and the maintenance of public order. They're a deterrent to the brawler, the drunkard, the blatant thief. The more insidious dangers, the slow poison of bad water, the exploitation by a slum landlord, the silent hunger of a child, these lie largely outside their sphere. The law in its daily application is a fence around possession, not a shield for well-being. For yourself in the East, the policeman is often not a protector but an enforcer, a representative of a system that seems to punish survival crimes, drunkenness, vagrancy, petty theft, with a severity it rarely applies to the silent legal ravages of the factory or the rented room. Justice, like so much else, is a commodity of uneven distribution. A more profound and intimate danger than crime, however, hangs in the very air you breathe and lies in the water you might dare to drink. The memory of the great stink of just 2 years past is fresh. A summer when the Thames, choked with the effluent of the world's largest city, became a fermenting, putrid open sewer whose vapours were said to have driven Parliament to drape their windows in lime-soaked curtains. The grand new sewer lines are being laid, a Herculean effort beneath the streets, but their completion is a future promise. Today the river still carries a potent organic stench on warm days, a reminder of the filth that is merely being diverted, not vanquished. In the warren of courts and alleys the threat is more direct. Open drains trickle with unspeakable contents. Pumps draw water from wells perilously close to cesspits. The smell in these places is a complex, oppressive mixture of rot, ammonia, and decay. It is the smell of cholera, of typhoid, of 100 fevers that have no name but carry the same finality. When illness strikes here, it does so with the swiftness of a falling hammer. The medical remedies available are a frantic mix of folk wisdom and desperate commerce. You might visit the apothecary, whose shelves are lined with colourful bottles containing tinctures of opium, powders of dubious origin, and syrups laced with alcohol. Or you might rely on the advice of a neighbour, a poultice of boiled herbs, a charm bought from a wise woman. The line between medicine and superstition is thin and often crossed. Doctors, if they come at all, are expensive and may prescribe bleedings or purgatives that weaken more than they heal. Disease is not just a physical affliction, it is an economic cataclysm. A week's lost work means a week without pay, which means hunger, which means eviction. The body's fragility is the greatest threat of all, a personal vulnerability that no policeman's patrol can ever guard against. And through this landscape of physical and moral hazard, information travels like a second chaotic nervous system. The official word comes slowly, through the costly Times or the posted pronouncements of authority. For the vast majority, the news is carried on the quicker, more adaptable currents of rumour and cheap print. A boy shouts the headlines of a penny paper, his voice cracking with sensational tales of scandal, murder, or foreign war. The words are often more thrilling than accurate, designed to sell, not to inform. News passes from mouth to mouth in pub, marketplace, and factory yard, transforming with each telling. A diplomatic incident becomes an imminent invasion. A factory fire becomes a signal for a workers' uprising. The speed of this street telegraph is astonishing, but its reliability is non-existent. It breeds a pervasive sense of knowing and yet not knowing, a state of permanent, low-grade anxiety where fact and speculation are woven into a single compelling narrative. In the absence of certainty, the most lurid story often gains the widest purchase, shaping fears and opinions with a power that careful, documented reporting cannot match. In this way, the city's mind is fed not on truth, but on a potent, intoxicating broth of fact, fear, and fantasy, a perfect reflection of the unstable, vibrant, and perilous world its bodies must navigate as the day moves relentlessly towards its close. The dusk in the west is not a fading, but a drawing in. As the last grey light retreats from the squares and crescents, the house begins to glow from within, each window a beacon of gaslit yellow against the deepening blue. You return to it, the chill of the evening air at your back, stepping across the threshold into an atmosphere of curated warmth. The hallway, with its familiar scent of beeswax and dried flowers, feels like a silent exhale. The door closes, and the city's chaos, the rattle of late carriages, the calls of newsboys, the general din, is reduced to a distant, muffled rumble, as if you've stepped inside a well-crafted box that perfectly insulates its contents from the world. The heart of this inner world is the drawing room. Here the gas lamps are lit, their mantles hissing softly behind frosted glass shades, casting an even, gentle light that flatters the complex patterns of the wallpaper and the rich colours of the turkey carpet. A fire crackles in the marble grate, its light dancing on the polished brass of the fender. This is the stage for the evening's domestic performance. Your spouse is perhaps arranging flowers from the garden in a cut glass vase, or already seated with a piece of needlework. The children, changed from their day clothes, are on the rug, engaged in a quiet game with wooden blocks or a lead soldier. A daughter might be practicing a simple piece on the pianoforte, the notes hesitant but sweet, threading through the quiet conversation. There is a palpable sense of relief, of arms being laid down. The public face of the day is shed here, replaced by the softer, more intimate roles of parent, partner, child. This is the cult of the domestic hearth, a powerful middle-class ideal, the home as a fortress against moral and social chaos, a sanctuary of affection, education, and refined taste. The very ordinariness of the scene, the rustle of a newspaper, the child's question, the soft comment on the day, is its triumph. It proclaims stability, comfort, and a moral order centred on family, a quiet victory in a turbulent age. This careful performance extends to the most ritualised event of the evening, dinner. The family processes into the dining room, a space of even greater formality. The table is a long lake of white damask, upon which islands of silver and crystal are arranged with geometric precision. The light from the central gaselier sparkles in the cut glass goblets and reflects off the polished surfaces of a dozen different forks, knives and spoons, each with a prescribed purpose. The air holds the subtle, layered aromas of the coming meal, a clear soup, a roast of beef, a boiled fowl, the earthy sweetness of roasted root vegetables. Servants move with silent efficiency, placing dishes, removing covers, pouring wine. Conversation here is governed by an unspoken protocol. Topics are gentle, avoiding the crassness of business or the ugliness of the news. It is a display of cultivated manners, where the correct use of utensils, the moderation of appetite, the ability to make light, agreeable talk, are all performances of one's place in the civilized world. Each bite, each sip, each murmured remark is a stitch in the fabric of social identity. The meal is long, deliberate, a nightly reaffirmation of the codes that separate this world from the hurried, unmannered scramble beyond the front door. Beneath this polished surface, in the depths of the house, another world pulses with a different kind of labour. The warmth of the drawing room fire is born in the heat of the kitchen range, a monstrous beast of black iron that radiates a blistering dryness. Here the scents are not layered but overpowering the rich fat of the roasting meat, the steam of boiling potatoes, the sharp tang of vinegar in a sauce. The cook, her face flushed, commands this domain, her movements quick and sure as she plates the very dishes that will appear moments later, as if by magic in the dining room. The footmen and maids, having shed their public uniforms for simpler working clothes, move with a hurried quietness, their backs and feet aching from a day that began hours before the family stirred and will end long after they retire. Their dinner, taken in the stark, functional space of the servants' hall, is a plainer version of the feast above, a stew, bread, cheese. Their conversation is low, practical, freighted with the minor dramas and alliances of their enclosed world. Their rooms, tucked under the eaves or in the semi-basement, are small, cold, and furnished with stark simplicity. The comfort and ceremony of the family life above are entirely dependent on this hidden engine of toil. The crisp linen, the shining silver, the perfectly timed courses, all are the product of skill, timing, and physical effort that remains meticulously invisible. As you sit in the gaslit glow of the dining room, the gentle clink of crystal in your hand, the world below is already clearing, scrubbing, and preparing for the same ritual tomorrow. The fortress of domestic bliss is built on foundations of silent, perpetual service, a truth acknowledged only in the household ledgers and the quiet weariness in a maid's eyes as she finally blows out her candle in the distant attic, the house now still and dark around her. The return to the eastern quarters as dusk thickens feels less like a homecoming and more like a re-entry into a shared capsule of fatigue. The walk back is slower than the morning's march, bodies moving with a spent, heavy deliberation. You turn from the broader thoroughfare into the familiar canyon of your street, now darker, the air cooling and trapping the day's accumulated smells, the sour tang from the breweries, the ghost of fish from the market stalls now shuttered, the ever-present dust and smoke. Your doorway offers no transition. You step from the public gloom into a private, compressed dimness. The stairwell is black as pitch, familiar only to your feet and fingertips, which trace the walls' contours of crumbling plaster and slick damp. The room you enter is exactly as you left it, yet somehow more crowded by the absence of daylight. The air, undisturbed for hours, is close and thick, holding the memory of slept-in bedding and cold ashes. There is no drawing room, no hearth awaiting a match. There is only this one multi-purpose cell. The first task is light, a precious commodity. A tallow candle is lit, its flame small and greasy, throwing a restless, sooty shadow that makes the walls seem to lean in. Its smell, fatty and acrid, immediately dominates the space. Then, warmth. If you are fortunate, there are a few coals or bits of wood to coax a meagre fire in the small grate, not for ambience, but for the practical magic of heat to transform the evening's sustenance. A pot is retrieved, filled with water from the shared cistern on the landing. Into it goes a handful of chopped potatoes, maybe a scrap of bacon or a bone saved from Sunday, a wrinkled carrot, a fistful of barley. It is not a recipe, but an equation of what is available. The stew simmers for an hour, its steam adding to the dampness of the room, its smell a bland, starchy promise that slowly overpowers the candle smoke. For some, the room's oppressive intimacy is too much to bear immediately. The body may turn instead towards the public house, not for a quick afternoon respite, but for a longer, more determined immersion. The crowd inside is different now, denser, louder. The air is a blue haze of tobacco smoke. The warmth is bodily, generated by the press of people. Here, for the price of a penny for a pot of beer, you can buy not just drink, but space. Not physical space, but mental space. The noise of the crowd becomes a wall against private thought. The conversations around you, boisterous or maudlin, are a distraction from the silent calculus of rent and hunger waiting at home. It is a collective forgetting, a place where the edges of the day are blurred by alcohol and companionship born of shared circumstance. You may sit for an hour, nursing your drink, letting the sound and the warmth wash over you, postponing the return to the cold room and its responsibilities. Whether at home or returning later from the pub, the family gathers around the single pot or the loaf of bread. There is no ceremony, only distribution. Bowls are filled. The food is hot, filling, monotonous. It addresses a need, not a palate. The conversation around this meal is sparse, often eclipsed by a deep, weary silence. The exhaustion of the day is a physical presence at the table. It manifests in short tempers, in a father's vacant stare, in a mother's snapped instruction to a fidgeting child. The children themselves are not insulated from the day's residue. An older boy might still be picking oakum in the corner, his fingers sore and black with tar, adding a few pence to the family's coffers. A girl might be minding a younger sibling, her own childhood subsumed by duty. The pressure is constant, a low-grade fever of anxiety. Illness is a frequent guest, announced by a cough from the corner palate or a child's flushed face. Medicine is a luxury. Recovery is a matter of stubborn constitution and time, both of which are in short supply. The room feels perpetually on the brink of cold, of hunger, of sickness, of despair. The love that exists here is real, but it is often expressed through shared endurance, through the simple, profound fact of remaining together against a world that seems designed to splinter such bonds. It is from this pressure cooker of want that the need for escape becomes a physical force. And so, the evening might offer one final, desperate migration, not towards rest, but towards a different kind of exhaustion. For a single penny, you can gain entry to a penny gaff. This is not a theatre as the West knows it, but a converted shop or a large room, packed with benches, the air reeking of unwashed bodies and orange peel. The stage is a rough platform. The entertainment is loud, garish, violent, or ludicrously sentimental. Melodramas feature moustache-twirling villains and shrieking heroines. Comedians trade in broad physical slapstick. There are singers of bawdy songs, dancers of questionable skill. The audience is not a passive observer. It is a participant, heckling, cheering, weeping openly. For an hour you are transported. The grinding reality of your life is replaced by a world of clear moral choices, exaggerated emotion, and most importantly, resolution. The villain is always punished. The lovers are always united. It is a fantasy, cheap and raw, but its power is immense. It offers catharsis, a purging of the day's accumulated helplessness through the tears and laughter of a collective dream. Or perhaps the entertainment is even simpler, found for free on the street corner. A man with a concertina plays a familiar tune, and a small crowd gathers, some joining in with rough, untrained voices. An old sailor, for the price of a shared bottle of beer, might recount a tale of sea monsters and tropical islands, his words painting a temporary window in the sooty brick wall of the alley. These moments of shared song or story are fleeting, but they are glue. They reinforce a sense of community, of a shared identity forged in hardship. They are proof that the spirit, however battered, can still seek light, however crude its form. They are the final stubborn assertion of humanity before sleep claims you, a reminder that the need for joy, for narrative, for connection is as fundamental as the need for bread, and in the face of relentless want, it finds a way, however small, to be fed. The night that settles over the western squares is a soft, deliberate construct. Inside your bedroom, the final act of the day is performed with quiet ritual. The gas mantle is turned low, its light shrinking to a blue pearl before vanishing with a soft pop. In the sudden deeper dark, your hands find the heavy velvet curtains, their fabric dense and cold, and draw them across the window with a final swishing sigh. The action is definitive. It severs the last connection to the outside world. The faint orange glow of the street gas lamps, the occasional clop of a lone hansom, the distant rhythmic call of the watchman. Past 12 o'clock and all's well. All are reduced to the faintest of murmurs, sounds that confirm the safety they cannot disturb. The house around you is a vault of warmth and silence. The embers in the grate sigh as they settle. The floorboards, released from the day's traffic, creak their own slow thermal language. You lie in a cocoon of linen and down, the day's mental ledger closed, its figures filed away. The silence here is not empty. It is a palpable substance, a reward for order, a luxurious nothingness purchased by the day's labours. Sleep comes as a smooth, uninterrupted descent into a private darkness, guarded by walls, curtains, and social contract. Across the river, in the eastern reaches, the night is not a blanket but a transformation. The same darkness falls, but it does not bring a universal stillness. For some, the setting of the sun is a starting pistol. The night shift workers emerge, their faces pale and resigned in the gloom, moving against the tide of their day shift counterparts now stumbling homeward. They are the keepers of the eternal furnace, the tenders of processes that cannot be paused, their lives regulated by a clock out of phase with the sun. Their journey through the midnight streets is a solitary one, through a landscape that has shed its daytime character for something more primal and uncertain. In the pools of shadow between the infrequent gas lamps, a different economy awakens. Figures detach themselves from doorway depths, their movements purposeful. This is the realm of transaction stripped of all pretense. Negotiations are swift, whispered, conducted in the language of quick glances and concealed hands. The trade is in the body's temporary usage, in stolen goods, in forbidden pleasures, in the fragile promises of oblivion sold in small, brown bottles. The police patrols are fewer here, their lanterns carving slow, predictable arcs through the fog. The night people know their rhythms and flow around them like water around a stone. Along the embankments and beneath the arches of bridges, another population settles, the truly dispossessed. They huddle in sacks or ragged coats, seeking the slight warmth of a bakery's outer wall or the shelter of a construction hoarding. Their sleep is fitful, alert to the step of the constable who might move them on, or to the footpad who might rob them of the nothing they possess. For them, the night is not a time for rest, but for exposure. A long cold waiting for a dawn that offers little more than the dusk. And above it all, above the curtained serenity of the west and the furtive commerce of the east, hangs the city's only truly shared possession, the night sky. It is rarely a spectacle of stars. More often, it is a dome of profound blackness, or a ceiling of low, fast-moving cloud lit from beneath by the city's own sulphurous glow. On clearer nights, it reveals itself as a bruised orange-tinted void, its celestial lights dimmed and drowned by the smoke of a million hearths and 1,000 furnace chimneys. Look eastward, and you can see them, the great factory stacks, like the pillars of some infernal temple still belching columns of flame and sparks into the darkness. They pulse with a relentless fiery breath. These are the unsleeping giants, the beating iron hearts of the empire's prosperity. Their light does not illuminate, it smoulders. Their constant roar, felt more than heard at this distance, is the city's true nocturnal rhythm, a reminder that the machine never rests, that consumption and production are endless cycles. The same sky watches over the child in her lace-trimmed crib and the urchin shivering under a cart. The same distant fireglow touches the manicured garden square and the filthy cobbles of the rookery. In this, at least, there is a terrible equality. The magnificent, polluted, star-strangling achievement of London, the engine of the world, casts its shadow and its light upon everyone, generous and indifferent in equal measure, uniting both bodies of the city under a single smoke-stained canopy. In the quiet that follows the last stirred coal or the final guttering of the tallow candle, the mind, released from the immediate demands of the day, begins its own unsupervised work. In the west, lying in the dark, the thoughts are not of survival, but of consequence. A pleasant fatigue of the intellect accompanies the body's rest. There is a solid satisfaction in the day's managed affairs, in the letters sent, the deals brokered, the social ledger balanced. This is the pride of the wheel-turner, feeling the great machine of commerce and empire respond to his touch. The maps in the study downstairs, splashed with imperial pink, are not just paper, they are a reality you help sustain. The world is ordered, and you have your place in its ordering. Yet, into this certainty, like a faint, cold draught under a well-fitted door, seeps another thought. The memory of a beggar's face, unusually vivid. The disturbing statistic read in a quarterly review regarding the health of the manufacturing poor. the unsettling glimpse of a packed, reeking slum court from the window of a speeding train. These are the social problems, a phrase that neatly contains a world of vague unease. They're acknowledged, sometimes discussed with concern over port, yet they feel distant, separate from the causal chain of your own actions. The unease is not guilt, but a faint, persistent dissonance, a suspicion that the magnificent engine you serve might have shadows deep within its works, where the grinding sounds are not of gears, but of bones. You push it aside. It is a problem for philanthropy, for Parliament, for another day. Sleep comes, often dreamless, a peaceful annexation of the hours before the next round of productive thought. In the Eastern Room, where the body's fatigue is so absolute it feels like a form of drowning, the mind's wanderings are of a different nature. There is no pride in the day's output, only a numb accounting of its cost. The thoughts are not of maps, but of labyrinths with no exit. Will the cough in the corner worsen? Is there enough coal to last the week? Will the foreman mark you late if the rain slows the walk tomorrow? The arithmetic of existence is relentless, and sleep is not an escape from it, but a temporary suspension of its active calculation. Beneath this surface anxiety, however, in deeper, less frequented chambers of the spirit, other feelings stir. Sometimes it is a hot, sudden spike of anger, vivid and startling, a memory of the overlooker's sneer, the weight of an unfair deduction from wages, the sight of a well-fed gentleman in a warm carriage. It flashes, bright and dangerous, and then subsides, banked by the crushing logic of consequence. To act on it is to lose everything. More often, the anger is worn down into a hollow, pervasive numbness, a mental callus as thick as the one on your palm. This is the true resignation, a state beyond sadness, where the future is not feared because it is imagined as simply a long repetition of the present. Dreams here, when they come, are seldom of fantasy. They are replays of the day's labour, the endless thread, the falling hammer, the heaving sack, or they are dreams of absence, of silent machines, of full plates, of warmth without effort. They are not escapes but echoes. And as these two streams of consciousness flow in their separate channels, the city itself breathes around them. Listen now, not to a single sound, but to the collective breath. It is there in the silence. It is the memory of sound woven into the night, the pre-dawn wail of the steam whistle, the first foundational note, the clatter of hooves and wheels on granite, building to a daytime crescendo, the shuffling oceanic murmur of countless boots on stone, the market cries, sharp and staccato, the rhythmic, monstrous heartbeat of the factory engines felt through the feet, the preacher's shout, the costermonger's song, the fiddler's tune, the hiss of gas lamps being lit, the knock of the lamplighter's pole, the solemn tolling of church bells measuring out the hours of devotion and rest, the distant lonely call of the river barges, the watchman's cry, affirming an order that feels fragile in the dark. This is the pulse. Not a melody, but a vast rhythmic cacophony, a symphony of effort and existence. It is the sound of the future being forged and the past being consumed. It is the relentless, magnificent, terrifying noise of the present, a noise so constant it becomes the very definition of silence when it finally, impossibly stops. This, then, is the complete heartbeat, a double rhythm, strong and weak, a syncopation of power and endurance. 1860, London. A city of unparalleled might, its skyline pierced by the confident needles of church spires and the brute fists of factory chimneys. Its wealth, tangible in the gleaming shop windows and the solid stone of its institutions, is drawn from every corner of the globe. Its ambition is written in iron and steam, in the railways that stitch the nation together and the ships that dominate the seas. This is the body celebrated in the papers, painted in the grand exhibitions, felt in the pride of its beneficiaries. But the same heartbeat, felt in a different vein, is the tremor of exhaustion in a factory girl's hand. It is the hollow ache in a labourer's stomach. It is the shallow, worried breath of a mother in an airless room. It is the silent, grinding pressure of tomorrow's unchanging demand. The empire of capital and ambition is raised on an empire of fatigue, its foundations not just in earth and stone, but in the accumulated hours of 1,000,000 weary lives, in the quiet desperation of getting by, and the profound resilience of getting through. The grandeur and the squalor are not two cities. They are one organism, the magnificent front and the hidden straining machinery. The light and the shadow are cast by the same fiery sun. To hear one without the other is to misunderstand the music entirely. To feel the triumphant marching rhythm without the deep dragging counterbeat is to miss the true, complex and heavy price of the world that is being made hour by hour, breath by breath on this ordinary night. The heartbeat continues, strong, uneven and alive, carrying its two-bodied city through the darkness and on towards another identically magnificent, identically arduous dawn. The deepest dark, just before the first hint of grey touches the eastern sky over the river, holds a breath. In the west the house is perfectly still, the silence a settled fact. In the east the last of the night's transactions conclude, and the shift workers blink wearily as their replacements arrive. The watchman's final call echoes and fades. For a handful of minutes the city seems to hesitate, suspended between one day and the next. The great machine idles, but this pause is an illusion, a mere intake before the exhalation. Somewhere downriver, a stoker shovels coal into a boiler's hungry mouth. The pressure builds. In 1,000 kitchens, grates are cleared and new fires laid. On 1,000 pillows, eyelids begin to flutter with the approach of light, not yet seen but somehow felt. The cycle does not break. It only bends around the axis of the night. Soon, very soon, the first steam whistle will pierce the quiet. The first hoof will strike stone. The first broom will scratch against pavement. The tide of humanity will reverse its flow, emptying the warrens and filling the thoroughfares once more. The same hands will tie the same cravats, and the same boots will slog through the same mud. The ledger will be reopened, the loom will be rethreaded. The endless negotiation of survival and ambition will resume its ancient familiar terms. The grandeur and the grind are a closed loop. Dawn does not offer an escape, only a continuation. And so we leave it here in this suspended moment. 1860 London. Capture it. Hold it in your mind. This is not a portrait of the past, but a living blueprint of the modern world in its violent, glorious birth. Every contradiction of our age, the breathtaking power of industry and the human cost it extracts, the global interconnection and the profound local despair, the cult of progress and the weight of tradition is here, raw and concentrated. This city is the cradle, the noise, the smoke, the ambition, the exhaustion, the polished pride and the grimy struggle. From this crucible, our present was forged. The questions it asked about the price of power and the meaning of community have not been answered. They have only grown larger, echoing down the decades to our own time. Your day within its two bodies is complete. The final echoes of its heartbeat fade. Now, gently, let your attention return to the light and space of your own world. Feel the quiet difference. We have walked these streets not as ghosts, but as temporary inhabitants, and the experience leaves its mark. What stayed with you? Was it the weight of the frock coat or the ache in the mill worker's spine? The taste of China tea or the bitterness of penny coffee? The sanctity of the drawing room or the desperate camaraderie of the penny gaff? Share it below. Tell me which moment, which sensation, which life brushed closest to your own. And if you could step into another day, into another heartbeat of history, where and when would you go? Your journey through this ordinary day is over, but the past holds countless others, each waiting to be lived, each with its own rhythm, its own light, its own weight. Thank you for listening. Thank you for walking. The dawn is coming. Hi guys. Tonight we begin by stepping into a narrow, airless room in a London tenement, 1854. The faint glow of a single tallow candle struggles against the gloom, and you can almost smell the damp wool and old smoke clinging to the walls. It's the kind of setting that might feel quaint in a faded photograph. But if you had to actually live here, especially as summer thickens the air, you would realise the truth before your first breath settled. The reality is simple. This city is a trap. And if you had to survive here without clean water, real medicine, or even the correct knowledge of what was killing you, you'd discover quickly that your biggest enemy wasn't poverty or hardship alone. It was something in the water. You probably won't survive this. At least not without a profound, tragic misunderstanding of your own situation. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if this way of walking through history resonates with you. And if you're listening right now, I'd love to know. Post your location and the local time in the comments below. It's a small reminder that while we visit this past together, you're somewhere in a world their suffering helped shape. The darkness in this room is not peaceful. It is a thick, close thing that holds the heat of too many bodies and the damp of walls that never dry. You wake not from a dream, but from a sensation, a deep, unsettled stirring in your stomach that might be hunger, or fear, or the first faint whisper of something worse. For a terrible moment, you lie paralysed, not by sleep, but by assessment. You take inventory of your own body, the slight ache in the joints, the dry thirst at the back of your throat, the gentle, ominous gurgle deep within. Is it the usual morning discomfort, or is it the beginning? This is how every day starts now. Not with a plan, but with a diagnosis. The room reveals itself slowly as your eyes adjust. It is not a bedroom in any sense you would recognise. It is a compartment, a cell of shared survival. Walls press in on all sides, stained with the ghostly maps of old leaks and condensed breath. You are not alone in the bed. A child curls against your back, small and furnace-hot with sleep. Another lies at your feet. Your spouse breathes heavily beside you. In the corner, on a pallet of sacks, an older relative shifts and coughs a wet, rattling sound that makes your own throat tighten in sympathy. Privacy is a word for the wealthy. Here, life is communal. Breath and scent and sound mingling into a single shared atmosphere. That atmosphere is what greets you most powerfully. The smell is layered, ancient and immediate. At the top, the ever-present smoke clinging to woolen hair. Beneath it, the sweet, rotten smell of mould blooming on damp plaster. Then the pungent, ammonia sharpness of the chamber pot, not quite empty in the corner. And underneath it all, the foundation scent. The signature of this place, and this time, the Thames. It is not the smell of water, it is the smell of the open wound, a vast, sluggish stream carrying the city's waste, the offal from slaughterhouses, the chemical runoff from tanneries, the night soil from a million overflowing privies, the slow decay of things unnamed. On some days, when the wind is right, it is a faint sour note. On others, like this morning, it is a presence, a taste at the back of your mouth, a damp claim on the air you're about to breathe deep into your lungs. This is the miasma, the bad air the newspapers warn about. You can taste the danger. You believe in it utterly. The cold is a damp cold. It seeps up from the floorboards, a chill that settles in bones already weary from yesterday's labour. The blanket is heavy with moisture, more a damp weight than a comfort. Everything you touch feels faintly clammy, from the linen of your shirt to the wood of the bed frame. This pervasive damp is the enemy of warmth, of dryness, of health. It is the condition of life. Now comes the ritual, the first and most important task of the day. You turn slowly, your movements careful not to disturb the fragile peace. You look at the child beside you. You place the back of your hand gently against her forehead. Is it warmer than it should be? Is the sleep too deep, too still? You watch the rise and fall of a small chest, counting breaths without meaning to. Only when you confirm the steady rhythm do you allow yourself to look to the next and the next. This morning all seems well. The cough from the corner is just an old man's cough, not the tight, desperate hack you've learned to dread. A silent thanks, more habit than prayer, forms and fades, but the vigilance extends beyond these walls. You listen, as you do every morning, for the sounds of the building. Is Mrs. O'Leary on the floor below sweeping her step? Or is there an unusual silence? Did the cart come last night for the Clarkson boy? Or is he still lingering, his family trapped with him in their room? Information is gathered through absence of sound, through the quality of a cry, through the grim conversations hushed at the common pump. You're a student of the ordinary, and any deviation is a potential chapter in the story of the sickness. Before your feet touch the floor, there are precautions. Superstition and science are indistinguishable here, both born of a desperate need for control. You might reach for a small sachet of camphor or vinegar-soaked cloth, hung by the bed to ward off the foul air. You might whisper a fragment of a psalm learned in childhood, not from deep faith, but from the simple logic of using every tool available. You avoid a sudden draught from the window, for a chill is thought to invite the sickness. These small acts are your armour, flimsy and symbolic, but they are all you have. They create the illusion of agency. If you perform the ritual correctly, perhaps today will be a good day. Then comes the water. The thought of it is a complicated one. You're thirsty, your mouth cotton dry. But the act of drinking is fraught. The morning cleaning ritual is a testament to this contradiction. You rise, your joints protesting, and take the small china basin from its stand. The pitcher beside it holds perhaps 2 quarts of water, fetched yesterday from the pump at the end of the court. It was heavy to carry, this precious, dangerous liquid. You pour a sparing amount into the basin. It is not clear. It has a faint opacity, a milky tinge from the lime in the pipes, or from something else. Small particles drift lazily in it, catching the weak light. You wash your face, your hands. The water is shockingly cold, a brief, sharp clarity. This is considered cleanliness, the act of washing the night from your skin, from under your nails. But you know, somewhere in a part of your mind you do not visit, that this water is not pure. You've seen the gutter running just outside the pump, the same gutter where filth of every kind is deposited. You know the well is shallow. You know the Thames, the source for many pumps, is a broth of disease. Yet what is the alternative? To remain crusted with the grime of yesterday's labour, to smell of sweat and smoke and fear. The cleanliness is psychological. It is a line drawn between yourself and the filth of the city, even if the tool you use to draw it is contaminated. You use a rough piece of linen to dry yourself. The cloth is not fresh. It has been used before, will be used again. There is no boiling of water for laundry, not with fuel so dear. Soap is a coarse yellow bar that smells of lye and animal fat, a luxury used sparingly. You're cleaning yourself with the ghosts of past cleanings, in water that carries the ghosts of the city's sickness. The entire ritual is a beautiful, tragic paradox. You're trying to wash away danger with danger itself. You're following the rules of health as you understand them, rules that are, in their essence, perfectly and tragically wrong. This is the profound misunderstanding that shapes your world. Dirt you can see, the soot on your hands, the mud on your hem, that is the enemy. You scrub at it. The smell from the river, from the overflowing cesspool in the courtyard, that is the enemy. You hold your breath past it, but the clear, cold water in the cup, the water that looks clean, that tastes clean compared to the foul alternatives of beer or gin, that is the friend. That is life. The invisible creatures within it, the ones that truly carry the cholera, are beyond imagination. The world of the visible is the only world that exists. You fight the battle you can see, on the terms you understand, while the true enemy marches unseen into your body with every grateful, thirsty swallow you take from the well-meaning cup. As you finish, the water in the basin is grey. You throw it, not out the window, but into a slop bucket to be disposed of later. Even waste is managed with a cramped indoor carefulness. You're now, by the standards of 1854 London, clean, ready. You've checked your family, performed your rituals, washed the night away. You've armed yourself against the bad air with a deep breath of resolve that still carries the taste of the Thames. The fear of the darkroom begins to recede, replaced by the different, more active fear of the day awaiting you outside. The dread has not left. It has simply changed its clothes, taken on the practical guise of next steps. You turn from the basin. The child in the bed stirs and opens their eyes. The day, in all its mundane and terrible reality, is now truly upon you. The door to your room opens not onto a street, but onto a shared landing, dark and smelling of old cabbage and damp plaster. You descend the narrow staircase, your hands skimming a banister sticky with unknown residue. Each step is a release from the private anxiety of your room into the public collective reality of the court. You push open the heavy outer door, and London assaults you. It is not a single sight or sound, but a totality, a living entity that presses upon all your senses at once. The courtyard is a cramped well of uneven cobbles, shiny with a permanent dampness. A gutter, more an open scar in the earth than a proper channel, runs down its centre. This is the artery of the court, and it pulses with a sluggish, foul stream. It is not just water. It is a composite of the night's offerings. Grey water from washing, the slops from chamber pots, the greasy runoff from sculleries, all mingled with ash and the occasional recognisable lump of something best not examined. The air above it shimmers faintly, not with heat, but with vapour and stench. Your eyes adjust from the dimness indoors to the grey morning light. The scene assembles itself piece by terrible piece. Against a wall, a mound of refuse waits. Peelings, ashes, broken pottery. A rat, sleek and purposeful, navigates its slopes without fear. Nearby a small shape lies still in the mud, a kitten or perhaps a puppy, its form already softening. This is not an aberration. It is part of the landscape, as ordinary as a cobblestone. Death here is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is just this small, wet silence in the corner. You step out from the shadow of the building and into the lane. The noise rises to meet you, a layered symphony of survival. Close by, a woman is arguing with a costermonger over the price of wilted greens, her voice a sharp clatter. From an open window above, a baby wails with a relentless mechanical energy. Somewhere, a hammer rings dully on metal, a dog barks, the sound echoing off the close walls. Underneath it all is the constant rumble, the deep breath of the city itself. Distant cartwheels on stone, the low murmur of 1,000 simultaneous conversations, the faint pervasive hiss of coal smoke from 1,000,000 hearths. There is no silence here, only a shifting balance between louder and softer noise. But it is the smell that defines the space, that marks it as unmistakably 1854 London. The close domestic smells of your room are swept away by the grand public bouquet of the metropolis. The sour tang of the gutter is the bass note. Over it lies the acrid sting of coal smoke, a smell so constant it becomes the taste of the air itself. There is the pungent, ammonia-rich scent of fresh horse manure steaming on the stones, the dank, earthy smell of wet wool from the crowds, the faint, sickly sweetness of rotting vegetable matter from a market stall, and always, always the Thames. Here, further from its banks, it is not a direct smell, but a seasoning, a brackish undertone that binds all the other smells together, a reminder that everything eventually flows back to that poisoned source. You begin to walk, picking your way with the practiced care of a soldier crossing a field littered with traps. The cobbles are uneven, slick in places with mud and worse. You lift your skirts or watch your step, knowing a torn shoe or a twisted ankle is a catastrophe. You do not look at the faces of the people you pass. You look at the ground before you, at the space immediately ahead. Yet you absorb the signs. You pass a doorway where a chair sits overturned. The windows above it are shut tight, though the morning is warm. That is a sign. You see a man, his face pale and set, carrying a small bundle of bedding out to a waiting cart. The bundle is tightly rolled. He does not meet anyone's eye. That is a sign. A group of children playing a hopping game in the lane fall silent as you pass, not out of shyness, but out of a watchful ancient understanding. Their game resumes behind you, but the quality of their laughter is different. You see a crude cross painted in whitewash on a door jamb, an old superstition, a futile ward. That, most of all, is a sign. The city is not screaming in panic. It is going about its business. The butcher is hanging his cuts of meat, already attracting a cloud of flies. The baker's boy hurries past with a tray of loaves balanced on his head. A maid scrubs a front step with sand, creating a small island of claimed order in the sea of filth. Life is stubborn. It persists, but it persists with a new, watchful tension. Conversations are quieter, eyes dart a little more quickly. The normal bustle has a brittle quality, as if everyone is listening for a sound that has not yet come. The cry from an upper window, the official knock on a door, the first sharp cramp in their own gut. You move through this landscape not as a spectator, but as a participant. You're part of the noise, part of the smell, another body navigating the hazardous terrain. The filth on the ground, the bad air they warn you about, the visible decay. This is the battlefield as you understand it. You hold your breath past a particularly foul section of gutter. You sidestep a pile of muck. You believe you're navigating the danger. And all the while, the real threat is elsewhere, invisible, waiting not in the stinking air but in the clear, cool water of the pump you are now walking towards, in the shared cup at the public well, in the very mechanism of community that holds you all together. The street is indeed a battlefield, but you're fighting with the wrong map, aiming your defences at the smoke while the true arrow flies silently from a different direction. You navigate the street armed with a theory. It is a simple, sensible, and utterly wrong idea that shapes every breath you take. The air itself is the enemy. Not all air, but the foul, thick, smelling air that rises from the river, from the gutters, from the heaps of waste. This is the miasma, the bad air, and it is widely understood to be the carrier of cholera, fever, plague, and all manner of ills. You believe this with the same certainty you believe fire is hot. It explains everything you can see and smell. The logic is impeccable. The filthier the place, the worse the smell, the more people fall sick. Therefore, the smell is the poison. So you live by a new set of rules, a daily liturgy of defence against the invisible poison in the air. As you walk, your hand might go to your pocket, where a small sachet of lavender or a piece of camphor wrapped in cloth resides. You bring it to your nose, not with a flourish, but with a quiet, habitual motion, inhaling the sharp, clean scent to create a barrier in your nostrils against the invading stench. Men and women pull linen handkerchiefs from their sleeves, sometimes dabbed with vinegar or eau de cologne, and hold them discreetly over their mouths and noses when passing a particularly offensive alleyway or a crowded, sweaty thoroughfare. It is not a sign of delicacy, but of practical defence. You're filtering the poison, or so you think. The stronger the perfume, the more potent the shield. In your room you might burn pastilles of tar or strong herbs, believing the smoke drives out the bad air. Windows are kept shut, especially at night, to prevent the dangerous nocturnal miasmas from entering. When you must open them, you do so quickly, with a sense of risk. Fresh air is a suspect concept. True safety is found in air that is still, enclosed, and smells of the familiar smoke of your own hearth. The goal is to replace one smell with another, to overpower the deadly odour with a safer one. The entire strategy is olfactory. You're fighting smell with smell. This theory explains the world perfectly, and thus it condemns you. It makes you see the open sewer in the street, the foul gutter, as the obvious visual source of the problem. And so, your anger, your communal effort, is directed at the smell itself. Complaints are made about the stench from a particular cesspool. Officials might order it lime-washed, a treatment that masks the odour without addressing the seeping contents below. The sight of wastewater running openly is condemned as a nuisance. But the solution is never to ask where it comes from or where it goes, only to try and cover its smell, to move it along, to keep it from becoming too offensive to the noses of the more powerful. The water itself, the clear water in the pump, is never suspect. The problem is the vapour that rises from the filth, not the liquid that carries it. You fear the cloud, but trust the stream that feeds it. Into this atmosphere of fear and misunderstanding step the authorities of health, the doctors, the chemists, the men of letters in the newspapers. Their advice, given with grave authority, reinforces the trap. You're told to avoid low-lying damp areas where miasmas gather. You're warned against night air, against sudden chills, against overexertion which opens the pores to bad influences. You're advised to eat moderately, to avoid raw vegetables and fruit which might themselves be tainted by bad air. The prescriptions are for a life of caution, of contraction. And then there are the others, the entrepreneurs of dread, the quacks with their printed bills plastered on walls, promising surefire cholera cures and preventative elixirs. They sell bottles of coloured water and alcohol laced with opium, promising it will fortify the system against miasmatic influence. They sell amulets, special coins to carry in your pocket, instructions for bizarre diets. They speak the language of the theory, but they sell the illusion of a secret weapon. For a penny you can buy a moment of hope, a tangible thing to hold on to. The poorest often spend their last pennies this way, a testament not to foolishness, but to the desperate need for some form of action, any action, in the face of an enemy defined only by its smell. Your journey through the miasma-led morning has a destination. It is not your place of work, not yet. It is the pump, the public well, the anchor of the neighbourhood. You turn a corner and see it, a simple iron pump standing over a stone trough, the social heart of this little world. Already a small queue is forming, a line of women and children with buckets, jugs and pots. This is where the invisible war becomes concrete, where theory meets its quiet, deadly contradiction. The scene is one of weary routine. Women stand, their bodies leaning slightly under the anticipated weight of full buckets. They talk, but their talk is not idle. It is an exchange of vital intelligence. Who is sick? Who has died? Has the parish officer been around? Which pump in the next parish is said to have sweeter water? The conversation is a low murmur of survival tips and grim news. Children play around the base of the pump, chasing each other through puddles that are not rainwater. The pump handle, worn smooth by countless hands, shines in the grey light. The stone trough beneath it is stained and cracked, always wet, a miniature ecosystem of moss and scum. You take your place in the line, your own bucket at your feet. You watch as the woman ahead of you works the handle. It protests with a metallic squeak, then a groan, and finally, with a sucking gasp, a gush of water splashes into the trough and then into her waiting pail. It looks clear. It looks cold and inviting. It is the opposite of the foul, smelly gutters. By the logic of miasma, this water emerging from deep underground must be safe. It is not lying in the open air to be tainted by bad smells. It is drawn up from the earth, pure and cold. Your throat aches with thirst at the sight of it. But the truth is a geological and engineering tragedy. London is a city built upon a labyrinth. Beneath your feet run not only ancient streams and springs, but a new man-made nightmare, the sewers. They are not the closed, efficient pipes of a later age. They are often just brick-lined channels carrying every manner of waste, and they leak. They seep their contents into the surrounding earth, into the very groundwater that feeds the shallow wells of the public pumps. The Thames, that great stinking receiver of all this waste, also leaks its poisoned contents into the bankside soil. The pump before you does not draw from a pristine aquifer. It draws from a saturated sponge of London filth, filtered only through a few yards of earth. The water is clear because the bacteria are invisible. It is cold because it comes from the ground. Its apparent purity is its most dangerous disguise. When your turn comes, you step forward. You place your bucket under the spout. Your hands grip the cold, wet iron of the pump handle. You lean your weight into it, the familiar strain in your shoulder and back. The water gushes out, sparkling, filling your bucket with a sound that promises life. This act, this drawing of water, is the most essential ritual of the day. It is an act of community. You wait your turn, you share the labour if someone is too weak to pump. It is an act of domestic responsibility. You'll carry this weight home for drinking, for cooking, for the pathetic morning ablutions. It is the cornerstone of survival. You heave the full bucket, the weight a solid, anchoring reality. As you turn to walk home, the water sloshing gently with your steps, you carry with you a profound irony. You've just spent the morning avoiding bad smells, guarding your breath, following all the wise advice. You believe you have navigated the battlefield of the streets with care, and now, in this bucket, swaying innocently at your side, you're bringing home the true enemy. You're carrying it carefully, diligently, with the pride of a provider. The poison is not in the air you feared. It is in the life-giving water you trust. The miasma theory has led you, with perfect tragic logic, to fetch your own destruction in a pail of clear, cold, beautifully deceptive water. The battlefield was not the street. The battlefield is, and always has been, within you. You carry the water home, its weight a promise and a lie. You set it down in the cramped corner that serves as a kitchen, a splash of it darkening the floorboards, but you cannot linger. The water has been fetched, the brief morning rituals observed. Now, the real engine of the day grinds into motion. Work, survival in 1854. London is not measured in days, but in pennies earned before the body or the luck gives out. You gather the tools of your trade, or you simply gather yourself, and you step back out into the miasma thick air, joining the river of people flowing toward the sources of those pennies. For many, the destination is not a place, but a state of being. The factory. You might push open a heavy door and enter a new kind of weather. The air is hot, thick with a floating haze of cotton dust or flour, tasting of oil and human sweat. The light is dim, filtering through grimy skylights supplemented by the hellish glow of gas jets. The sound is not a noise but a physical presence, a relentless deafening roar of machinery, the thunder of looms, the shriek of metal on metal, the constant rhythmic thump of steam engines that vibrates up through the soles of your feet and into your teeth. You shout to be heard by the person next to you, and even then you see the words on their lips more than you hear them. Here, the miasma theory takes on a brutal, literal form. The air is visibly bad, laden with particles that coat your lungs, with the stench of hot metal, human effluent from overflowing privies in the corner, and the sour smell of poverty worked into a fever pitch. The rules are simple. You work until the bell rings. You tend your machine, your bench, your station. Your fingers move with a speed born of fear, because the pace is set by the foreman, by the machine itself, and to fall behind is to be replaced. There is no conversation that is not functional. Your body aches in specific learned ways. A pain in the lower back from constant standing, a stiffness in the shoulders from repetitive motion, a raw cough from the dust. And underneath the physical pain is a deeper, constant hum of anxiety. The person who worked this loom yesterday is not here today. A space is empty 2 rows over. The question hangs in the particulate air. Is it cholera, or is it just another Monday? The employer's reaction to the crisis is a study in cold calculus. The factory doors remain open. The engines run. Work does not stop for sickness, only for death, and even then the pause is brief. Notices might be posted advising workers of the importance of clean living, of avoiding strong drink, of reporting illness promptly. Sometimes a barrel of vinegar water appears for workers to wash their hands, a gesture that feels both pious and futile. The real concern is not contagion as we understand it, but disruption. An outbreak that decimates a workforce is bad for business, so the focus is on maintaining order, on keeping the wheels turning. If a worker shows the dreaded symptoms, the sudden cramping, the weakness, they're removed not to a hospital, but to their home with swift and terrified efficiency. Their pay stops the moment they leave the floor. The economic pressure is a more immediate and understood threat than the microbial one. To stay home preemptively, to flee a district rumoured to be bad, is to choose starvation over a chance of disease. So you stand at your post, you breathe the foul air, you drink the water provided from a barrel in the corner, its source unknown, because the thirst from the dust and heat is overwhelming. You weigh the certain disaster of no wages against the possible disaster of illness, and you choose the possibility. You gamble with your body, because your family's empty stomach offers no other choice. For others, the work is less monolithic but no less punishing. You might work in a small airless workshop, a tailor's den where a dozen of you hunch over garments in the gloom, breathing in the dust of cloth and the smell of unwashed bodies. Or you might be a seamstress in your own room, taking in piecework, your eyes straining by the poor light of a tallow candle as you push a needle through rough fabric for hour upon hour, the pay measured in fractions of a penny per finished item. Here the isolation is different, but the economic pressure is the same. The work is brought into the home, and the home becomes an annex of the factory, its air thick with the same anxieties. And then there are the children. Their small forms are everywhere in this working landscape, not as observers, but as essential cogs. In the factory, they are the scavengers, crawling under moving machinery to gather loose cotton, their small size an asset. They are the piecers, their quick fingers tying broken threads on spinning machines with a dexterity that belies their age. Their faces are pale, old before their time, smudged with grime. They do not play. They work with a solemn, exhausted focus. Their childhood is not stolen in a dramatic moment. It is quietly dissolved in the daily exhaustion, in the constant reprimands, in the simple, unanswerable need for their few shillings a week. At home, the work continues. A child of 5 might be given the task of minding a younger sibling, of fetching smaller buckets of water, of picking through coal for usable lumps. There is no concept of waste, not of time, not of labour, not of a life. Every hand must be useful. For women, the domestic sphere is itself a factory floor with its own invisible dangers. The work of washing, for those who take it in, is a special kind of hell. You bend over a steaming copper tub, your hands raw and red from lye soap and hot water, breathing in the steam that carries the smells of other people's dirt, other people's sickness, from the linens you scrub. The water you use is from the same suspect pump. You're essentially bathing in the community's filtered waste. The work of sewing, of finishing garments, brings you into intimate contact with fabrics that have passed through countless other hands and homes, potential vectors you cannot see. And for a woman who is pregnant or nursing, the fear is doubled, trebled. Your body is no longer your own fortress. It is a conduit. The fatigue that is a normal condition of life becomes a terrifying vulnerability. The choice between working until you drop or seeing your family go hungry is no choice at all. The extra mouth on the way, or at the breast, is a source of love shrouded in a deeper layer of dread. You work harder, you eat less to save more, you pray the bad air and the foul water will spare you, not for your own sake, but for the tiny dependent life that is an extension of your own precarious existence. When the whistle blows or the light fails, the struggle merely shifts location. You join the flow of people moving back through the streets, your body aching, your mind numb. But survival requires fuel, and so your steps, or those of a child sent on an errand, turn toward the market, the street stall, the costermonger's barrow. This is where the city feeds its labouring masses, and it is a theatre of last resorts. The sights and smells here are a chaotic parody of nourishment. Fish, a day too old, glazed with a deceptive sheen. Meat of uncertain origin and age, tinted with dyes to mimic freshness. A little burnt umber for beef, a touch of vermilion for mutton. Milk watered down and thickened with chalk, carried in open pails through the dusty, fly-blown streets. vegetables wilted and speckled with the soot that falls like a gentle poisonous rain. The air buzzes with flies. The ground underfoot is a paste of mud, rotting produce and animal dung. Here, the art is not in cultivation but in disguise. The baker might sell loaves puffed up with alum, whiter and larger but less nourishing. The brewer waters his beer. The street vendor selling pies offers a mystery of gristle and potato wrapped in greasy pastry. The contents often scavenged from the cheaper, dubious cuts of meat no household would buy whole. The goal is to fill the belly, to stave off the gnawing hunger for a few hours at the lowest possible cost. Nutrition is an abstract concept for the wealthy. For you, it is about bulk and price. You develop a wary eye, a suspicious nose. You know the milk at this stall is better watered than the next. You know which butcher is more likely to sell you tubercular meat. But knowledge does not always mean choice. When you have only 3 pennies for a day's food, you buy what those pennies can buy, not what you know is safe. You make your selections with a practiced, grim efficiency. A few potatoes, soft in places, a scrap of bacon, mostly fat, a heel of stale bread, perhaps a penny's worth of eels from a jellied eel stall, a rare luxury of protein pulled from the very Thames that poisons you. You carry it home, this sad, precarious harvest. The act of cooking is another battleground. You might boil the questionable meat for hours, believing the heat kills the bad air in it. You wash the vegetables in the same pump water, believing you are cleaning off the visible dirt, the miasmatic residue. Every step in the preparation is an act of faith in a flawed understanding. You're doing everything right according to the wisdom of your world. You have worked until your body screamed. You have fetched the water. You have purchased the food with your hard-earned coins. You have cleaned and cooked it with care. You'll sit with your family and eat this meal, finding a shred of comfort in the shared warmth, in the cessation of hunger pangs. It feels like victory. It feels like you have, once again, outmaneuvered the spectre of want and disease through sheer, dogged effort. And as you swallow, as the food settles in your stomach, you're unaware that you may have just completed a perfect circuit of peril, linking the contaminated water, the tainted food, and the exhausted, vulnerable body into a chain of cause and effect that remains and will remain beautifully, tragically invisible to you. The work is done. The meal is eaten. Survival for this day feels assured. But the truest labour, the silent, microscopic work of life or death, has only just begun inside you. The meal is not an event. It is an interlude, a brief, necessary pause in the machinery of the day. The food you brought home is now assembled on a central board or a single cracked plate. The preparation of it was its own quiet battle fought in the dim light of your room. Your hands, still carrying the grime of the morning's labour, handled the potatoes, the scrap of meat. You washed them in a basin of that same pump water, watching the visible dirt swirl away, believing you had cleansed them of the miasmatic taint. The knife you used to cut them was wiped, not washed, on a cloth already stained from previous meals. The pot you boiled them in was scoured with sand and a scant flick of water, but its interior held the layered ghosts of 100 other soups, a faint permanent film of earlier sustenance. Every step is a potential bridge for contamination, a silent handshake between the unseen dangers of the outside and the vulnerable interior of your home. You see cleanliness as the absence of visible soil. The invisible transfer from hand to food, from water to vegetable, from shared cloth to utensil, is a concept that does not yet exist in your world. As the thin broth steams, you gather. Children press close, their eyes fixed on the food. There might be a muttered grace, a habit more than a conviction. Then the sharing begins. A single spoon might be passed from hand to hand. Bread is torn and used to scoop food from the common pot, each piece sopping up the liquid and then being eaten, the bread itself a communal utensil. You drink from a shared cup. The intimacy is absolute, a testament to family and poverty. It is also a perfect vector. If one mouth carries the seeds of the sickness, they are now sprinkled into the shared broth, smeared on the common loaf, sipped from the communal cup. The very act of bonding, of sharing your meagre plenty, becomes a potential circuit of death. You know that families fall sick together, and you attribute it to the shared bad air of their home, the shared miasma. You never consider the shared spoon. To drink, you might have small beer or watered gin. This is not a vice. It is considered a prudent choice. The water is suspect, but alcohol, through the mysterious process of fermentation, is believed to be purified, its spirit driving out the bad influences. A child might be given a heavily watered beer. It is safer, you think, than the clear water from the pump. The alcohol content is low, but the belief in its protective power is high. It is another layer of defense against the poisonous air, another ritual in the daily liturgy of survival. The irony is bitter. In avoiding the water you fear might be tainted by smell, you turn to a beverage that offers no real protection, while the truly dangerous clear water has already been consumed in the broth, used in the washing baked into the bread. Your precautions are a circle that never quite closes, always missing the true point of entry. The meal is eaten quickly, without ceremony. Hunger is a sharp spice that makes even the blandest food compelling. There is little conversation during the eating. The focus is on the physical act of filling the void. But as the edge of hunger dulls, as the last crust is wiped around the bowl, the pause expands. The body settles. The mind, no longer wholly occupied by the demands of labour or immediate hunger, begins to turn to the other constant of life, information. The room is quiet for a moment, save for the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Then the low murmur begins. It starts with the observation about the food itself, the price of the potatoes, the toughness of the meat, but it quickly, inevitably flows into the true currency of the day, rumour. News travels at the speed of a whisper, carried by neighbours, by errand boys, by the woman at the pump. It is a race between the spread of the cholera and the spread of stories about it, and the stories are both slower and wilder. You share what you heard. The Clarkson boy died just before dawn. They say the men from the parish came and took the body wrapped in a sheet, quicklime already sprinkled. Someone mentions that in the next court over, 3 families are down with it. A woman says her cousin, a nurse, claims drinking hot pepper tea will ward off the cramps. Another scoffs, saying her grandmother swore by a plaster of mustard and bran on the stomach. These stories are your news network. The printed newspapers are for the wealthy, or they are read aloud in pubs, their formal, cautious language filtered through the dramatic interpretations of the reader. Handbills, sometimes distributed by parish authorities or quacks, offer contradictory advice. Burn this, drink that, avoid the other. The information is a storm of fear and guesswork. You sift through it, looking for patterns, for a thread of hope. You listen for geographic clues. Is it moving east? Is our court next? The rumour mill creates a map of fear, colouring districts in the mind as safe or doomed. It also creates scapegoats. Someone mutters about the Irish family newly moved in at the end of the lane, hinting they brought the bad air with them. Someone else mentions the night soil men, the bone pickers, those who work in the very filth you fear, blaming their presence for attracting the miasma. The theory is elastic enough to blame anyone who's different, who is poor in a different way, who lives closer to the visible source of the stench. In this pause, your body, fed and momentarily still, becomes an object of intense internal scrutiny. The slight gurgle in your stomach from the hurried meal, is that just digestion, or is it the first sign? The ache in your back from hours of standing, is that just fatigue, or is it the stiffness that precedes the collapse? A faint wave of nausea, a passing chill. You monitor yourself with the hypervigilance of a sentry on a dark night, interpreting every flicker in the shadows as a potential attack. You know the official signs, the ones spoken of in hushed, terrible tones, the sudden, violent purging, the rice water stools, the cramping that bends a strong man double, the thirst that cannot be quenched, the sunken eyes, the blue-tinged skin. But what about the hours before that? The vague unease, the loss of appetite, the headache. These are also the symptoms of endless work, of poor food, of constant fear. The line between ordinary misery and the beginning of the end is impossibly fine. You engage in a constant silent self-diagnosis. You tell yourself it is just the cabbage from last night. It is just the damp. It is just worry. You talk yourself down from the ledge of panic a dozen times a day. The fear of the disease becomes a disease in itself, a cold knot in the stomach that mimics the very thing you dread. And in this moment, the idea of rest presents itself. Not sleep, but a true pause. To sit for a full half hour without mending, without scrubbing, without preparing for the next shift. It is a dizzying, almost immoral luxury. The economic engine of your life roars against it. Time not working is money not earned, a hole in the next day's food budget. Yet the body and the new fear whisper of its necessity. Rest, you're told by the folk wisdom, keeps the system strong, less susceptible to the bad air. Exhaustion is an open invitation, so you might guiltily allow yourself to simply sit. You might lean your head back against the wall, close your eyes for a few minutes that feel stolen. The children, sensing the unusual stillness, might grow quiet themselves. In this fragile, stolen peace, the room exists in a kind of suspension. The sounds from the street seem muffled. The ever-present smells recede slightly. For these few minutes, you're not fighting, you're just existing, a body in a chair, breathing. But the pause is inherently unstable. It is built on the awareness of time slipping away, of work waiting, of danger gathering. Your mind, even in rest, circles back to the rumours, to the slight twinge in your gut, to the face of the child sleeping fitfully in the corner. The rest is not rejuvenating. It is a shallow trench dug in the middle of a battlefield. It offers a moment to catch your breath, to look around at the crumbling walls of your life. Before the whistle blows or the light fades and demands you stand up again, pick up your tools and step back into the miasmatic afternoon. The meal is over. The rumours have been exchanged. The self-examination has yielded no certain verdict. The brief, aching rest has come to its inevitable end. You stand up, your body protesting the return to motion. The interlude is over. The long watchful descent into evening has begun. The afternoon light slants through the grime of your single window, laying a dusty, lethargic rectangle on the floor. The brief pause is a memory, the food a weight in your stomach that feels more like a stone than sustenance. You are back at your task, your hands moving, your mind trying to focus on the rhythm of work. But the day has changed its tenor. The morning's generalized fear has begun to condense, to locate itself. It starts with a sound, not a scream, but a series of sharp, retching coughs from the room below, followed by a low animal moan that curls up through the floorboards and wraps around your ankles. You freeze, your hands still. The children look up from their corner, their eyes wide and knowing. You'll listen. The sound comes again, weaker this time but more desperate. Then a thump as of a body falling against a piece of furniture. A silence. Then a woman's voice, high and frayed, calling a name. It is not a call to supper. It is a sound of pure, undiluted alarm. This is how it arrives. Not with a proclamation, but with a disruption in the ordinary soundtrack of the court. You put down your work, there is no question of ignoring it. You might go to your door, open it a crack. Others are doing the same along the landing. Faces peer out, pale in the gloom, eyes meeting in silent, grim confirmation. It has landed here. The abstract threat now has an address. Perhaps it is not the neighbour below. Perhaps it is within your own walls. A child who seemed merely tired and fussy an hour ago begins to whimper with a new sharp quality. You go to them, place a hand on their forehead. It is cool, clammy, not feverish. That is wrong. The flesh has a strange doughy texture. They complain of a cramp in their legs, a twisting in their belly. You offer a sip of water. They vomit it back almost instantly, a clear, watery gush that smells oddly sweet. The panic is a cold flood in your own veins. This is the signature. The vomiting begins suddenly, explosively, emptying the stomach of its contents, and then continuing with dry, painful heaves that seem to tear from the core of the body. Then comes the diarrhea. It is not ordinary sickness. The body evacuates itself in a torrent of pale, milky fluid, like water in which rice has been washed. The smell is faint, almost insipid, horrifying in its lack of the usual foulness. This is the rice water stool you have heard whispered about. It is the body turning itself inside out, draining its essential fluids with terrifying efficiency. The person, your child, your spouse, your parent, shrinks before your eyes. Their skin loses its elasticity, sagging into strange folds. Their eyes sink back into their skull, staring from dark hollows. Their voice becomes a rasp. Their lips crack and turn blue. They are consumed by an unquenchable, frantic thirst, begging for water, yet they cannot keep even a spoonful down. The cramps are violent, bending them into knots, muscles seizing with a force that looks like possession. You watch a strong man reduced to a twitching, withered husk in a matter of hours. You see a child's plump cheeks collapse into the gaunt mask of an old man. The speed is the horror. It is not a lingering fever. It is a swift, efficient dismantling of a human being. You spring into action because action is the only alternative to screaming. This is the home care, guided by love, terror, and disastrous misunderstanding. You believe the body is being poisoned by bad humours, by the miasma that has somehow penetrated its defences, so you try to help it purge. You might give an emetic, hoping to clear the stomach further, accelerating the deadly dehydration. You rub their limbs with rough cloths, trying to drive out the chill, the cold stage of the disease. You brew the herbal teas, the pepper water, the mixtures recommended by neighbours. You spoon it between the blue lips, only to see it violently rejected seconds later. You hold them, you clean the endless watery filth from their body and the bedding, your own hands becoming soiled with the effluent of the disease. The intimacy is absolute and horrifying. You are fighting a phantom with the wrong weapons. Every act of tenderness, every effort to soothe, is powerless against the physiological catastrophe unfolding within the skin you touch. The feeling of helplessness is a physical weight, a stone in your own gut that grows heavier with each weakening breath from the bed. Then comes the brutal calculus of isolation. As the day wears on and the news spreads, a quiet ostracism begins. The other families in the house withdraw. You hear their doors shut, a final, quiet sound of separation. No one brings food. No one offers to fetch a doctor. Fear is a stronger force than charity. You are now quarantined by invisible walls of dread. If you must go out for water or medicine, you move through a space that has cleared around you. People avert their eyes. The court, once a cramped hive of shared life, becomes a landscape of closed doors and turned backs. The sick room becomes the entire world, a shrinking island of stench, sound and despair. The well-meant advice to keep the sick separate manifests as a crushing, silent abandonment. You are alone with the dying, and the world has receded to the four walls of your terror. At some point, if you can muster the coins or the desperation, you might send for a doctor. His arrival is not a salvation, but a performance of established futility. He enters the reeking room with a handkerchief pressed to his face, confirming your own belief in the poisonous air. He observes the patient, feels the pulse like a thread of water under the skin, notes the sunken eyes. His diagnosis is a foregone conclusion. His tools are medieval. He might propose bleeding, believing he can drain the poisoned humours from the body, a treatment that only further weakens a system desperate for every drop of fluid. He might prescribe calomel, a mercury chloride purgative again, forcing the devastated bowels into more violent action. Opium, to quiet the cramps and the terror, is a common prescription. It does not treat the disease, it sedates the sufferer into a more peaceful oblivion, masking the symptoms as death approaches. He might recommend a blistering plaster, raising painful boils on the skin to draw the disease outward. The treatments are a catalogue of agonies layered upon the original agony. They are based on a complex, internally logical system of medicine that is, in its essence, a beautiful and catastrophic fiction. He accepts his fee, a significant portion of your weekly wages, and departs, leaving behind a bottle of dark liquid and a heavier silence. His visit has confirmed the gravity, expended your resources, and changed nothing. Contrast this with the world a few miles away. In the spacious houses of the well-to-do, in neighbourhoods less choked by affluent and crowding, the response is different, but the understanding is the same. Doctors there also speak of miasma, also prescribe bleeding and calomel, but they have more time, more space for isolation. They have access to cleaner, if not safe, water from private supplies. The nurse who attends is a paid professional, not an exhausted family member on the brink of collapse. The death rate is lower, not because the medicine is better, but because the overall environment is less saturated with the invisible poison, and the body has more reserves to begin with. The poor die in heaps not merely due to inferior treatment, but because they're swimming in a sea of contagion from the moment they wake to the moment they sleep, and their bodies are already worn to a frazzle by labour and malnutrition. The disease is democratic in its method, but brutally selective in its impact. And then the struggle ends. The breathing, which has been a shallow, rapid panting, slows, stops, a final quiet rattle, then silence, a different silence, profound and absolute. In the stillness that follows, there is no moment of dramatic grief. There is only exhaustion and the immediate pressing problem of the body. Death has become a logistical issue. The corpse cannot stay. In the heat it will decompose rapidly, adding its own powerful stench to the miasmatic atmosphere you still believe is the danger. You must act quickly. Wrapping the body is a task of grim practicality. You might use the very sheet from the bed, now stained. If you can afford it, you send for the parish coffin, a cheap thin box meant for paupers. The men who come to collect it are brusque, efficient, their faces hardened by daily exposure. They handle the wrapped bundle with a functional carelessness, loading it onto a handcart already holding another shape shrouded in cloth. There is no ceremony here, only removal. The economic brutality is the burial fee, the cost of the coffin if you must buy one, the tip for the bearers. These expenses can cripple a family for months. Some are forced to choose between a proper burial and feeding the living. It is not unknown for a body to be kept in a room for days while money is scraped together, the living sharing their space with the rapidly decaying dead. The funeral, if it happens at all, is a hurried affair in a crowded, reeking churchyard. The grave shallow, quicklime sprinkled over the bundle to hasten decay, and, it is believed, to contain the miasma rising from the corpse. The priest's words are mumbled, generic, meant for the many who have died this week, not for the individual who has left you. Mourning itself is reshaped by the epidemic's scale and pace. The deep private sorrow is there, a raw wound, but its expression is truncated, internalized. There are no long periods of wearing black, no formal calls of condolence. The luxury of extended grief is denied by the sheer pace of loss and the relentless demands of survival. You cry, but you cry while scrubbing the floor where the body lay. You feel the ache of absence, but you feel it while calculating how to manage with one less wage earner, or how to care for the remaining children. The memory of the person becomes tangled with the memory of the smell, the sounds, the frantic, useless efforts. Grief is not a separate season. It is a thread woven into the fabric of your ongoing endurance, a constant, low-grade pain you learn to carry, alongside the ache in your back and the knot of hunger in your stomach. You have lost someone, and the world has not paused to acknowledge it. The cart has rolled away. The room, though scrubbed, feels both emptier and heavier. The evening is coming on, and with it the fear turns its gaze back upon the living who remain. Who will be next? The question hangs in the newly silent air, more piercing than any sound. The disease has been beside you. It has left its mark, and you know, with a certainty that is colder than the clay of the grave, that it is not finished. It is merely waiting, invisible in the water, patient in the air for its next opportunity. The silence after the cartwheels fade is a different quality of silence. It is not empty. It is thick with absence, with the echo of the last rasping breath, with the sudden hollow space in the room where a life used to be. You sit amidst this silence, your hands idle for the first time in hours, trembling with spent adrenaline and a fatigue that goes down to the marrow. But the world, your small cramped world of the court, does not leave you entirely alone in this hollowed out space. After a time, a cautious sound intrudes, a soft knock at the door, not the official rap of the parish man, but something hesitant. You open it a crack. Mrs. O'Leary from across the way stands there, not meeting your eye, her face drawn. She does not enter. She would not dare. But she pushes a small bundle into your hands, a loaf of bread harder than usual, a few potatoes. She mutters something about the children needing to eat and is gone, her footsteps retreating quickly down the landing. It is not compassion in the abstract. It is the recognition of a shared precarious boat. Today it is you. Tomorrow it may be her. The bread is a brick of solidarity given at arm's length. This is the hesitant, fragile network of mutual aid that persists beneath the blanket of fear. It operates in the gaps, in the brief moments when terror loosens its grip enough for a more ancient impulse to surface. Later, a neighbour's child might be sent to your door to collect your water bucket, to fill it at the pump for you, sparing you the walk through the gauntlet of averted eyes. A man whose own cough is deep and worrying might offer to fix your broken shutter, his labour a silent offering to the fates. These are not acts of bold charity, but of quiet, calculated reciprocity. You help because you may need help. The community is a frayed rope bridge over a chasm, and every hand that steadies a strand, however briefly, keeps the whole structure from collapsing entirely. The more formal institutions loom in the background. The church bell tolls with a grim regularity, marking not services but losses. The parish, overburdened and underfunded, offers the pauper's coffin, the quick lime, the hurried burial. Its help is administrative, a bleak sanitation of death. Charitable societies, often led by well-meaning women of the middle classes, organise soup kitchens or distribute leaflets on cleanliness. Their aid comes with a side of moral instruction, a firm belief that the poor are partly to blame for their own misery through intemperance and sloth. The soup is welcome, even as the words that accompany it curdle in your stomach. Sometimes a temporary hospital, a dreaded cholera shed, is erected at the edge of the slum, a place of last resort where the dying are taken to be isolated from the living. To enter is often seen as a sentence of death, a final confirmation that you are now a statistic, a problem to be contained. The formal networks are there, but they're distant, institutional, and often tinged with the same miasmatic fear that paints you as a source of the poison. The real nursing, the relentless hands-on care falls to an informal, almost invisible network of women. It is they who share knowledge of remedies, who pass along word of which doctor is less expensive or which apothecary might give credit. When a family is struck, it is often a neighbour woman, one who has already lost someone and thus feels a grim immunity, who will step in to help the exhausted mother or wife, to show her how to mix the opium draught, to hold the basin, to clean the soiled linen. This knowledge is passed in whispers, a dark sisterhood of practical grief. They offer not cure, but a minimal order amidst the biological chaos, a human presence in the face of the body's betrayal. Yet for every fleeting act of support, there are 100 moments of reinforced stigma. The fear is a tangible force, and it seeks a target. Your household, now marked by death, becomes a place of spectral danger. The avoidance is not always malicious, it is instinctive, a behavioural flinching from a source of perceived contagion. Conversations stop when you approach the pump. The costermonger might be less willing to let you handle his produce. Your children find themselves alone in their games, other mothers quietly pulling their own away. You're a living reminder of the fate that could befall anyone, and so you are shunned. made to wear your loss like a cloak of contagion. You might place a bowl of vinegar on your windowsill, a signal to others that you are aware of the miasma within and are trying to cleanse it, a plea for understanding that you are taking precautions. The vinegar does nothing for the bacteria, but it speaks volumes to the neighbours. This stigmatisation extends to entire trades. The night soil men, the rakers who clear the cesspools, the bone gatherers, the people who handle the very filth believed to generate the deadly air are viewed with a superstitious horror. They are considered walking sources of miasma, their very profession a kind of moral taint. The laundresses, who handle the linens of the sick and the well alike in contaminated water, are similarly suspected. Their labour, essential and poorly paid, brands them. And then there are the broader, uglier prejudices. The Irish immigrant, crammed into the worst lodgings near the riverbanks, is blamed for bringing the disease with him, for his poverty and his differentness somehow attracting or generating the bad air. The poor as a class are often lectured about their dirty habits, as if they chose to live 10 to a room with a single overflowing privy, as if they preferred the taste of Thames-tainted water. The disease, invisible and democratic in its mechanisms, becomes in the public imagination a moral judgment, a scourge that naturally afflicts the dirty, the intemperate, the foreign. The fear transmutes into contempt, offering the anxious mind a simple target, not an invisible organism in the water, but the visible other in the street. Within this pressured world, between the scant help and the constant stigma, you develop your own strategies of resistance and adaptation. These are not grand acts of defiance, but small daily adjustments to the terms of a siege. In the corner of your room, you might keep a collection of bottles and packets, the arsenal of folk prevention, a bottle of dilute sulfuric acid, believed to purify water if a few drops are added, bags of camphor to hang around the neck, a precious piece of garlic worn in a pouch. You brew bitter teas from herbs gathered from waste ground, or bought for a farthing from an old woman, believing they strengthen the blood against miasmatic influence. You scrupulously follow the rules of the theory, windows shut at dusk, chests kept warm, damp clothing avoided. You become an amateur chemist of survival, mixing hope and ignorance in equal measure. Your work life bends to the new reality. If you are a street seller, you might change your route, avoiding streets where deaths have been high. If you take in piecework, you might air the finished garments at the window longer, beat them more thoroughly, trying to rid them of any trace of bad air from your own home. The daily calculations grow more complex. Is the wage from that extra hour of work worth the risk of being out after dark when the miasmas are said to be thickest? You weigh pennies against perceived perils in a currency only you understand. And finally, there is the inner fortress, the realm of the spirit. For some, religion offers a framework. The disease is a trial from God, a punishment for collective sin, a mysterious test of faith. Prayer becomes not just a ritual, but a vital psychic action, a way to assert order in the face of chaos, to plead for a personal exemption from the statistical carnage. For others, less devout, a quieter superstition takes hold. You avoid stepping on certain cracks, you touch a particular knot in the wood of your door for luck, you read omens in the flight of birds or the shape of clouds. These are not childish things. They are the mind's attempt to impose a pattern, to feel a semblance of control over a universe that appears random and vicious. And for many there is a grim, practical fatalism that sets in, a shrugging acceptance. If it comes, it comes. You hear it in the phrases that become common. It's in God's hands, or the more blunt, we're all for the grave. This is not despair, but a form of emotional insulation. By accepting the worst as a constant possibility, you rob it of some of its terror. You stop fighting the shadow and learn to live within it, conserving your energy for the tangible tasks of the day, the fetching, the working, the feeding, the cleaning. The fight for physical survival continues, but the fight against fear is surrendered to a kind of numb, weathered endurance. You adapt not by conquering the enemy, but by learning to breathe, move, and exist within the toxic atmosphere of its perpetual presence. The community, then, is not a united front against cholera. It is a fractured, anxious organism, capable of both stunning, fleeting kindness and brutal, fear-driven exclusion, all while its individual members cobble together a patchwork of practical rituals and psychic bargains, trying to find a way to endure the unendurable, one careful, suspicious, weary day at a time. The grey afternoon bleeds into a greyer evening. The light does not fade so much as it weakens, seeping out of the sky and leaving behind a dull, metallic twilight. You turn your steps homeward, the weight of the day now a different kind of burden. It is no longer the anticipation of labour, but the anticipation of reckoning. The walk back through the lanes is a reverse of the morning's journey. You move against the flow of others still finishing their toil, your own body a vessel of accumulated fatigue and dread. The sounds of the city begin to soften, not into peace, but into a watchful quiet. The shouting of vendors diminishes, the clatter of workshops stills, the background hum lowers to a murmur, and in that new space other sounds become prominent, the cry of a baby, an argument behind a closed door, the relentless quiet coughing from a dozen different windows. You reach your door, your hand on the latch. Here, you perform the first ritual of homecoming. You pause, you listen. From within, you strain to hear the ordinary sounds, the shuffle of feet, the murmur of children's voices, the clink of a pot. You're listening for absence, for a silence that is too deep, or for a sound that is wrong, a moan, a retch, a sob. Only when you discern the normal, fragile music of ongoing life do you push the door open and step inside. The room is dimmer, cooler, holding the accumulated smells of the day. The ghost of the noon meal, the smoke from the morning fire now cold, the ever-present damp. Your family turns to you, their faces pale smudges in the gloom. Your eyes sweep over them, a diagnostic glance. You look for the sheen of sweat on a forehead, for the listless posture, for the too bright or too dull eyes. You might move to touch a child's cheek, to ask a quiet question about their stomach. The greetings are not about the day's work, but about the day's survival. "All well?" you ask. And the answer, "Well enough," carries the weight of a major victory. The first hurdle of the evening has been passed. Then comes the evening cleansing. It is more elaborate than the morning's, fueled by the belief that the day's accumulated miasma must be scrubbed from the skin and the home before nightfall. You light a candle, its small flame pushing back the shadows. You take the precious water, now warmed slightly by the room's temperature, and perform a more thorough washing of hands and face. For the children, you might wipe their hands and necks with a damp cloth, trying to remove the visible grime of the streets. It is a ritual of symbolic purification. You're washing off the bad air, the clinging poison of the public spaces. The water, of course, is the same. The cloth is the same. But the action feels necessary. A psychic reset. You might sprinkle a few drops of vinegar on the floor, or burn a pinch of herbs on the edge of the hearth, the sharp scent intended to overpower any lingering foulness. You're fortifying your small castle against the encroaching night, which is believed to be when the miasmas are most potent and dangerous. The reality that the danger is already inside, having been carried in the water jug, on the food, on your own unwashed hands from the pump handle, is irrelevant to the powerful need for this ceremony. It is a defense against the fear of the dark, a way to feel some control as the world outside your door becomes a vast, unknown territory of threat. With the ritual complete, the atmosphere in the room shifts again. The formalities of return are over. Now you're simply together, enclosed, as the last of the light vanishes and the candle becomes the sun of your tiny universe. In this intimate pool of flickering light, conversation turns, as it always does now, to the only subject that truly matters. You speak of the dead, not with grand eulogies, but with a stark, practical vocabulary. They took the Miller baby today. Old Mr. Jenkins lasted only 6 hours. They say the shed at St. Anne's is full. These statements are not morbid. They're informational, a mapping of the epidemic's progress in your immediate world. Children listen, their eyes reflecting the candle flame. They do not ask many questions. They have learned the shorthand of loss. They understand that a certain kind of quiet from a neighbouring room means a body will be carried out soon. They know the look on your face when you return from the pump with news. Their play has incorporated it. Their games of tag have rules about not touching someone who is the it, now implicitly understood as the sickness. Their fear is not the sharp panic of an adult, but a deep, absorbed anxiety, a fundamental change in their understanding of what the world is, a place where playmates vanish, where parents move with a constant watchful tension, where the word cholera is spoken in the same tone as hunger or cold. Between you and your spouse, the talk is of strategy, conducted in low tones after the children have begun to drowse. It is the bleakest kind of domestic finance. If one of you falls ill, what then? Is there a relative who might take the children, even temporarily? Which item of furniture or clothing could be pawned to pay for a doctor or for the burial? Should you consider moving, fleeing to another parish, even though such movement costs money and you have no guarantee the next place is any safer? These discussions are circular, exhausting. There are no good answers, only varying shades of risk. You weigh the danger of staying in this infected court against the danger of becoming destitute strangers in another. You contemplate the unthinkable scenarios, not with emotion, but with a grim logistical necessity. Love, in this context, is expressed through planning for each other's potential death, through the promise to care for the children, through the shared unspoken agreement to endure the unendurable for as long as physically possible. There's no concept of evening entertainment, no leisure to separate work from rest. Any activity is merely an extension of the day's struggle for subsistence. If you can read, you might read aloud from a tattered Bible or a penny dreadful. The words are monotone to soothe rather than to inspire. More likely, your hands are still busy. You mend a torn shirt by the poor light, your eyes straining. You cobble a failing shoe. You repair a cracked dish with a bit of wire. The work is slower, quieter, but it is work. The idea of doing something purely for pleasure, for mental escape, feels foreign, almost irresponsible. The mind must remain vigilant, attuned to the sounds of the night and the bodies in the room. Sometimes there might be a moment that borders on the recreational. A simple card game with worn cards. The telling of a familiar, non-terrifying story from childhood. A quiet song hummed to a restless child. But these moments are fragile, constantly undermined by the context. The song might trail off as you remember the neighbour's child who loved that tune. The card game is played with a distracted air, each player listening for a cough from the bed in the corner. The entertainment is merely a different shape of waiting, a way to pass the dangerous hours of darkness until the relative safety of morning. And so, early sleep becomes not just a biological need, but a tactical retreat. To sleep is to conserve the body's resources, to fortify it against the bad air. It is also to conserve the candle, the precious fuel of light and time. There is no reason to stay awake. The public world is closed. The private world is fraught. Sleep offers a temporary ceasefire. You bank the tiny fire of the candle, plunging the room into a darkness that is almost total. You lie down in the close press of bodies, the shared warmth a comfort and a risk. The day's fears do not vanish. They mutate into the stuff of half-dreams. You drift not into oblivion, but into a shallow, watchful state, where the line between the creak of the house and the groan of a sick person, between the chill of the night and the cold sweat of fever, is blurred and terrifying. The evening's tension does not resolve. It is simply absorbed into the long collective breath of the night, a breath you hold, waiting for the grey light to once again define the shapes of your world and tell you who, if anyone, has been spared for one more day. The darkness that fills your room is not an absence, but a substance. It is thick, velvety, and alive with sound. The candle is out, its brief reign over. Now the night asserts its true authority. You lie still, but your ears are open wide. antennas tuned to the frequency of dread. The house, the court, the entire city seems to breathe differently in these hours. The daytime clamour has drained away, leaving behind a residue of more intimate, more terrible noises. They begin as faint disturbances in the blackness. A cough from the floor below, not the dry tickle of soot, but the deep, wet, rattling cough that seems to come from a bucket being stirred. It is answered by another, further away. Then a low groan, the sound of a body turning in pain, the rasp of a straw mattress. A child begins to cry, a thin, steady wail of discomfort or fear that is quickly shushed by a weary, fearful adult voice. These are the baseline sounds, the constant hum of suffering. But then comes the interruption, the sound that freezes the blood, the sudden, violent retching unmistakable in its rhythm, the frantic scrambling, the choked cries for help, the slap of bare feet on floorboards. This is the sound of the night attack, cholera seizing its victim in the vulnerable hours. If you listen closely, beyond the walls of your own building, you might hear the large machinery of the epidemic at work. The slow, heavy rumble of a cart with iron-rimmed wheels on the cobbles, moving at an hour when no goods are delivered. It is the dead cart. You might hear the muffled voices of the drivers, the thump of a burden being loaded, the soft final sound of a bundle settling against wood. Sometimes, if the case is urgent or the family has a few extra coins, you might hear the quicker, lighter clatter of a hackney cab, summoned to take someone to the cholera shed, the horse's hooves striking a frantic, hopeless tattoo against the stones. These sounds come and go, leaving behind a silence that is even more profound and more terrifying than the noises themselves. That silence is a question. Who was it? Is it over? Will it come here next? In the daylight, fear has shapes to look at, the shuttered windows, the hurried burials. In the night, fear is pure sound and the absence of sound, a theatre of the imagination where every worst possibility plays out in the dark behind your eyes. Sleep under these conditions is not a surrender. It is a negotiated truce, constantly broken. You do not fear nightmares. You fear the moment you are jerked awake by a sound from within your own room. Your own sleep is shallow, fractured, a series of brief plunges into unconsciousness, followed by sudden, heart-pounding returns to full alertness. You wake because a child whimpers. You wake because your spouse shifts and groans in a way that sounds different. You wake for no reason at all, your body tense, listening, analysing the quality of the darkness for a threat. This is segmented sleep, but not by choice. It is sleep punctuated by sentry duty. You drift off, only to surface minutes later, your mind immediately performing a frantic inventory. Whose breathing do I hear? Is it regular? Is that a moan or just the wind in the chimney? The line between dream and waking reality dissolves. In the hypnagogic state between sleep and alertness, the sounds from the court weave themselves into your dreams. The distant cry becomes a voice calling your name. The groan of the cart becomes a monster approaching your door. You dream of thirst, of endless corridors of filth, of holding a child whose features melt away like wet clay. These are not fantasies, they're rehearsals. When you wake fully, the residue of the dream clings to you, making the real room, the real sounds, feel like a continuation of the horror. The night becomes a single prolonged episode of anxious half-being where you're never fully asleep and never safely awake. Within the cramped geography of your single room, a desperate and futile reordering takes place. If someone within your own family shows the faintest sign, a complaint of a cramp, a single bout of sickness, the delicate ecosystem shatters. The theory of miasma demands isolation. But how do you isolate in one room? You try. The sick person, if able, might be moved to a corner, their pallet pulled as far from the rest as the walls allow. A blanket might be hung on a string, a pathetic curtain meant to stop the bad air from their body from reaching the others. It is a gesture, a symbolic wall. Everyone knows it is useless. The shared air is shared air. The bucket they use is the same bucket. The hands that tend them will later touch the shared loaf of bread. The sharing of the bed, once a necessity for warmth and space, now feels like a reckless gamble. The press of bodies, the mingled breath, the shared linens, every point of contact is a potential bridge for the unseen poison. You lie rigid, trying to minimize your touch with the person beside you, even as you shiver from the cold that comes from leaving space between you. Do you risk warmth and increased danger, or cold and a hypothetical safety? There is no correct answer, only the agony of the choice. And then there is the window. It's a focal point of nightly debate, a tiny square of glass that represents the great philosophical divide of your time. The miasma theory is clear. Night air is deadly, laden with the foul vapours that rise from the earth and the river. To open the window is to invite the sickness directly into the room. But the room is close, stifling, thick with the smell of sickness, of unwashed bodies, of the chamber pot. Your instincts scream for fresh air, for relief from the palpable heaviness. Yet every pamphlet, every doctor, every piece of common wisdom shrieks against it. So the window stays shut, a sealed barrier against the imagined poison outside, trapping you securely with the very real poison festering within. You stare at its dark square, feeling the staleness of the air coat your tongue, and you wonder if you're preserving your life or slowly suffocating in your own private cloud of doom. The night, in its infinite patience, offers no answer. It simply holds you in this limbo, in this cramped, dark, sound-filled box where every breath is a calculation, every sound a potential sentence, and sleep is just another form of exhausted, vigilant waiting for the dawn to bring either reprieve or the beginning of the end. The season holds its own particular malice. This is high summer, the time when cholera truly finds its voice and its terrible efficient stride. The heat does not arrive as a pleasant warmth, but as a thick woolen blanket pressed over the entire city. It settles into your room by mid-morning and refuses to leave, even long after sunset. The halls radiate a stored warmth. The air sits motionless, heavy with moisture that refuses to fall as rain. Every task, every breath requires more effort. The body, already strained by labour and poor diet, now must contend with this constant draining oppression. With the heat comes an intensification of all that you fear. The smells, your daily guide to danger, become overwhelming. The Thames exudes a palpable gaseous stench that creeps inland like a low, foul tide. The contents of the gutters and cesspools ferment more rapidly, releasing waves of putrid sweetness and eye-watering ammonia. The very rubbish in the streets seems to pulse with a visible, buzzing life. The theory of miasma feels undeniably correct in these conditions. The bad air is not just a concept, it is a taste on your tongue, a burn in your nostrils, a visible haze over the river. You feel you are breathing poison, and in a cruel twist of fate, you're not entirely wrong. The heat accelerates the multiplication of the unseen bacteria in the water, butts and the shallow wells. The very conditions that scream of miasmatic danger also create the perfect breeding ground for the real aquatic enemy. The heat makes you thirstier, driving you to drink more of the contaminated water. It exhausts you, weakening your body's defences. It is a collaborator with the disease, tightening the trap from all sides. Then comes the rain, and with it, a different kind of catastrophe. A summer storm does not cleanse, it inundates. The city's drainage, a haphazard patchwork of overburdened sewers and open ditches, is instantly overwhelmed. The streets become rushing torrents of brown, foaming water. But this is not clean rainwater. It is a churning soup that sweeps up the day's filth, the animal dung, the rotting market waste, the contents of overflowing privies, and carries it all in a great revolting flush. It floods into basement dwellings, carrying its foul cargo over thresholds and into the living spaces of the poorest. It surges into the shallow wells and pumps, surcharging the groundwater with a fresh, concentrated infusion of waste. The rain, which you might hope would wash the poison away, only serves to stir the pot of the city's sickness and spread it more widely. After a storm, the stench is biblical. The mud left behind is not earth, but a compound of every imaginable foulness. And the water from the pump, when it can be drawn again, tastes different, feels different, a silent testament to the fact that the city's foundations are not stone and clay, but decay and effluent. The climate is not a backdrop to the crisis. It is an active, vicious participant. The grey light before dawn is the most honest light. It reveals the world without mercy, without the golden lies of sunset or the blue promises of morning. It is in this light that we must leave you. Not with a conclusion, not with a lesson neatly packaged, but with the feeling of that room, that air, that quiet, watchful exhaustion. You're still there, lying on the thin mattress listening. The night's worst sounds have faded, but the fear has not. It has simply changed shape with the coming of the light, becoming the dread of the day ahead, the next trip to the pump, the next glance at a child's face, the next rumour at the market. This was the core paradox of life in 1854 London. You fought with every fibre of your being for survival. You followed every rule, every piece of wisdom passed down from authority and tradition. You avoided bad smells. You purified your air. You cared for your family with a desperate tenderness. You wielded the weapons you were given. Perfume against stench, closed windows against night air, faith against despair, and yet the true enemy was not the foul air you battled so diligently. It was the clear water you trusted. It was the invisible world your science could not yet see. Your courage was immense, but it was directed at a shadow, while the substance slipped silently into your cup, your broth, your child's mouth. Your resilience was met with an invisible annihilation. This story does not end in this room. It echoes down a corridor of time to our present. The terror of those years eventually forced a crack in the miasmatic dogma. A man named John Snow would map the deaths around a water pump on Broad Street. His data a silent accusation against the trusted water. The great stink of 1858 would so offend the noses of Parliament that they would fund a new sewer system for London. The crisis of the visible filth finally led to the uncovering of the invisible truth. The daily grinding tragedy of lives like the one you have just inhabited became the foundation stone of modern public health, of epidemiology, of the simple revolutionary idea that clean water is not a luxury, but the very bedrock of a functioning society. Their suffering bought our certainty. Now, let the sounds of your own world slowly return. The faint hum of electricity, the distant murmur of a modern street. Feel the solidity of your chair, the clean air in your lungs, the incredible mundane safety of the water in your glass. You are here in the future their pain helped build. Before you fully leave this space, I wonder, what sits with you after this journey? Can you feel the ghost of that relentless vigilance, the weight of those choices that were not choices at all? Could you imagine living a single day, let alone a lifetime, within that narrow margin of error? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Tell me where in the world you are listening to the story of a London long gone. Your perspective from your place in a changed world is part of the story now. If walking these forgotten streets with me has resonated with you, if you want to step into other unseen corners of the past, consider subscribing to this channel. There are more rooms to enter, more silences to listen to, more ordinary, extraordinary lives waiting in the shadows of history. For now, the dawn is breaking over 1854 London. The room is cold, the bucket is empty. The day demands to be met. You take a breath and you rise.